Oh, yeah. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Sin Bin Podcast, Season 2, Episode 6. And we are live and direct with all the sinners up in the house tonight. We got Sinner JP, also known as the Mexicant.
Yo.
We got Sinner Mr. No Fact Check Saucedo, also known as Tyler.
Yeah. Fuck fact checking.
And welcoming back to the show, once again, we got Mike, the Snore Merryman. And I'd be your host.
I'm back for some redemption.
And of course, I'd be your host, the Toxic Sinner Moodz. Yeah. What's going on? My Cinecine scenes. Yeah. So of course, if you're an avid watcher or listener of the show, I guess if you're listening, you can't see that Tony's not here, but if you're watching, you can obviously see that Tony's not here. He unfortunately cut off his arm.
The tip of his penis.
Yeah, cut off the tip of his penis while he was making dinner tonight. So that hopefully that works out well for him. It's always embarrassing to go to the emergency room with no mushroom on your shaft. A little bit weird.
Allegedly just the tip.
No, I think he just got circumcised is what it was.
Yeah. No, for real, I think
it's gonna work out for him.
Yeah, no, for real. I think he did something to his finger or something like that. So
yeah.
But yeah, so he said if he makes it back in time, which I highly doubt he will, because if you guys have ever been to emergency, it usually takes 6 to 8 hours even to see somebody. So at least it does here in Canada.
Especially didn't he go to like an urgent care or something?
Yeah, he went to an urgent care, and it's been a bit since we asked for an update, but like about an hour ago, he still hadn't been seen.
Well, hopefully he's still alive. If he's not, like you're, I guess, stuck here now forever.
I'd just be more embarrassed if I lost the mushroom on my shaft. But
yeah,
if anything, that sucks. It sucks.
I was making goofy reacts, so I assume he's okay.
Did you guys ever have in high school? Was there always that one girl? There was always the legend of that one girl that broke off the frozen hot dog inside her and had to go to emergency to get it like surgically removed. It always seems like everybody I talk to, everyone I talk to from like different areas and stuff, they're like, "Oh, I knew this one girl that it happened to too." It's like the legend of every high school. There was always one girl. It may not have been while you were going there, but it was like maybe it was like 10 years before or something like that. But there was always that one girl that got a little freaky with a hot dog.
I went to high school in like the 2000s, and by that point we were less retarded. So,
well, I mean, you have to be honest though. In the 2000s, the technology of dildos was a lot better. Back in when we were hot dogs was the main thing. It was cheap too. Like you could get a pack hot dog for 69 cents.
That like someone would be using it for that. I was just thinking like, oh, she did that to me.
Yeah, you could just mail order that shit. Like
we had a legend, but it was different than that. Ours was in a science class when you used to swab for like your DNA on the inside of your cheek. There'd always be like that legend of the girl swabbing, and like it when she put it under the microscope, there was sperm on it.
There would be like 4 or 5 different DNAs.
Yeah, actually, pretty great.
Because she just she was running a train in the bathroom before science class.
We didn't do that. We didn't swab our DNA.
No, I didn't do that either. No, I mean,
we have the legend of some girl like jerking off 2 dudes at the same time at some couch on a party, and I don't know if it was true or not.
Like normal for my school.
I don't know if it was true or not, but like everybody like thought that, so like people would walk by and say like, "Hey, you go skiing lately?"
Skiing meant something different in my school.
That's why I had to tell the whole story, because if I just said skiing, it would have meant like, oh, like doing blow. Yeah. Okay, that's not that different. That's not that weird.
I probably would have actually thought that too. Yeah, doing the blow.
Yeah, because that's what we caught. Like everybody referred like me and the boys went skiing this weekend. Okay.
Somehow that joke, everyone must have thought it was funny because that was the joke that like caught on. Would ask her if she was going skiing this weekend or something.
I think like my school, like the legend, like there was already so much crazy shit that actually happened that the legends didn't even like need to exist. You know what I mean? Like I just went to like a degenerate fucking school.
I mean, there was obviously things in my school too that were pretty outrageous and nuts, but it just always seemed like there was always that one type of. I always heard that story, and I'm like, man, I've heard that before too. It's got to be a fucking it's just a legend that goes around. It's like But I'm pretty sure it actually really did happen because
then we also
they say
have
most legends are based on some sort of story.
Well, there was a girl in my graduating class that apparently it happened to, but I don't think it actually was her. I think it was actually somebody from way before, and the legend just kind of got put onto her because she was kind of a slut. So it kind of made sense to make fun of her like that. So, but
isn't it funny when you're in like high school and like there will be a girl who had sex with like 3 total dudes in her whole life and she's like a huge slut?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're like 15, like then
yeah, but still, if you really put it in perspective, it's like 3.
I mean, when you're 15, it's like
meet a girl now and you're lucky if it's 3.
Yeah, but like you're an adult. Like how many opportunities have you like had like at 15? I remember that was like the girls that was like the girls that would always like get it like around like when I was in high school. I remember like this one girl. I was into the music scene a lot in high school, like the hardcore shows, and there's like a group of girls that would just like get passed around by like all the older dudes there, and it was like a real bad reputation for them through like the rest of their high school lives.
Okay, yeah. Well, we should probably move on to something movie related, even though that could potentially be movie related. If Dan was on the show,
definitely been made into a Lifetime movie.
Yeah, if Dan was on the show, that could probably be a prelude to his movie that he's watching. High school horrors, you know,
with a W.
I actually do want to give like a shout out condolence like thing to my friend Maddy. So you guys all except for Mike have met Maddy. She unfortunately passed away on Friday the 13th. She was a film director and she lived in like the Pittsburgh area, originally from New York. She made such classics as Trash Removal, Spirit Animal, and Bathtub Shark Attack. Bathtub Shark Attack I helped on a little bit and in the background of a couple shots. And then Carly was like the lead actress, second lead actress in Bathtub Shark Attack and the lead in Trash Removal. So unfortunately our friend Maddy passed away. It was very shocking and upsetting, but Maddy loved Vinegar Syndrome and Blu-rays and physical media. Carly spent like 4 or 5 days at her apartment putting movies and stuff in boxes. She had hundreds, if not thousands of movies, similar to like us, you know. They kept finding movies everywhere in the house. And like just in random places, like in closets, there would be like just some like comedy from the 90s or something, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, I know you guys have met Maddy as well, but yeah, do want to shout out my friend who unfortunately passed away.
Yeah, it was fucking shocking to hear that, man. It's just so sad because we were literally just talking about it. Me and the wife, we were talking about how we're looking because, you know, we're going to Wasteland and we're talking about so excited to meet everybody again. And I'm like, man, can't wait to see Maddy. Like we just naming off people and stuff. Yeah. And it was just weird. It was literally like 2 or 3 days before that we were just talking because I don't really get excited for things, you know, until it's getting really, really close or I'm there because I don't like to be disappointed. But we just kind of got on the conversation and we brought her up and then it was just holy shit, what the fuck happened? Like Friday the 13th was a really fucked up day this year because I put my other dog down that same morning. It was fucking brutal, man. Like I just held her and then gave her to my wife and then fucking I went to work and that was it. It was crazy. And then I opened up the chat and I wasn't going to say anything about putting Bonnie down. And then you had messaged and said that Maddy had passed away. I was like, what the fuck just happened? So I brought that up to you. I was like, damn, dude, this is not a good Friday the 13th. So
I know. And it's so crazy because like most of my life, I've always thought like that Friday the 13th, like it's always like, man, like I know it's like a, like, you know, superstition that bad things happen on Friday the 13th, but I've never noticed it. This was like the year where I was like, damn, like we got hit hard this year.
Well, like Dave Z said, he goes, like every Friday the 13th, it's usually like kind of a lucky day. It's a nice happy go day. It's not like what the legend says. It's not going to be like the movie kind of thing, but
yeah,
this year just kind of hit differently.
We had tickets to go see Friday the 13th and it was so weird, man. I was literally, because I think the Shark Show had posted right around there, the Shark Show that we did. and on 22 shots. And Maddy loves sharks, like that's her thing. And Bathtub Shark Attack, her.
Well,
stuff,
it posted on midnight
is.
of Friday the 13th because I always post the shows
Right.
9 o'clock East or Pacific time or West Coast time, which is the next day for you guys, which is midnight. So it was Friday the 13th it posted.
Yeah. So that came out. I was at work and I was like, I should send this to Maddy because I told you before that if we did Sharknado, we should get her as a guest because she loves those movies and stuff. And I was like, I should send this to Maddy and be like, look, we did a shitty shark show for you. And literally, like maybe 7 minutes later, Carly called me and like informed me what had happened. I was like, dude, that is crazy. I was like literally just thinking of her. And it's just I went to the funeral and stuff, and a lot of people showed up there. Actually, I was looking in the book, the signature book, and like two of the first people there were Fred and Shelby Vogel. They left by the time I got there, but I thought that was pretty cool. But so many people came to her thing, and just like so many people online, and like friends and filmmakers and actors and effects artists and different people from all over the country, like said, their thoughts and feelings towards her and like their friendship, like how they met and shit. It was just really cool to see. Like, I think she would have been really cool with that. But I also think that she would have been like laughing at us acting so upset. And also, like, we were joking around like that we were going to go see Friday the 13th. And like, we're like, damn, Maddy, like, wait, why didn't you let us know this was going to happen? Like, because she had a dark sense of humor and stuff too. So she would laugh at stuff like that.
Yeah.
And we did end up going to see Friday the 13th because we thought, dude, Maddy would be like, fuck that, go see Friday the 13th. You know what I mean? Like, she would want us to go out. She loved movies. Like, she was just excited recently because she finally did the A-list, like, AMC thing. She's like, I'm going to go to tons of movies now. Like, and
I saw the post on that,
bro. But so I'm not sure what the status of her like movies that she made are. Like, I know there's like talks about possibly continuing on her legacy with her titles, and she had a script for her next movie that some of the friends might tackle one day. And also just like, I'm sure that somewhere her films will be able to be released or something. Bathtub Shark Attack was actually finally getting to the point where it was getting a Blu-ray release soon. So I'm not sure like what the status of that was or is now. But I think, did you end up getting a copy of that, Moodz?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. I have Bathtub as well as I have her first her other film on DVD, and then her middle short film that was part of an anthology. I have just that segment on a VHS that she had made up, which is pretty cool.
I had picked up a bunch from the table one year from her directly, like Spirit Animal and Bathtub Shark Attack and stuff. So
and her and Carly were really close too. They became really good friends. Like, they just got back from DC like a week before that.
Yeah.
Like, they went to DC for like a concert, like her and Maddy, and met up with this dude Chris Ridings, who we know. So
Carly was saying that she'd never really known anyone that had passed
she had a couple older family members and stuff like that, but not any like friend or someone her age, like someone that
not like that sudden shock of like something that like shouldn't happen.
I mean,
I've had a good bit of friends die over the years, especially like years ago. I had a lot of friends die like young.
I lost a really good friend 2 years ago. That was
I know what it's like, man. Like, I've talked about it before, but I lost my best friend when we were 28, just suddenly to a brain aneurysm out of the blue. Seemed like he was healthy one day and then just gone the next. And I spent every minute of my life with him for many, many years, and like it was just like, what the fuck? Like, I've talked about it many times. You don't really get over things like that. You move past them, but you don't ever get over it.
Right.
You don't. So it's tough. I feel for Carly right now. It sucks, but you just got to keep the memories alive, man. That's why I'm a big fan of giving people their flowers when they're still alive. It's actually something I wanted to talk about, like when we get into dirty work a little bit, but I think it's very appropriate for, and it's something you see a lot with people too. It's like, you know, somebody passes away and then all of a sudden, like, maybe you might not even know them, say like an artist or something like that, and all of a sudden, like, they're their biggest fan, you know, after they passed away. I'm like, really? Always kind of bugs me a little bit to see people like, oh man, you know, blah blah blah. It's like, you know, I mean, I understand you can't give everybody flowers all the single time and stuff like that, but you know, if you're into something, you love something, and give it props, you know, say your piece on it and shit like that. So giving flowers while people are alive is a good thing. It's a really, really good thing. Cormega really kind of opened my eyes up to this a few years back. And like, he constantly does it, man, in interviews and posts and stuff. He'll just make a random post and be like, yo, man, I want to give shout out to some random person. He's blah, blah, blah. And he's like, and I'm just like, dude, this is awesome. You know, it's like, you don't have to give someone fucking their flowers once they passed away and shit like that. Why not give them when they're alive? It might be a good thing to hear every once in a while. You know, it's like, it's always kind of bugged me. And as the older I get, you know, the closer I become to death kind of thing. It's like, you know, it means a little bit more. Like, I mean, we're not getting any younger, you know, and sometimes people like to hear that shit too. So, you know, think about that.
Mm-hmm, for sure. And Maddy loved the worst movies, which is just hilarious.
Yeah, I love the picture, man, because like I talked to her. I remember one conversation I had with her because we had something highly in common with video violence. It's like one of my all-time favorite movies.
That is a favorite of hers. Yep.
Yeah, and we talked about video violence and how much. And there's actually one of the recent pictures I saw of her. She was wearing a video violence shirt, and it just kind of reminded me of the conversation I had with her, because I said, like, I'm a massive shot and video fan, and she's like, oh yeah, what do you like? I'm like, video violence. She's like, oh, that's probably my favorite. I'm like, yeah. So we were talking about that, and you know, it's like not just one of my favorite shot on video films, it's one of my all-time favorites. So that I always remember the conversation with her. But yeah, good times.
Yeah, she'll definitely be missed this wasteland. So you know,
yeah, it's gonna hit a little bit harder. I think we're gonna have to get together and pour a little liquor, you know.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody will be talking and celebrating.
We'll actually play some POC and pour a little liquor, and then
I always tell people that when I try to like describe what going to cinema wasteland is like, it's like someone has no idea about this, like it's impossible. So I just say it's like this convention I go to meet up with all my internet friends, and it's the one weekend a year that I drink like I'm 22 again.
Yeah, it's like we just get hammered. Like, dude, me, you, and Moodz were literally first night last year. We were down in the lobby till like 5 a.m. bro.
And I didn't want to like a bitch Saturday morning, so I like willpowered myself up to like go get food and like try to recover.
This should be interesting though, because we're gonna be there. Are you when you're showing up on Friday, Ty?
I'm gonna try. I think I'm coming on Thursday. That's what everyone's doing, right?
Dude, you should definitely come on Thursday.
Yeah, so we like originally we were coming in, like we were driving in on Friday, but we rearranged everything. It cost a little bit more, but I'm like, fuck this, I'm coming in Thursday again. Because actually one of my favorite memories of going to Wasteland the night before was just by chance. Actually, we just showed up the day early because we just wanted to get there.
Well, it's a good idea because like I would like to like stay for like the Sunday, but it's just not practical for me to get home at all.
Yeah, it's a little tougher for me too. That's why I was like, I'll go Thursday.
Dude, I've like almost started crying. I was like, dude, all of a sudden I went from having 30 friends around to literally sitting all by myself in Wasteland. Like, I'm not joking. I was literally all by myself. And Camille Keaton was the only person that was sitting there. And I'm like, I can't go. This is just weird. Like, it was literally her and me, and it was fucking weird. And I was like, okay. And because I expected people to be there and stuff, like, and then all of a sudden it was like, holy fuck.
Yeah, and me
all by myself. It was weird.
Supposed to be there, and Aaron was supposed to be there.
Yeah, it was a weird.
So even Aaron wasn't there. So you were just like literally by yourself. It's
the problem,
like the loneliest thing ever.
The problem, like me, Dan, and like Mason have is it just gets substantially like more expensive to fly later in the day, and then you also have this issue where if you start the later you book your flight out, the more chance you're gonna have connecting flights, and then that means the higher chance you're gonna have delays because you're like waiting on so many planes throughout the day to like go back and forth. That like it sucks if you try doing that.
Yeah, me it's not so bad. I'm like 4 hours away or something like that, so not a horrible trip for me, but. I was talking to Cole Anchovy on his podcast that I guessed it on. Actually, we did Murder Rock. Yeah, you know him. What's his name? Antovich?
I think it's Cole Antonovich or Antovich.
Yeah.
I've literally never heard of the podcast or the name before. That's crazy.
Dude,
no idea.
He's been in our group for years and years. Like, he's commented on things and stuff. And he's a listener. And in fact,
I just don't recognize the name. Like, yeah,
he did. I think I can probably say this now because it's probably out or close to out. But this summer they did like a whole summer series on Italian movies, Italian horror movies, because none of the guys are really that familiar with them. They're kind of like how I was when we started the podcast.
Yeah.
And they specifically, he said he remembered like listening to all of our Italian horror months and stuff and just never seen any of the movies and was just always curious but never dove in. So they decided to do like all, I think Dave Z's on a show. There's a few people, but I did Murder Rock with them.
Why the fuck did they ask me to come on?
Dude, everybody knows not to ask you to do anything because you're always so busy.
I think Venom did it. I think Venom did an episode.
I don't understand how Venom he would know that I'm busy though.
He's been on it because like I was on it the year they did Resident Evil franchise. Yeah,
you were on the Resident Evil franchise, Mike.
Yeah, when they it was either
that was
last
my
year
first
or the
time.
year before.
Carly's did like 3 years, but that was my first time. But they've asked me before, but I'm just not committed or
well, it depends. Like, I mean, come this time of year, I am. But like, if you were doing it a couple months ago and shit, I would have been able to do it.
Wait, I might have been on the episode with Carly if I remember correctly.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's just been a while now.
I think Dan was supposed to be on one of those episodes, Dan Chase, and he like missed it or something. But I know that like so I their show is called like the Joe Blow Horror Show. What is it?
Yeah, like that's it. You got it.
And I never listened to him before. Dudes are cool as shit, bro. Like I was like real happy with it. Like sometimes guessing on stuff I'm not too like close or know the people is like awkward. But like those dudes were cool. Me and Carly just drank beer and they drank beer and we just sat there and did a show. It was really fun. Then we hung out for a while after. Big hockey fans, those guys too. They're from like Midwest area somewhere. Like Iowa or something.
Yeah, the only thing to do in Iowa is to watch hockey, I guess.
And drink beer. That's kind of what they do. And watch horror movies.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So it seems like I'm the only fucking person in the world that's never been on this show.
Apparently.
Fuck.
I've not been on this show.
No, if we're recording 22 shots, like I'm generally available because it's like the winter months here. So
yeah, well,
all at a brother, you motherfuckers. I mean,
this was a
seriously
summer thing. Yeah, I'm sure they would love to have you. I think Dave Parker owes them an episode because actually, remember how we do the Secret Satan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So remember that year Dave Parker got screwed over and somebody didn't send him shit?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I sent him stuff. I remember that. He's the one who started that though. Cole like messaged a couple. Was like, yo, we should help Dave out.
Yeah, Cole was the guy
scumbags.
Got everybody together there to get Dave some
I remember
shit.
that now. Yeah.
Yeah. So right. he sent Dave stuff and Dave.
I'm bad with names. I can't remember.
He was just like, Dave, just come on my show one time as a guest and that'll, we'll be.
Speaking of that, when are you guys gonna get Parker back on? Something.
We didn't even start yet. We're just bullshitting.
What's up, cons? They fucking they sewed his mushroom back on his shaft.
Damn.
Yeah. We let him know that you accidentally had an accident where you cut off the tip of your penis.
You made it just in time for us to be wrapping up.
And scraped your thumb, so you put a Band-Aid on it. So yeah, they know about the penis and the thumb.
Well, that's exactly what happens.
So actually, you didn't really miss much, man. We're still in the intro. So
the hot saucy pizza girls was just like too much. He's like, I need to go out there and make some pizza, and he, sprinkled a little too much cheese on there, too much oregano, and slipped, fell, cut off his penis. It happens to the best of us.
Yeah, it happens. Good shit. One thing I did want to bring out, since this is a show based around Vinegar Syndrome, what are your guys' thoughts on the whole Vinegar Syndrome debacle right now?
Oh, this is
really interesting. So for the people that don't know, Vinegar Syndrome has made kind of a big deal about having their titles sold through some of these online retailers via like Orbit DVD, and I'm not 100%. I'm sure it's Diabolic DVD also, and probably Grindhouse. So like the bigger online retailers that basically cater to
the bigger / smaller, you know, they're small businesses, but they're the bigger known ones.
There's and their gig is, you know, importing from all around the world and selling, you know, everyone's boutique stuff in one. It's like a one-stop shop place, like Grindhouse.
Yeah, you can get your Arrow and your
so
umbrellas in the same place.
It's very handy for, you know, for collecting and stuff like that. And if you're into not wanting to like go to 45 different, you know, kind of websites to buy your shit, you can go to these places and pick up whatever you want. So long story short, basically, Vinegar Syndrome has been kind of outspoken about this, and they essentially told Orbit DVD.
They kind of weren't outspoken necessarily. They were private, and it became like public.
Yeah, I think what happened was, it was like between them and Orbit and stuff, and then he kind of went public with it and basically said that he said it very politely. I saw the whole interview, and you know, it didn't come across as being anger or he doesn't have any ill feelings towards him and stuff like that. But he did explain the whole situation. He's like, basically the short and long is like, they came to him and they said, we don't want you guys selling our products because, you know, there's other boutique labels out there.
Kind of more so like, if you're going to sell our products, you can't sell this product.
Exactly. And so,
yes.
Yeah. And so
it was more so like, stop selling these other people's products.
Yeah. So, yeah, which is kind of fucked up. And they're like, not really going to happen. So, because, I mean, that really complicates things for the future, right? Because let's face it, like, this is Region 1 releases. There's other companies doing the same releases stuff. They're not going to start or stop selling all these other titles and stuff like that over time. It's probably just easier to just drop the Vinegar Syndrome stuff. And that's essentially what happened. Orbit, you know, stopped stocking the Vinegar Syndrome stuff, and I'm sure Diabolic and Grindhouse doing the same thing, because they're not going to not stock, you know, the Umbrella releases and the 88 films and all these other companies that are releasing similar titles. But it's the way it is because it's all region, right? My whole thing with the whole Vinegar Syndrome making a big deal about the Keep situation was kind of interesting, because the Umbrella release of the Keep was kind of for a different audience. And I thought that was really interesting, because Vinegar Syndrome's release is nice, but if you look at it in terms of comparing the two, it's kind of more of a standard edition. The Umbrella edition has like this huge statue and it's like $200. It totally caters to like a totally different audience. I'm sure there probably is a standard in the works, whatever, but they were making such a big deal out of this, and it's probably because the Keep took so long to actually put out there. This is the thing
too.
I just thought it was very interesting to complain about this one, because
the Trauma one too.
Yeah, so there's these things, but
Cannibal the musical.
Yeah, and then that guy like Dion McCarr was talking shit.
So my whole thing with Vinegar Syndrome is I'm really like I'm kind of caught between a rock and a hard place with this whole situation, because I like Vinegar Syndrome, and honestly, the guy from Orbit DVD said it really well. He's like, hey man, we pulled the title, it's not a big deal. And he's like, I have no ill feelings. I'm still going to buy personally from Vinegar Syndrome, blah, blah, blah. But he said, to let you know, he goes, we actually don't sell a lot of Vinegar Syndrome through our sites. Anyways, it's a small percentage of what we sell anyways, which kind of makes sense, right? Because they sell all these type of, you know, boutique labels and stuff. So they do make up their revenue.
Themselves do such a good job of getting directly to their consumer.
Well, I think the reason why Vinegar Syndrome does so well is because they do these monthly packages. And a lot of us, like all of us in here, pretty much all get all of our Vinegar Syndrome from them directly.
Yeah, right? I don't buy anything now from them.
So, you know, of course there's no ill feelings and blah, blah, blah and stuff like that. But I just kind of think the whole thing is really interesting, because you're selling such little products through these online retailers that you're going to make that big of a deal out of it.
It seems like bad business. Like, I thought about it this way.
Yeah.
Like I think it's a shitty thing to do. It's just assuming, because it's like, there's, you know, two sides to every story and the truth. So we don't really know the truth, but just assuming that like everything that we know is factual.
Yeah, the truth. JP's version.
Yeah, my big thing is like, why now? It's not like Cannibal the musical and the Keep were like the first time this ever happened.
Yeah, the thing that I guess
so I have a different perspective on this. I'll let you guys finish up first, though.
Yeah, I was like, I think it's kind of shit. I think it is kind of shitty, like assuming like that's all true, but at the same time, it's not going to affect my buying habits whatsoever. So I guess I can't really say I really care much at all.
No, I just feel like I just feel bad for these people that put in so much work importing all this stuff and bringing in all the local, like the region one stuff and doing, doing this fucking retail, hodgepodge of all these releases and stuff like that. And then you're told basically that you can't do this, or, in so many words, but I just feel like, I don't know what it is with Vinegar Syndrome at this point. Like if they feel like they're being outsold by these other labels, or if it's a jealousy thing. I don't really see the bigger deal in making. I don't see the big deal in making such a huge deal out of this shit, man. Because the way I look at it is, Vinegar Syndrome, not just in our region. I'm talking world boutique labels. They've got to be in the top. If they're not number one, they've got to be 2 or 3 in sales. Like they do so well. At this point,
yeah, which is just crazy because they were like the underground label for a little bit.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So like if you're willing to go to those levels to like be like, hey, Orbit, Diabolic, Grindos, you can't sell our shit if you're selling those other products. It just seems a little bit odd to me that they would even go there because they're already making good sales. They're not interrupting your sales. Are they really trying? Is it a jealousy thing? Are they trying to monopolize? Are they trying to monopolize the fucking boutique label system? Because like I feel like they're trying to monopolize this shit. They're trying to take over to the point where they don't even want these other labels having their shit out there. The thing is, though, man, all these labels, there's a lot of Region 2 labels that are being released here, and vice versa, and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. It all depends what you're into and what you're buying and stuff like that. But I think that what it comes down to, Vinegar Syndrome is selling so well. I'm confused on why they're making such a big deal out of it. I could see if they were struggling with the sales and Umbrella's releases and say 101 Films and 88 Films were outselling them in these regions. That would make a lot more sense.
Partner label in the US.
I think there's different sectors though, man. I'm positive there's different sectors.
No, I'll explain that too. But
and I just feel like there's a lot of questions here. I don't get how somebody who's selling so well, who could be so highly regarded and stuff, would even care about it.
What does the rest of you guys think before?
Well, I think just on that, why they would care about Orbit or Diabolic, for instance. I don't think it's really trying to capture the collector's audience, because this is something I thought about, because the thing that pissed everybody off, I guess, was that it was Roadhouse that they were trying to deblock someone on. And then like the argument was like, dude, no one's buying your copy of Roadhouse anymore. Like everyone that bought it. You're not going to sell those anymore. But this is the thing, like, some random idiot watches like the new Roadhouse movie on Amazon. They go, "Oh, I like that movie when I was younger," and then they just go to Google and they type in Roadhouse 4K and they end up on Orbit or Diabolic. They want their version to pop up when they type in that name and not a competing release.
Yeah, so they want to monopolize the system.
It's so not quite that.
It kind. I'm just saying with Tyler's logic here. If that was the logic that Vinegar Syndrome is going for, they're trying to like basically kind of take over. They want to be.
Well, like you said, not really. You're kind of missing a key point that I will get to in my opinion. But did Tony or Mike, did you have anything on that?
For me personally, like I feel like I'm kind of in the middle between like Moodz and Tyler. Like I really don't care, but at the same time, like what Moodz is saying, it's like, what are they trying to get by doing this? Yeah. Because like
that's my question. Yeah.
These websites are so small and niche. It's not like it's a huge like component of just like sales in general. Mm-hmm. And like what you were saying about like the normie person just stumbling upon the website. No normie is like shopping on Diabolic DVD and Orbit. It's like,
I mean, like you type it in on Google, but I think the average normie would like go to just Amazon.
Anyway. Right. It's like the people that want it are gonna buy it.
So that's my other question. So if Vinegar Syndrome is making a big deal about these online retailers selling their shit, like you said, Grindhouse and Orbit and Diabolic, what about Amazon? Because if you can't get them at those other places, Amazon still stocks Vinegar Syndrome stuff and 88 Films and Umbrella stuff
with Amazon as well.
Because and actually, here's another point that I watched in a video by Christian Hanna, whatever his name is, Planet CHH. He brought up a really interesting point, actually, when he was talking about this Diabolic debacle. He said it was really interesting because he wanted to get a copy of The Dark Half. And he just came to him one day. He was like, I want a copy of The Dark Half. And so he went to Vinegar Syndrome because that's how our minds work. And their website was closed. for whatever it was, whatever it was. So
yeah.
this is interesting. So the website was down, which ironically, as we record this, the website is fucking down right now because they're prepping for the next sale. So if you want any Vinegar Syndrome titles, well, you're kind of shit out of luck right now. Sorry, bros. Anyways, so he's like, this is kind of funny. So this is before all the shit came out. So he went over to Orbit DVD, ordered the Dark Half, received it, and all the shit broke loose. And he's like, that's really fucking weird because if they had pulled it before I decided I want this, I wouldn't have been able to get it because the website's down, which is actually right now. The website is down right now. So if you want Vinegar Syndrome titles, and they're not on all these other online retailers or even Amazon. I haven't checked Amazon. I don't search anything Vinegar Syndrome because I only get it from them.
Yeah.
But
that happened with Mike and Dirty Work.
Yeah, I had to do that for Dirty Work.
Yeah,
really? So tell the story.
So I think I'm still in the Vinegar Syndrome chat. So I think I was still figuring out if I was going to be able to do like this month's episode, and then we were figuring out, what's the main review or main title? And then it was Dirty Work, but I'm still kind of new to like boutique labels. Yeah, I'm still new to boutique labels. So I think Tyler had mentioned it in passing. They shut down June for like Partners Month. And I'm sure I read the comment, but I'm not up on like what all this stuff means. So I was like, okay, well, I get paid Thursday, so I'll just order it that Thursday. Unfortunately, I think it was like that Tuesday or Wednesday that they shut the website down. So I was kind of pressing just because I was like, well, wait, if I can't order it till all the way to the end of June, that's going to be past the record date. But then one of you guys told me about the other website that stocks Vinegar Syndrome, and luckily it was in stock there. So I was able to get it. So
where'd you go? Was it Orbit?
It was Orbit. And that was before that video got put out about Vinegar Syndrome pressing them.
I have heard that place is amazing with customer service. Like the guy that runs it, he seems very genuine, awesome. It's actually I've never actually.
I think I've seen that dude at a convention recently.
Yeah, he seemed very genuine the way he talked, and he like the way he worded his the whole spiel against Vinegar Syndrome was really well done. Like he was awesome. He did really like a really good job. I've never ordered from them personally, but like I said, I've heard nothing but good things. I've ordered from Grindhouse quite a bit before the shipping went ridiculous, and Diabolical obviously too, but never had any issues.
Let me give my perspective on this thing. It's a little bit different. It's not completely the opposite though. So first, obviously, we don't know exactly every detail to everything. So a lot of this is assumption and like just what we think too.
We can only speculate on what we're hearing from, especially from the guy from Orbit, right? Because that's kind of the source of what the conversation is.
All right. So my initial gut reaction was like, oh, that seems fucking pretty greedy and like weird. But then when I started thinking about things and like really like looking at it from both perspectives and stuff, I kind of understand a little bit where Vinegar Syndrome is coming from if you're looking at it from their perspective. So first things first, the one big like thing that I said you're missing, kind of like one of the points. So there are regions rights. Like, so if like in the US, Vinegar Syndrome cuts a deal with Paramount or whatever to release a title, like they have the sole right to do that in the US. And Umbrella or whoever, if they cut a deal with, Paramount UK or Paramount Australia or whatever in their region, and they get the rights to release a title.
That's why the region locked.
Right. That they technically cannot come to America, set up shop, and sell their title. And there's a lot of this gray area with these imports in general, because it's like they're technically not allowed to be sold here from the Umbrella, but technically somebody else can buy it, bring it here, and then sell it. But it's still kind of like a gray thing where it's like technically you probably shouldn't be allowed to do that in a way.
It's one of those weird things, because there was a couple years ago where 88 Films went through this thing where they couldn't sell they obviously figured it out because they couldn't sell the Shaw Brothers titles to Region 1 from their website. And then all of a sudden that got worked out because now anybody can order from the website. And that's where it is a gray area, because all of our Region 3 players that we have are illegal.
That used to happen with everybody, bro. Like a lot of the things you weren't like they wouldn't ship to the US, not because of like mail systems, but because like they weren't technically allowed to.
Unless
so
they would ship their all region titles. They would ship their all region titles, though.
Well, of course, yeah. But what I think happened, what a lot of people started doing was setting up like another company that they ship to, and then that company is the one that sells it technically, or like ships it or whatever. Like it's kind of a weird like gray area thing with that. And so that's one of the key points where it's like,
you have to remember though too, when you're importing stuff from different countries like Australia and the UK and like Germany and stuff like that, there's nobody actually policing those boxes, because when shit comes through customs, there's no people going, oh, those are region 2s. We can't let those through.
Right, of course,
no one's actually doing that job. Their job is to check to make sure there's nothing illegal technically in there, even though that product could be probably illegal, but they don't know that shit. So that's why it's all in the country. All of our region 3 players that we have and play every single day, they're technically not legal, but they're sold on Amazon.
Right. So
yeah, because how the hell are they supposed to know it's region free?
I mean, it's marketed as region free, so I mean, I don't know, but
so that's one of the things. Like, it's like, okay, your Vinegar Syndrome, you put out a release. Oh, look, they're selling this here that they're not even it's not even allowed to be sold over here. You know what I mean? So that's from a business side of things. I could see how that could be annoying. Another thing that I think is important is like Vinegar Syndrome is a company that we know. Look at the dirty work thing. They spend a lot of time and dedication on their releases and really like work on them. So that's their work. And if they, from their perspective, if they see something like the Cannibal the Musical version that is clearly like an inferior product from their perspective, at least, that they just know that it was done like cheaply and quickly or whatever. And that's might not be the case with that release, but I'm just saying from their perspective. And then on top of that, that release is going to come out before ours. Like that's kind of frustrating, I think, as a company. And then if you have like a boutique company that is carrying that version before your version is released, I think that could be another thing that would piss me off. Like I'd be like, that's ridiculous. Is like a business, like,
but again, it's still like
poured into this thing.
But they have those region 2 rights for, like, the Australians had the rights to release that. It's not like it's a legal thing. I mean, at that point, you know, you're kind of in a battle of like jealousy a little bit. It's like, I mean, why are you worrying so much about, like, I mean, there's all these companies, they're in different regions. They have if they've acquired the actual rights to release those, they're allowed to do what they want to do.
Over there, though, not over here.
But I'm just saying, I'm okay. I
understand. That's the difference. I mean, that would. I
understand what you're saying.
Direct selling off your own site versus putting it out on the open market, where there is going to be competition. I mean, to me, that's something you kind of have to accept, that on the open market there's competition.
And I don't think they're like 100% afraid of like competition either. I think it's just like a principle thing where they're like, this is kind of bullshit that they're able to do this.
I'm starting to wonder if there's any of these.
I think they'd rather not have the. They might.
I also think the other thing is there's a percentage of the consumers that actually don't care about like not the fact that they spent like time to make a really good product, but like some people just like the bare bones $20-$25 releases. Like they see a movie for like $50 and they start looking and they're like, I don't care about all these, like it's just not the way I buy movies. So that's something else that it's like it's just a reality of it too.
Let me ask you something.
Let me do this analogy first. Like, let's say you owned a lemonade stand and you paid for this prime spot for this lemonade stand and you're selling your lemonade and shit, right? And then somebody else buys a spot over there, like far away from you, and to sell their lemonade that they paid for. And then instead they come right next to you and then sell lemonade before you even open up and fucking sell it in front of your store. Like, I think that is kind of what their mindset is.
I don't think that's really.
But the only thing that matters in that,
I don't think that's that analogy really works though, because that's a direct thing between two people, not a middleman. So
well, the thing is, correct. You are correct about
that analogy. It'd be like them selling their recipe.
But it's not like Vinegar Syndrome.
But imagine it was also
established
like
here,
like version that was like not as good as yours from your perspective. Like,
yeah, I get what you're saying.
Way better.
Yeah, I get what you're saying with it. Like, I understand it all from a business perspective. It just also seems like a dick move to bully. Like,
it's a bit of a
small
move
business.
To bully this.
No, but it's but I mean, but in that analogy though, like, is that person that wasn't there? I mean, are they not established? Like, Vinegar Syndrome's super established here. Like, it's not like these other companies are coming in and stomping them out of anything too, right? So, like, if this person moves in and you're say you don't open up till 12 o'clock in the at noon. Right. And they come in at 8 o'clock, but you're already established. Who gives a fuck if they're in there before you? So they might sell a couple hours before. It doesn't fucking matter. But you're already established. People are going to, when you finally open, they're probably going to go to you because you're super established. They just happen to be there at the point. And I'm not saying that's how it's going to work. But my thing is that I was wondering about, you do this on the flip side. We've got Diabolic, we've got Orbit, we've got fucking Grindhouse in America, Region 1 here. We've got places in Canada. I've got stores around us that are importing everything. Like my homie from Calgary, he's doing the same shit. His store, he's doing exactly what they are doing. And we've got all these releases from around the world. So my question is, in Australia, there's got to be in Germany and those other places, even the UK, there's got to be other retailers that are doing the same thing. They're importing the Vinegar Syndrome titles that are definitely competing with their labels too. You have to look on the flip side.
I actually don't know if that's true. I would be curious if there's any UK people out there that have like any Diabolics like we have or whatever that imports.
I'm not, like I said, I was more asking a question because I have a hard time believing that there isn't at least one out there that's importing from Region 1. Because Region 1 releases are kind of, they're sort of like, sometimes Region 2 to us is like a vice versa.
I mean, we have the best releases. Region 1 has the best shit out there.
But there's also
Umbrella has definitely, like, Australia.
The thing about that though, if you're just looking at it from a strictly business perspective, like in their mind, they're just protecting their territory. If like they're encroaching on someone else's territory, like this isn't some moral game. They don't give a shit. It's on them to protect their territory.
Well, they're probably trying to expand their consumer base, and if you want to go beyond like the collectors, it's going to be hard to compete with like if you have a boutique.
Things are way cheaper, yeah.
But the thing is, though, you have to remember when you're dealing with boutique labels, it's all about collectors. The normie doesn't buy from these places. It's all about
these titles, really.
That's probably the majority true. But like when you see like Arrow or Severin pop up on Amazon, like there's going to be the casual movie buyer that catches them on there. They might not even understand that Arrow is a boutique. They're just saying, hey, the price is dropped on it and I'm buying it, not because Arrow has a reputation. It's just because, hey, the price is now right for me to buy it. And they don't understand.
Yeah, sometimes I have a hard time seeing it from the outside in, because we're so locked into what we do. Mm-hmm. But when you're just like a normie, you see things differently, right? It's hard for us because we're so locked into what we do and how we collect and stuff. But I mean, I don't agree with Region 1 having the best releases. You got to remember, Arrow was Region B for fucking ever. They started. I mean, there's tons of labels. Same with fucking 88 Films, like 101, like Second Sight, like all these places, man. I mean, they're all going to reach because they're trying to expand their base, right? Because not everybody has the players. That's how it's working.
Yeah. And the region, like Arrow coming over to, I mean, it's arguable that Arrow US and UK releases are as close in competition as they've ever been. I mean, the US might even be better at some parts.
Yeah.
The titles that they release now.
The Arrow stuff is just universal when it comes to the releases. I mean, Region 1, Region 2, they're all the same shit, really.
It all depends on the customer, too.
They do UK exclusives and US exclusives all the time.
No, I'm talking about the actual product.
What do you mean?
Like, the big thick cases and shit like that. I mean, there'll be a UK one, there'll be a Canadian one, there'll be an American one.
I'm talking about the products titles they'll only release in the US.
Of course, that's right. That's right.
Yeah. But before, it used to be like when they.
I'm talking about the actual product.
Yeah, when they first started, though, they would do like a couple US releases, but their UK ones were way better for like a while, and now it's like more.
Well, I think it's also testing the market, right, to see how well they're going to do in those markets and stuff. I mean, there was a couple Canadian editions that were did. I remember when I think Creepshow came out. I thought the Canadian edition was the best one.
Yeah,
it had the better color and stuff, and everyone actually kind of thought he got very sought out at one point and stuff. But you know, it is what it is. But
I think for me, like the grossest thing about the whole thing, though, is like it kind of just feels a little nasty that Vinegar Syndrome is like this company that honestly, like we all can kind of get behind for like preserving film and like making sure everybody could see these movies. Like it's about letting people see movies.
Of course.
And then it's like,
but the problem is
weird when it's like you want to stop people from having access to this because.
But see, this is the problem with the situation, man. Like we love Vinegar Syndrome for what they're about. Like you said, preserving films, putting out obscure shit, and really doing a good job with polishing turds and whatever. I'm not saying that's what they do completely, but at the end of the day, it's a fucking business, and they're really showing the consumer right now, which is us, that it's a fucking business. Yeah. It's really the bottom line is about the fucking mighty dollar, or else you wouldn't give a shit about them selling 45 editions of the Keep compared to your 42. Come on, bro. Like, come on, man.
It's trying to have a growth plan.
It's apples and oranges to me, man.
It's also expenses probably going up. And if you're usually any type of business is looking for a growth plan. And so you start looking at ways to grow. And sometimes it's like the ethics of the growth can be questionable, but at the end of the day, you're always looking year to year. You're always looking for like that. What percentage can we grow by? Wow, what do we have to do to try to do it?
I mean, and you have to realize with Vinegar Syndrome, man. I mean, I've seen a few videos recently, especially since the last sale and the halfway to Black Friday titles got announced and everything got all sorted out and stuff. There's been a lot of videos, man. I don't know if you guys watch a lot of YouTube, but I tend to try to keep up with some of that shit sometimes. But there's been a lot of conversation about how Vinegar Syndrome is just not what they were before, and of course. It's still a business, and I understand Vinegar Syndrome still is what they were when they started. They're very busy.
I think they're very similar.
So they're very much how they were in the start. They're still releasing those obscure ass titles. The reason why we're getting some of these really big mainstream titles is so we get more of the other shit. These are titles that sell. They know they're going to make the money, so they release them, and that helps the business able to release the other shit that we first got into Vinegar Syndrome and wanted to, keep collecting and stuff is the obscure stuff. I have no problem. Like personally, like
it's about the ratio too, right? Like, cause it's like for every,
Screen Factory did the same thing,
the dark half or whatever the fuck they just Needful Things or whatever, for every title like that they release, there's like 5 Hong Kong films. There's, 3 fucking Italian films. There's 3 fucking low budget slasher.
This is the problem with the consumer and the voice that we have on social media is that everyone's only seeing the bad in things. Are like, really? Like Roadhouse? Do we need a fucking Roadhouse? And and my mind was changed on it too after I thought about it. I was like, yeah, I mean, they release Roadhouse because it's a big title. They know it's going to sell, and it also generates enough revenue for them to release the shit that we want. We get all the Hong Kong films. We get the Cat 3 films. We get all the obscure fucking craziness that they're releasing. Golden Child.
And honestly,
they keep doing it. That's a title that's going to sell because people love that movie.
We get stuff like Dirty Work too, which is like not really like a, like it's more of a
Dirty Work is like one of those mid kind of level films where I feel like it has a fan base, but it's definitely a cult fan base. It wasn't a big when it came out. It's more of a cult thing. But it's still a mainstream, like it's still more on the mainstream, but it's still a cult film. It's like it rides this weird fine line of like.
There's a lot of people that haven't seen it.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't see this until right when Norm died, and I never even heard of it. And I was really
I never heard of it before this fucking release, dude. I had no idea what you guys were talking about.
I'm sure I know Tony was. You probably were too, but like the 90s, I was into all those like Adam Sandler type movies. I fucking loved
me too,
that, man.
I
showed you guys my old DVD of it. And that's
fucking like Coneheads, Wayne's World. Like I loved all that.
Yeah, like I saw
that DVD's from the early 2000s, 2002.
This movie somehow. I just somehow never heard of this movie and completely missed it. This is like
I missed it too.
Yeah, because Dirty Work is one of those films that's like it's an SNL film that wasn't produced by Lorne Michaels.
Yeah.
Right? It's like so weird. Like
that's exactly what my wife asked last night when we were watching. If it was an SNL movie, I'm like, no, but Pretty much.
Because like if you were an avid fan of like SNL, you'd be like, so what skit is this based upon? Did they really have like this revenge business on SNL? I'm like, no, it's not. It was just an idea
too, bro. I was like, man, was this like ever like an SNL skit
no,
or something?
It totally wasn't.
It'd be a prime skit though.
Yeah, because I don't really I've not watched a lot of SNL or been familiar with it over my lifetime. So
it was like early Artie Lang too, before Artie Lang was like who we now know as Artie Lang.
That dude's good in this movie.
This was kind of the start of Artie Lang. It was kind of the start of him. I think he was he not doing stuff with
Howard Stern?
With Howard? No, I'm trying.
This is before Howard. He was with Howard Stern.
Okay, I couldn't
remember. That was early 2000s, maybe.
It was early. Okay, I couldn't remember because I knew it was around that time.
He was like a wreck. Yeah, he's wicked funny in that movie Beer Leagues too.
Beer League is funny. Beer League is funny. Yeah,
same writer as Dirty Work.
Yeah, Beer League is funny.
But anyway, back to the Vinegar Syndrome stuff. To go off of that topic, which was an interesting topic, I'm glad you brought it up. My topic next, before we get into like reviews and stuff, is what is everybody's prediction for the Argento title in a couple days? 4K. What did it actually say, Tony?
Yeah, what's the wording? Because it said the first time. It didn't say
it's a UHD debut.
I hope it's Inferno.
So it's not a Blu-ray.
It's had a Blu-ray before. Whatever.
So that rules out.
Do you like Hitchcock?
Mother of Tears.
Do you like Hitchcock and Mother of Tears?
No, Mother of Tears
unless
has
you
a Blu-ray.
count the UK Blu-ray.
I don't think they do.
Well, do they? Sometimes they do say worldwide, but
oh, Giallo. Oh God, that'd be so.
Yeah, but would they know
Giallo?
Yeah, it could be Giallo.
I
think most people.
It better not be trauma. If they're upgrading trauma,
no, it can't be Giallo because Giallo doesn't have a.
It better not be trauma.
Oh, okay.
Inferno. That's
what I'm saying. It can't be.
Left that I want.
It's got to be Inferno, right?
No, it's.
I think it's Sleepless.
Sleepless makes so much sense.
Dude, it's
got mad and walked away.
It was like all those titles they've been getting from like Kino.
I think
Kinos are like distributed by Kino. It's gonna be Sleepless.
I think everybody's worst fear is trauma, right? Like that's what nobody.
Yeah, that would be so funny.
There's no way.
I'm not buying it no matter like what, unless it's Inferno. Like I'm just like not buying it anyway. So like I kind of hope it's trauma just so people lose their mind.
Yeah, once I found that copy of Four Flies on Grey Velvet at the convention last week, I was like, okay, Inferno's the only one that I like. I'm not saying I'll never buy any of his other movies on 4K if like, you know, the right deal hits, but Inferno's the only one I consider like I need for my collection that's left that I don't have.
Inferno would be
the master of horror that has got the best treatment in this like 4K era. Like
all his movies,
he has so many fucking titles on 4K, dude.
Yeah,
right. Even the fucking what was it? The 5 days that random ass.
Yeah, that's the only one
comedy that he has. That's
I watched it.
Okay,
I watched it. It's bad.
Yeah, so I won't be opposed to ever having a Trauma 4K. I just don't fucking want it from them right now
because I don't want that.
Like Sleepless, I'll take. Card Player would be fucking hilarious.
I don't want. Fuck, I just want like maybe a Blu-ray release of Do You Like Hitchcock or something, man. Fuck.
I know. I would really enjoy that as well, but I think
Sleepless has a nice edition already.
Besides Inferno, what's even left to get hype?
Inferno's the biggest one. If
Inferno's
Inferno's
actually it's actually criminal that movie doesn't have a 4K because it's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, like that. Inferno's everybody's like wish.
Yeah,
because you have the birds, the animal trilogy all on there. You have fucking the opera, Tenebrae, Deep Red,
Phenomena,
Suspiria,
everything,
Phenomena.
Man.
God damn, he has so many 4K.
Yeah,
it's everything but like of like his like big
and all
run is everything but
every time I put on an Argento,
nothing from the 90s.
This is what the format was made for.
Yeah,
Stendel's only
so
4K.
Good. It sounds so good. It's just joy.
Yeah, and like I have all. I think I have all of those titles.
That's only on Blu-ray.
Because it's only Blu-ray.
It could be Stendhal.
But you know what? I don't think it is though, man. Because Stendhal still, Lustig still has the rights.
But doesn't he also have Inferno? I think.
Well, that's the thing. That's the mystery. I brought this up in my last.
Have they
update.
ever
I'm like,
released
I
a Blue
think.
Underground title, like an X one?
Severin's putting out Baba Yaga
yeah,
in their 4K set. That was a Blue Underground Blu-ray.
yeah,
it
you're right.
was.
You're right. That new set's pretty cool, but it's like a lot of upgrades for me.
I feel like if it was Inferno, they
Yeah.
saved it for like they would have saved it for a bigger.
I know. I feel
Like,
like
one of
that's the
premium-
case.
That would be
as
a
well.
premium title.
I don't know. Subscriber week, how big is that? And they want to get people to sign up.
That is
Yeah,
true.
people are like, man,
Dude, that's a good fucking point, man. That's a good
That's a
point.
good point, but it's also like such bad timing, like because we just had like the big sale, like the big half a year sale. Then we have like then we have this partner month with that was like, and now you're gonna have like another big month like after that. It just seems like fatigue. I feel like you'd have to like space.
Did they
that
put a
out.
date on when they're announcing what it is?
July 1st.
July 1st. Oh, so we're pretty
Yeah.
close. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
It's always
'cause
first of the
they
month.
always do their first of the month, except for on like the like Black Friday sale. Like those titles, aren't those at like on Black Friday or something?
Mhm.
Yeah, make a weekend
So-
out of it.
But
Now
yeah,
they're
so
doing
the-
this stupid shit where it's like one title from one sub label a day. I fucking hate
Yeah,
that.
I hate
Oh
that
yeah, that
shit.
they do that. I forgot about that. So it
And
might
they
not
do the
actually
daily
be
deals
on the-
Because it makes you
like,
fucking
titles
it
every
makes you
year.
go on the website every day all week. Like
Yep.
it's annoying, but it's actually kind of genius because
It is
as
kinda
much as you
fun at
don't want to
times. I
do
just
it,
hate waiting.
you
The
fucking
daily
do it.
deals.
It's
You gotta
the
have
y'all
the
do
daily
it.
deals.
They understand the impulse buy
Yeah.
what people will do.
I'm honestly like the last sale, like I didn't pick up anything. I grabbed the package and that was it, and a couple of other I didn't grab any sale titles at all.
I grabbed a bunch of shit during Black Friday. I got like
So-
eight
Yeah,
days.
you're grabbing the canny shit, man. That makes sense. Like I just there's nothing I was interested in, so
Yeah.
I'm like whatever. But I mean, it's all what you're into, right? So
It's actually Tony's pick first this time,
Hell yeah.
so that'll be cool for you.
Was that a
Right, because this past month was horrible having the last pick.
yeah, I
This
felt
was such a waste of a first pick for me.
Yeah.
Oh, or no. Did I have first pick? I don't remember what it was, but yeah.
No,
this was like a
no.
waste-
You had last pick, Tyler. Tony,
Oh.
you had second pick.
who had first pick? Was it me?
I think you just picked. You waited for some reason. I think I don't know.
It had to have been you, Moods, because the only other movie that I
Yeah,
wanted to do was
Moods got
Criminally
first
Insane
pick.
2.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
Moodz
picked
got
Criminally
first pick.
Insane 2 as my first pick.
Yeah. That's ridiculous.
It's
Um,
so stupid.
So
I'm honestly glad you got that one, though.
yeah, my least favorite option would 100% be Trauma. My best option would be Inferno. My second best, happiest would be Stendhal, and then probably like Sleepless after that. Unless we're counting like Hitchcock, which we know it's not going to be.
I want Mother of Tears. That's
Me
my
too.
like ultimate
I would
wish.
like that one too.
Yeah, because I'm didn't like mother like. Are you sure Mother of Tears never came out on the Extreme Dimension?
Not on Blu-ray, I don't think.
Not
I
on
thought
Blu-ray,
it
yeah.
did.
It
but
never
I
did.
think we looked it up on the show, and I couldn't.
I'm
find
pretty
one.
sure it has a foreign Blu-ray though, doesn't
It
it?
does.
It does
it-
have a foreign.
It does
yes,
have a foreign Blu-ray, but I
Okay.
could have sworn maybe there was like it was up on Amazon at one point as a Blu-ray and it never just came out. Because I swear,
Or
I
maybe it
remember
was
seeing-
even like a Canadian one, because sometimes they would have like Canadian releases that were exclusive, like they didn't do it that version in the US at that time.
Well, if there was one, I missed the boat on that shit.
It could also technically be Dracula 3D. They do have a
right,
partnership with
right.
IFC, kind of.
That would be
I
really
literally
funny.
just
Oh
want
my
that.
god, dude! It
That
is
would be so
100%
funny.
Dracula 3D. It's 100% Dracula 3D. You know why? Because Sleepless. I mean, Sleepless could be an option because, again, Scorpion put out
Wait,
had the
who
rights
did
for that.
Opera 4K?
Scorpion.
Severin, right?
Severin.
Severin did.
The 4K.
Scorpion before Severin.
So
Yeah.
Sleepless
Yeah,
was
'cause
put
I
out by
had-
Scorpion,
Yep.
which is obviously it's died now. But their rights are all kind of in limbo. So maybe that one came the fuck out of limbo.
Because
I hope it didn't, because I like
Opera
the
Card
Sleepless
Player
Blu-ray
and
is awesome.
Phantom of the Opera all came out around the same time, didn't they?
It's Dracula. I'm 100% it's Dracula 3D.
Please don't crush my dreams like that.
Dude, that movie.
I don't even hate that movie.
Dude,
I hope it's not. I just bought that Blu-ray like a month ago.
You know what's funny? Like some of the bad effects are gonna look pretty interesting in 4K.
Yeah. It would be funny if it was Dracula. It would be funny.
It'd be hilarious.
I would never
that's
watch it in
often what
4K.
people consider his worst movie. So
I just want to
would
see
be
people
like,
get
"You
mad.
like this shit?"
It's not. Dracula 3D is so much better than the Card Player.
I agree. I agree with you 100%. Card Player is
The worst.
It is really bad.
It's the worst, and it's not even close. In my
Yeah,
opinion.
I agree. I think it's a step worse than everything else.
Dracula 3D just has a few bad moments of CG. The movie itself actually isn't horrible. It's not.
I like
people remember that movie for some of the bad CG and stuff, but if you kind of lose that in your mind, it's not the worst thing in the world. It really isn't.
Yeah. So and the other teases were what, like space movies or something?
Let me look that
something
up.
like that.
Yeah, because Tony will pull up the teases, but I know, isn't it like the space for the fucking space 4th of July sale or something?
Yeah, it's like sci-fi themed. Oh yeah, there's gonna be another giant monster movie on UHD, just like the last couple years.
That's
I like that. That's fun. What did they do? Gorgo and fucking
Reptilicus.
Oh my god,
that's kind of cool. Wonder what it could be.
God, there's so many.
They Call Her Death is coming out through Yellow Veil. Yep.
Anything else to tease?
Unless you want the latest double of 60s roughies from Distrib Picks and something weird.
No.
They didn't tease like what
it.
how the theme ties in, the sci-fi theme. Like they didn't tease a sci-fi title or anything.
No. They say Out of This World UHD from VSU. So that one is definitely space themed.
Wait, Vinegar Syndrome Ultra?
Yeah.
So that's going to be like a bigger movie probably.
Yeah, some like cult sci-fi movie. Big studio driven, like Explorers from Joe Dante or something.
Yeah, something like that. Like something.
Mac and Me.
Stormship Troopers.
Those are fucking. Well, Shell Factory put out both those.
Stormtroopers? What is that?
Didn't they put out Mac and Me and Explorers?
Something? They definitely put out Mac and Me. I'm not sure about Explorers though, but you're probably right. I mean, all these labels are just like fucking tossing these titles back and forth at this point.
Well, dude, it was like ridiculous. Like fucking all the new Kino releases were like old Scream Factory, and then all the Scream Factory releases were Kino releases, like in the same fucking frame. I was like, what? It's ridiculous. Quite literally,
it's crazy.
They're just snagging up the rights once they fucking expire. So it's like, I mean, honestly, Shell Factory has to do that shit because they have nothing left. So it's pretty obvious.
Starship Troopers. That's what I was trying to fucking think.
That would be sick. I would be happy if that got a release.
Let's get a whole box set. Let's get all of them.
That would make such a sick VSU.
That would be a sick VSU. I'd buy that so fucking fast.
Yeah, that's the movie I was thinking of when I was thinking like sci-fi, like kind of movie. Like I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I dig sci-fi, so we'll see what it is.
Yeah, I do too.
I still think it sucks that Vinegar Syndrome never could get the rights to like the Beastmaster 2 and 3. Because the only releases I have are the tapes.
Could.
I still have the fucking tapes of those movies.
Yeah, they came out fucking swinging with that first VSU, that Beastmaster. That shit was dope.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen any of the Beastmaster sequels because they're stuck on VHS, right?
No. Well, I mean, in Region 1, yeah. There's an umbrella set of 1, 2, and 3 on DVD.
Umbrella of 1 and 2 on Blu-ray, I think.
Oh, there's okay. So I know there's a DVD set with 1, 2, and 3 from Umbrella, or it's from Australia somewhere. Yeah, I think it's Umbrella. Yeah, it is. So
I think I can't.
But I never grabbed it. I found out about it after I already had the Beastmaster one. So I was like, fuck, am I really going to buy the 3-pack for like $50 to get 2 and 3? I'm like, no.
Yeah, you're just going to bank on the fact that they'll come out eventually.
Yeah, exactly. And that was how my mind was thinking. I was like, man, I'm going to buy this. And then 2 weeks later, they're going to get announced here. I'm like, fuck that. I'm not doing that shit. So
we need Kenny and Company, damn it. Coscarelli.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the old Anchor Bay DVD, right?
Yeah. Forever.
Like 2002, 2000 that shit came out. It's like probably almost 25 years old. I actually don't even have that Anchor Bay DVD.
I don't either. I just remember when I bought Phantasm, they showed a preview for it, and I was like, that looks fun.
Yeah, I think the intro's been long enough. I was going to bring up 20 years later, but we don't have another hour for an intro.
That's 22 shots.
You said you didn't like it though, didn't you?
I didn't see it yet. I was going to go.
Oh, okay. I thought you seen it. Everyone's seen it, but you?
Yeah. I don't think Tyler has he?
What movie?
28 years later?
I think he has.
I haven't seen it yet.
Oh fuck. Okay, well then next 22, you guys will see it by then. So
damn, I wanted to argue with Moodz about it, but no, I guess
no, I don't know what the fuck there is to argue about, man. Okay, I literally have a laundry list of shit I wrote down after, like I was in my truck after the movie writing shit down.
Yeah,
I have a feeling I'm really not gonna like it, but the big wild card for me is
28 bullet list items later.
Yeah, Dan
loving that movie is confusing to me.
It is.
I don't know such a wild card for me. I don't know how he loves it as much as he does. It's crazy.
Oh my god, dude! I right from the opening scene, I had the issues with this movie. I was so wanting to love this movie, but oh my god. Anyways, that is definitely a 22 shots rant, and I'm sure it'll go on for a while.
I'll catch you in the chat then.
No, I don't talk about it in the chat.
No,
don't be spoiling shit.
Go see the fucking movie.
I'm trying.
He's gonna see it. I'm in a movie low.
My motivation's just so low, and I've just been like so cooked like the last 2 weeks from work.
Dude, I've been cooked as fuck at work too, man. Like
me
the
too. I'm covered in like chigger bites.
Yeah,
I don't think you're allowed to say that word.
Didn't he say sugar?
I don't know. It sounded something. I don't know what he said.
Oh, I thought you said sugar. I was like, oh.
I'm just cooked. I get home and I'm like, I want to sleep.
But yeah, work has been tough. I haven't been to the theater since Bring Her Back, which was great. By the way.
Me too.
Oh, it's not that long ago though.
Yeah, of course. You guys get all the good ones.
I was going like every week. I was like on a good pace, and then I missed the Wes Anderson movie, and then I just.
Did you really miss that one?
It made you cry.
So I wanted to see it.
Like, I ain't going back.
I want to see it. Everyone
JP,
know that's.
What do you rate Bring Her Back, JP?
I gave it an 8.
Okay, that's probably.
What'd you give it?
I mean, I would say probably about that, right around there, give or take.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty dope. Very similar to 80s classic horror film.
Now, are you better or not quite as good as Talk to Me?
I like Talk to Me more.
I like this significantly more.
Yeah, when I came out of the theater, I was less sure, but then the more I thought about it after, I was like, I think I like Talk to Me more.
Talk to Me was my number one of 2023.
I think conceptually,
this isn't even my number one of this year so far.
Yeah, I'm way higher on Bring Her Back than Talk to Me.
Yeah, I'm significantly. I'm like 2.5 points higher.
Well, you guys don't like to get scared, apparently.
It's just not scary.
Dude, you're like one of those curmudgeonly guys, like, scare me. You can't be scared. I'm pro.
Wait, man. Did you really think Talk to Me was scary?
Yeah, it was scary, bro. The kid was in hell, dude.
Did you think Smile was scary?
Getting tortured, bro. That is scary as fuck.
That I will give those were some good scenes. I didn't think it was scary, but I was like, that
I think you did think that Smile was scary.
Maybe it's the fact that I hate kids, and I was just relishing in his pain.
Dude, you're evil.
Stuff like Smile that tries so hard to set up jump scares. I don't know. I just have such a weird reaction, so I just end up laughing.
Your guard down.
I didn't even like Smile.
It just makes me laugh. Dude, the guy smashed himself in the face, and it made a big anvil sound, it was a Looney Tunes cartoon. I busted out laughing, and then the whole theater started laughing.
Smile is so fucking stupid.
Dude, the first Smile movie I didn't like,
It's
and
so
then
dumb.
and then I watched the second one, and I was like, "Oh my god, I think I love the first one."
The thing that made me laugh in the first
second one
was like when the
sucked so
girl,
bad.
when the girl like got all the pictures of the Smile murders, and she was going around to people just shoving them in people's faces. Every time she did that, that made me laugh. Like this dude opened the door, like that she was trying to convince. She's like, "Look at me."
They wasted that performance in part 2 with that fucking stupid story.
I hated that character, so I just could never feel bad for her.
Just movies like Smile, even like if you want to compromise and say it's not terrible, they're just too one note for me. Like
it set up a jump scare over and over for 2 hours.
The problem,
the entire movie is a cheat.
One of the biggest problems for me with Smile 2, though, is that like they continued what was happening in the first one, which is fine, and then did a different approach, different narrative and stuff. But they ran it too long, obviously, with 2 hours. But the ending, when you logically think about it, and I know you have to separate yourself sometimes, from the film world, but it literally makes no sense.
No, this is completely valid.
2 hours to not show it.
Basically, when you base yourself, when you're watching a film and you're following the rules of what's going on, and then shit completely doesn't make sense, they kind of missed with this, man. What happens doesn't make any sense to me. Unless they try to explain it away in the third one by some kind of bullshit, but whatever happens, I'm just like, it is kind of mean spirited, because there's no way what happens, because if it is, it's super mean spirited at the same time. Because if you think about what they do, it's like crazy mean, but it's kind of funny to me. But I'm like, that didn't happen. There's no way that's the way it's going to end up.
Too big of a sequence for like the last 15 minutes to make.
But it doesn't make sense how it happens, right?
That's what I'm saying. There's no logic in how
it doesn't make sense because no one did anything.
Yeah,
you tell me like a security guard or like a medic or anybody's just gonna stand there and just fucking watch with everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, by that point, I was pretty tuned out. It's kind of like other movies, but
what they should do in the next one is have like it be haunting a little kid. Like
hell yeah.
Well,
really
that's what and they're going to make another, because Smile 2 did good, so they're going to try and they have to explain this away, because you can't leave it like the way it is.
Yeah, definitely kids there.
I'm telling you, it's probably some type of weird dream sequence. It's going to end up being a dream sequence, which you guys know is like my least favorite fucking thing in the world. I hate dream sequences.
They just do a prequel. That's what it is. They do a prequel.
I don't know how you go
where this shit started.
Yeah, I don't know how you continue long after what they did in part 2. It just doesn't make any fucking sense.
They can do whatever they want, basically.
With a prequel,
that's how they like wrote it. Is like now that basically everything's a twist and the audience doesn't even know what's real and what's not. They can just like pull the rug from underneath you whenever they feel like it.
It's going to get so convoluted that it's going to get to the point where we're going to just do this and just talk in circles for hours. We're never gonna have a fucking answer for anything, right? So, which is probably maybe the point of it. I don't know, but whatever. It is what it is, and we know their third one's coming for sure. But
they can take their time.
They can definitely take their time with that. Just
that
like
that guy supposed to direct the Possession remake. The guy who made those.
What? Why are they fucking remaking Possession?
You mean like? Yeah.
I saw a video the other day.
Like the Possession? Like fucking...
like Possession. Like Isabella Johnny.
Wow.
Save Neil Possession.
Yeah.
I feel like
he has the right
to try to do something.
I can't wait to see that. It's going to be fucking horrible.
I can tell you one thing.
The guy that made the Smile movies, like, I can talk on this project.
I can tell you one thing. We're not going to have that relationship shit in the remake.
Dude, they're just gonna make it like a Possession movie and like put like an homage to it and be like, oh, it's Possession.
Yeah, they're gonna make it like fucking. They're gonna have like mad CGI probably, bro.
Like we're not gonna get cool shit like in the fucking in the alley.
They're doing a Smile spinoff.
It's just not gonna work.
It's gonna be the
Smiles in the Possession universe.
Smile, Smile monster. That's the origin story. Like the creature from the first one is the Smile monster.
Oh my god, could you imagine if they just like fucking retcon that shit?
Yeah, like the worst part about it is like so many people that watch it like would just not even have any idea this is a remake of something.
There's
more mad.
I just feel like when it comes to a movie like Possession, there's no way they're gonna make it like the original because I don't see the appetite in mainstream horror audiences for that type of movie.
Well, the average horror fan, they're gonna be like, "What the fuck is this? This is terrible."
Well, like I said, they're just gonna walk out like a half hour into it because
that was the first thing I said. That was the first thing I said when I found out that it was being remade. I'm like, well, you're not going to get any of that relationship with Sam Neill and I can't remember the girl's name right now.
Isabella Adjani.
Yeah, that her. You're not going to get that over the top yelling and screaming. It's just not going to appeal to today's audience. So you're never going to get any of that, and we're not going to get that cool ass scene with the creature. You know, the whole fucking the culvert scene or whatever. That shit's fucking bonkers. But the whole point of Possession with the relationship stuff is actually the core of the film. Right. So if you take that out, they're probably just going to dumb it down. I don't know. You're right, though, Mike. Like, it's not going to work. If you were to remake that film exactly how it is, it's not going to work for today's audience. Because first of all, they're going to be like, they're yelling a lot. Oh, my God. Stop yelling.
But it's the same reason why, like,
if I see a Blumhouse logo pop up,
there's a lot of fucking yelling in that movie,
dude. And physical abuse.
Could you imagine if you saw the fucking Blumhouse fucking logo, dude? The little. Oh my god, dude.
Oh my god.
So funny.
We're probably willing it into existence just by suggesting it too.
Right.
Probably.
Ah, shit, man. All right. So that's going to conclude the intro. Let's get into these solo reviews. All right. So we did predetermine the order for tonight, and the order is going to be Tyler, Mike, me, Tony, then JP. So Tyler, start us off with your fucking foreign musical. Is it a musical?
No, it's not a musical.
Okay. It looks like
okay.
West Side Story.
Looks like West Side Story.
So for my pick, we dipped back into Connie, the all Asian label, heading back to the Philippines
West
again.
Side Story.
I don't know if anybody had two Filipino movies before the halfway point on your bingo card, but we hit it. And it is Lav Diaz's Batang West Side. This is a movie is good. Before I even say anything, this movie is definitely gonna be for a special audience. This movie clocks in at 301 minutes. That's 5 hours for the people who are not good at math.
Actual fuck,
dude, are you serious?
That's like an entire episode of 22 Shots.
It is. It is like an entire episode.
Right.
Yeah. So. I mean, you're mentally preparing yourself to watch a 5-hour Filipino movie, but there's actually
drink like fucking egg yolks in a cup and fucking get all stretched out and stuff.
Well, this movie takes place in New Jersey, so it's kind of not really like that. It's not really like this like heavy Asian movie, and most of it's actually in English too. There's a good amount of it's in English, Batang West Side refers to basically this Filipino community in New Jersey. I guess there's like a strong population there. They don't really like expand. It's one of those things they don't explain it. Like you're just in it and you figure it out. But it's an exploration basically of how drugs affect the youth there. It opens up in the winter. So it's like a snowy New England setting. It opens in the winter. In this New Jersey city where you find this murdered Filipino teenager, and is with the cops investigating all that, and it kind of just starts to work its way backwards from there, and you're essentially just following this detective, and it uses this story to create really this picture of what being a Filipino in America is, and there's a lot. It's such a good backdrop for a movie this long. So I was kind of curious what kind of movie this was going to be. I haven't really seen many 5-hour movies. There's a couple on my list, like ones like the Vin Vendors movie. I eventually want to see like Satan Tango, but I've seen a bunch of 4-hour movies, like stuff like a Brighter Summer Day and Elvis Standing Still. And I kind of thought it was going to be like a Brighter Summer Day type movie. Yeah, and it is, but this is the way this movie really holds your attention. It's almost kind of like you're watching a seamless series, because, like I said, it opens up with this police officer, this detective, at the scene of this murder, and he's starting his investigation, and it just works his way out there, and like so eventually you meet his mother. He finds his mother, and he finds his grandfather that he was living with, and then he does more investigation. You see more people, and then about an hour into the movie, he starts eventually seeing and talking to enough people where you're starting now. It starts that person's story, and you're starting to see like these events take place with these people that the detective has spoken to, and then it just snowballs over and over where you see him meet this person, and then you see the detective tracks that person down, then someone else that he already talked to that acted a certain way shows up in the story. So it has this really big expanding web of characters, and it just starts to paint this whole picture. And it really gets you invested in the investigation because it's moving at like a more normal pace than what you see like in a normal type investigative movie. Where it's not sensationalized at all. It's very kind of raw. This movie's shot on 35 millimeter, and it's like a single camera skeleton crew. So it's really like just. It's not like a sensationalized movie at all. It's more of like appearing into this community. There's a lot of characters given the nature of this, but your really main ones are Hansel. That's the teenager that was found murdered. His mother Lolita, and the detective Mahars. Those are the main people you're really following. Then he's got a couple of friends that are prominent. He's got his friend Frederick that he kind of meets when he comes here, and he has a girlfriend. He has his grandfather, and then there's these two kind of like heads to these gangs that become important at some point in the movie. But it's so it has this kind of effect in it too, where it started like an irreversible, where you see the ends of the movie and you process like what happened. You kind of like naturally form like some sort of opinion from there, like as you kind of do when you like. This kid that you find out was like a gangbanger, basically, is found murdered, and then when it starts his story, you see like he was this kid that came here from the Philippines to live with his grandfather to just like try to give himself a better life, and you see the way like he gets influenced being in this community and trying like what it means to like fit in and to be a Filipino American. And like it doesn't just tell you anything. You just through this like ride you take of meeting all these people and like hearing all these conversations, watching the story unfold, like watching things escalate, seeing all these people interact with each other. It just like it really gives you this full picture of this community, and you just end up super invested in it. At the same time, you like this cop like has these like memories that he weaves in and out of like his mother and what it was like when he came here, his time like in the military. There's just obviously since it's 5 hours long, there's like an infinite stuff that it's packed into it. But the story is just really told through the investigation and in the conversations told between everyone, and it kind of has this effect on it where you think this movie is going to some sort of deterministic ending, like a movie like Picnic at Hanging Rock or that newer movie that came out, Challengers, where like you think you're building to like a reveal or something at the end of the movie, then you're just watching things through like a timeline and talking to other people and seeing other people interact with each other, and eventually the movie like quietly right before your eyes becomes about something completely than what you thought it was about. And when it gets to the ending and it's not at the deterministic point that you thought you were at the beginning of the movie, it doesn't matter anyway. This movie kind of had that effect as well. But it was much better for it, I thought. I thought this movie was really, really well put together. For the runtime, I really didn't feel runtime fatigue with this because it ends up being kind of episodic, watching different timelines, like seeing different characters. Seeing like eventually as you might be able to suspect, this person eventually gets into gangs and drugs, and then there's like escalations between the two gangs, stuff like that. It's just that run of the mill that kind of stuff that you would expect from this sort of thing. But yeah, I really liked it because of the episodic nature. Kind of like I don't want to say it flew by. It's 5
This
hours
motherfucker
long,
just said a 5-hour movie flew by.
But I didn't feel like I was like sitting here like fatigued and uninterested. Was always interested. I was never not interested in this movie. It has a lot of. It seemed like it had a lot of amateur actors. Like I said, it was like on a real skeleton crew. It really works on like that level of creating this story. This full picture of what it's like to like have to like try to like fit in and like grapple with like all these like things from the homeland and trying to acclimate into living in America and living in this area. And I thought it was really interesting, and I liked it a ton. I thought it was great. And for anyone who doesn't just immediately get lost at the idea of watching a 5-hour Filipino movie, it's a hard recommend for sure. This movie has for special features, it's got like 5 or 6 interviews from the director and a couple of the actors in the movie. And like they're not like the most amazing things, but they aren't like archived or anything. They were made like last year, so they're probably for this release. So at least you get some brand new content. And a couple of them I thought were pretty good. The most interesting one's probably the one with the lead. I did want to learn a little bit about the film, which you kind of do just listening to the interviews. I wanted to learn what it was shot onto, so I'm glad they revealed that it was a skeleton crew shooting a single 35 millimeter camera in the interviews. But yeah, this movie was great. I would definitely watch another Law Diaz film. I guess this was his big breakout movie internationally. But
what year was it?
For making 2001.
Okay,
it's 2000 or 2001. 2001, yeah. But he's known for making super long movies. Like this is actually kind of on the shorter side for him. He had a movie that played at Cannes this year. That was 2 hours and 45 minutes. And everyone was making
2 hours and 45.
Yeah, and everyone was joking like, "Oh man, he made a short movie. Look at him."
But you said it warrants the runtime. Like, 5 hours is crazy. That's a lot of movie.
Yeah, but there's movies that like the intention isn't when you're making a movie that long. You have some sort of intention in it.
You better.
You said it's episodic, right?
Yeah, and that's how that's a style Samar.
Right. So it could just be like a miniseries.
Basically, but it's like all seamless.
Yeah.
Like
right.
The thing, and like
how long is Kill Bill 1 and 2 together?
Like 4 hours.
Yeah, I mean that movie works.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Toxic Avenger 2 and 3 together feel like 5 hours.
This movie right here that I just can't stop talking about ever. Where is it? It actually did remind me. I bring this movie up all the time. A Brighter Summer Day. This movie reminded me a lot of it. It's the same type of just like full picture, like coming together. If watching this like long story, with all these different elements unfold to give yourself a full picture of like something that happened, and how something so different from the start was the ending of the movie. But yeah, if you're clearly it's for a specific audience. If you find yourself not afraid to be a part of that audience or a part of it, I would definitely recommend this movie. I give this one a 9 out of 10.
I can't even think what the longest movie I have ever watched is.
I don't think I've watched a 4-hour movie.
I've seen 4 hours. I don't know if I've ever broke 5.
How long is
Barry Lyndon's 3? 10 Commandments is 340.
The long version of Dawson.
So you guys ever seen Once Upon a Time in America? That's 350.
Okay,
I've seen that movie.
I've seen that.
I've seen that.
That movie's like the fastest long movie I've ever seen. That movie like actually flies by.
Yeah, it does. It does.
What's another popular one? I haven't seen it, but have you seen the extended cut of Return of the King? That's 4 hours.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, actually, with the first time, like it took me for years to watch the Lord of the Rings films, and I watched all the extended cuts in one day. It was like it was about 13 or 14 hours it took me to do all 3 movies or something like that, whatever it was.
Yeah.
But yeah, honestly, I mean, for
would you count The Stand as a movie?
I mean, if you watch all like sitting, it's like I've watched
that's
anime.
6 hours.
I've watched like 6 hour animes in one sitting.
Again, it's a miniseries.
Did you guys
Tony,
ever
so-
see Lawrence of Arabia? That's 4 hours.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Lawrence of
I've
Gone
Arabia
seen
is
with,
that.
great.
Gone
It
with
was
the
great.
Wind's 4 hours. I've seen a couple.
Okay, yeah.
But I don't know if I've seen too many like straight up 5-hour movies.
Lawrence of Arabia is a really easy long movie to watch.
Yeah,
So that
it's
movie's
it's
just,
really
like,
really
fast
good.
paced.
That's a very popular like favorite movie for people.
That movie's incredible.
You'd be
I give that movie
surprised.
10 out of 10.
Yo,
That
it's
movie-
absolutely 10
love
out of
that
10.
movie.
It's great. Yeah, it's funny. I love that movie, and I still have just my old DVD.
I have
should
the
probably
4K
upgrade
of it,
that.
and I'm like I bought the 4K of it. I was watching it at home for the first time, and like it gets to like the part where they go off like into the desert to meet Fazal Khan, and then it just like goes to black, and it tells me to put in the other disc, and I was like shook that in 2020 whatever it was, I had to get up and change just 2 of my 4K.
Do you imagine on
Do you remember
Laserdisc?
laser discs?
Dude, that's funny. I just said that. Could you imagine Laserdisc? You would have had to, like, yeah, even on like 2 hour, you had to flip your shit all the time. It was fucking.
Oh my
stupid.
god, you would have
But,
to
like,
put,
Lawrence of
3 discs and
Arabia?
flip 'em up.
You would have to have like 6 discs and flip it fucking 3 times.
Yeah, I was just like
I-
amazed that like,
I've
my
seen
4K
a
came on
6.5
2
hour
discs.
movie.
What'd you see?
Jesus of Nazareth
That is something I would never watch just based on the title.
with Robert Powell and Olivia Hussey from like the late 70s. 382 minutes.
There's no way.
You can
I'd
thank my
watch that.
grandparents
Oh,
for
God.
that one.
I literally the other night watched about 4.5 hours of trailers straight, but I can do that because it's changing every 2 minutes. So it's amazing. But yeah, I love fucking watching trailer comps, man. Just drinking beer, bullshit, and watching trailer comps. Fucking awesome.
That actually might be the longest movie I've watched. Like, there's a couple I plan to watch that are longer, like Salt and Tango, and like War
You
and
should watch
Peace.
Jesus of Nazareth. It's on Tubi.
Yeah,
That would
I
extend it to like 9 hours long with
Oh
commercials.
my god! I actually just watched the Scorsese one, Last Temptation of Christ. That was really good.
I'm not a fan of it.
Me
That
either.
one's pretty long,
I don't like
too.
any
I like
Jesus
it.
movie, honestly.
So I man.
Jesus Christ Superstar.
Jesus.
I honestly,
Jesus
yeah, me too. I'm the
Christ,
same
though.
way. 10 Commandments, fucking what
Look,
was
I
that
got a
one?
stack of laser discs here.
Nice.
Like
Aliens.
laser discs. Got Psycho.
That's pretty cool.
This is one of my favorites.
Ooh, that's cool.
Mm.
Surviving the game.
Surviving the
Ice-T.
game.
I love surviving the game.
Return of the Living Dead.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, wow, that
Sweet cover.
artwork is crazy.
One of my favorites.
Oh,
Phantasm.
Phantasm. Wow.
T2. Still
T2.
Terminator 2. The Thing.
I actually have that one. That's one of the like 4 I have. It's funny.
And Friday the 13th.
Nice. I have.
Did you grab those at like secondhand shops, or did you like order
Yeah, I
them?
think Jeremy gave me a couple. Jeremy actually gifted me a Laserdisc player years ago,
Nice.
Oh, nice.
so I could actually watch these on Laserdisc. I've only done
Have
it
you
once
actually
'cause
hooked
it's
it
a
up?
pain in-
Oh,
yeah,
just once?
yeah, I've watched it. It's a pain in the ass because like
You gotta
some of
flip
these
'em.
have what side 1, side 2, side 3.
Yeah.
You know, so you have to flip it a couple times during the movie.
That and
What
it's
I have-
standard def, and it's not fucking worth it.
I have
Yeah,
the.
but it does look better than VHS.
Yeah, they're still not great quality though. But
They have special features, right?
Yeah, some of them do have like special
Yep.
features.
That's cool.
I've got.
Yeah. They're honestly cool. I mean, they're basically records, right? Like, that's what
Criterion
they're
started
for.
with Laserdisc, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I grabbed a couple of these at like secondhand stores. I was like hype as hell to see like Return of the Living Dead and like Phantasm and shit.
Yeah,
like
that's crazy finds, dude. Like that's something I never ever saw around here. Laser discs, when they were popular, were not popular around my area. Like in the late 80s, early 90s. Not a thing. I only have like 4 or 5. Like I have The Exorcist. I have
That's
The
cool.
Thing. I have Maniac on Laserdisc. I went out of my way to get that because I have Maniac on every format.
My dream is to
Every
get
format.
on 1, 2, and 3.
I even have a beta tape, VHS, DVD,
Beta.
Blu-ray 4K, Laserdisc. I can't find another format that it's on.
I don't
have a
betas.
print of it. I don't have a 35 millimeter print or whatever, but
I think the only Laserdisc I have is Under Siege 2.
dude, that's fucking hilarious. Fucking amazing. Ah, shit, man. That's the one where she comes out of the cake, right?
That's the first one.
Oh, is that the first
The
one?
second one's on the train.
Oh, fuck yeah, okay.
Yep. Assumption is the mother of all
subtitle?
fuck ups. Dark Territory.
Damn.
Dark Territory. I knew it was Dark something, and I couldn't remember.
I'm such an asshole. I'm getting all my my fucking Steven Seagal movies all mixed up.
I'm trying to think now. Is there like an out of this world Steven Seagal movie that can be in VSU or something? Gosh, that'd be amazing.
If they start up on those, man, they got just continue with the fucking Rothrock and the Billy Blanks films. Seriously,
Marked for Death.
Chuck
Dude,
Norris.
they need to bring the '90s action back.
yeah. Honestly, if they brought out like Mark for Death and like the early ones, like Out for Justice and stuff, like that would be cool. I fuck with those. Like the first like 4 or 5 Seagal movies are pretty fucking awesome. And
Hard to Kill. I think starting with like Above the Law, he had like an actual legit run of 4 to 5, and then after that, it's like
More like 10. Come on now.
I don't know, because they started. Higher Ground was like the last big theatrical one, I think.
No,
The one in, like,
Half Past
Alaska.
Dead. Half Past Dead in 2002 with Ja Rule was the last one.
That was
And it
theatricals.
bombed.
Half past
Yeah.
dead, yo.
Yeah, because it had Ja Rule. He was
Was
ruined
it-
by then.
And Exit Wounds before that with DMX.
Actually, Wounds is actually kind of fun.
What's the other one? With
I
DMX?
love that one.
Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah, like,
Cradle to the Grave.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Cradle to the Grave.
Jet Li, Mark Dacascos.
Yeah,
Right.
I watch that all the time on I think I have that on VHS somewhere.
That movie kicks ass.
Is Aaliyah in that movie too, or am I just tripping?
Jet Li.
Isn't like Chuck Liddell and like Tito in that movie?
I
Isn't
think
there, like
it's.
a cage
I
fight
think it
scene
might
or
be
something?
Keith Jardine. Is it him? Or
Oh.
am I just like losing my
It is
mind?
Keith
No,
Jardine.
that's way too early for him.
Yeah, that's gotta be way too.
You're right though. It is there's a fighter in it.
I feel like when Under Siege came
I
out,
thought
I just
Cradle
set
to
the
the
bar
Grave
so
had-
high because of the rest of the cast,
Like the R&B singer
villains.
Aaliyah. I know she was in that horror movie too at the same time, just before she passed away. But
There was a Romeo Must Die.
oh, was she in that one? Okay, that's something. Was she in that one? Or is that another
Was it
Jet
that
Li
one?
film?
Yeah, that's it.
Probably.
So I'm like getting that mixed up with like Kiss of the Dragon. There's so many of those fucking
Jesus, man, I didn't realize there were so many at that time.
Replacement Killers with Chow Yun Fat.
Yeah, those
I
are the
think
American
Marissa
Chow Yun
Vernal.
Fat movies, man, because he was such a big star. It was like John
Dude,
Woo, right? Like
it
John Woo was
such a
so big.
disappointment.
Yeah, but John Woo, like, I mean, it's so funny. John Woo comes to America. Who the fuck is John Woo? Look, guy had done like the best movies ever. Same with Chow
Hard
Yun Fat.
Target
He'd done
was
so many good
decent.
things in Hong Kong.
Hard Target was decent.
Hard
Face Off,
Target's amazing.
Broken Arrow.
The only guy that really kind of like, well, I mean, there was a few guys that came over and did really well, but fucking Jackie Chan, though, man. Like he had this whole fucking major career before Hollywood, right?
Yeah.
That really was good.
Like a 20-year like epic career before he even like went over here.
Yeah, and then succeeded over
amazing.
here really well. Like
I
I
almost
felt
feel
like,
like he had 2 careers before, because like he kind of had like the post like Shaw Brothers style stuff, but then he started getting into like the more 80s Hong Kong like,
The
straight
Protector.
action.
When he did The
Yeah.
Protector,
Mhm.
that shit still blows my fucking mind, dude. That he's actually insane in that movie. Some of the stunts, well, he almost died in that movie, right? That one stunt where he fell down the shaft. It's crazy.
Mhm. He's
that's one of my
amazing.
that's my favorite Jackie Chan movie is The Protector. It's fucking amazing.
He's
Because
pretty
it's
much
still-
like
yeah.
a demigod. Jackie Chan is.
Yeah.
Him and
Unbelievable.
Tom Cruise are like up on this like weird little pedestal of like elite humans that are better than all of us.
Well, Jackie Chan, Tom Cruise just stated that he wants to be the first guy to do an action film when he's 100. And I actually truly believe he's going to be able to do it.
He will.
That's
He's gonna be like
Scientology shit,
150.
bro.
Jehovah is protecting him. Not Jehovah, fucking his Scientology, man.
L. Ron Hubbard.
I don't even know what is protecting him, man. What is Scientology? But anyways,
Dude, I don't know.
some fucking weird ass alien, but
Yeah,
maybe it is
we
Jehovah.
probably don't wanna
Maybe
know.
they've
That's the thing.
encapsulated Jehovah. Maybe they've encapsulated Jehovah, and it's like this whole conglomerate or something. That's why they have so much power. But yeah, no, I at this point I think that Tom Cruise actually could be doing Mission Impossible 47 when he's 100.
How many are there of those movies? I've never seen a single one.
Just did the 8th one? Is that the 8th
There's
one?
8
yeah,
now. Yeah.
damn.
I've seen one.
And
I
they
feel like
said
I
that-
remember when number 3 was coming out.
But the crazy thing about these movies, though, what I've only ever seen the first 2, but like from what I've heard, he keeps getting crazier with his stunts. Like he's getting certified to do diving and certified to fly a plane, and he's doing all this
Yeah.
crazy shit himself.
Have you guys seen the new one yet?
No.
Nah, I remember that crazy one a few years ago that like I'm sure it's escalated now where he's like actually like jumped out of a plane or something or was like hanging onto the side of a plane flying in the air.
Oh yeah, that was this year's, and that was insane. But there's another like crazy like set piece where he's in a submarine that's like rolling down a hill, but like on the inside, he's like having to like navigate as it's like rolling. So he's like trying to go around. I learned that he couldn't even see out of his mask, so he had to like learn and do all that shit completely blind.
The guy's inhuman, man.
Like you guys need to see that shit and be like, this guy's fucking crazy. It's like almost like he goes like above and beyond on purpose just to say he did.
For sure.
Yeah, I think
exactly
it definitely is an ego thing a little bit.
Like
That's
way
like
above and
way of,
beyond.
Like, he's just.
But you
like
gotta
his
be a
way
little
of,
bit
like,
in-
saying like I'm the craziest.
You got to be insane though, man. And when it comes to Scientology and shit like that, like it's a little bit crazy, right?
I'm assuming
He's crazy. That dude's a maniac.
So
He's got to be hitting a certain age where he has to be contributing to like his own onset insurance because like eventually they're going to be like, dude, we're not insuring these stunts.
that's why those
He's
movies are so
insured by
high budget.
Scientology.
Yeah, exactly. But that's probably why those movies are so fucking high budget because they have to spend, 400 million just on insurance to protect them, kind of thing, right? Protect their asses.
Yeah, whereas like Jackie Chan was doing it in Hong Kong, and they're like, we don't cover shit. If you die, you're just dead.
I can tell you one thing: when he came over and did Rumble in the Bronx, man, I bet you there was a lot of liability going on in that film, and he actually got fucking broke his ankle in that film too, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. I mean, that's the one of the coolest things about watching people do their own stunts is the way you watch the film. The editing process is so different, right? You don't have to cut to like the stuntman and stuff. And that's why watching Jackie Chan films is so cool because it's him. It's so much easier to film. Could you imagine being a director and being like, I got Jackie Chan. I don't have to worry about anything else. Just do your shit. It's amazing.
Right. He has to direct like maybe like what? 10 scenes while Jackie Chan directs like 75% of the movie, which is all fight choreography.
Yeah, exactly. So cool, man. So cool. All right. So yeah, Tyler. Mike, you're up next.
All right. So I kind of came into this pick coincidentally because last time I chose a dud of a pick. And so when I went to the website, I was kind of only checking the same partner distributor like randomly just out of curiosity, and by chance they had something that really looked interesting to me. Like I was like, okay, this is kind of right up my alley, and that ended up being Wait, which is an interesting movie. So I don't know if anyone else ended up picking this one up or has heard of it or seen it, but it kind of has a setup like it's going to be kind of like a standard revenge thriller movie. This movie's out of Spain. This is, I believe, the director. It's only like his third feature, and his second feature was Rings, if you all remember that sequel, or in the Ring franchise. But
skip that one.
Yeah,
and fuck that movie. It killed the Friday the 13th franchise.
Yeah,
but that's another conversation.
Yeah, so kind of the setup with this one is it's our main character with his family. He takes a job as kind of like a ranch hand, and like hunter. The guy who owns the property, he's like a big real estate mogul, and on his property they have like hunts and stuff. So he's kind of the guy that overlooks the property. And one day someone comes up to him that's kind of contracting out the hunts and bribes him with a proposition, and he has to make a choice: take the money or stay loyal to like the rules that are supposed to be set up. And because of the type of movie it is, you can kind of guess what choice he makes. But so it kind of sets off a series of events. And what I would say about this one, it kind of sneaks up with some folk horror elements to it that I wasn't expecting, because like I said, the way it's set up, once the ball starts rolling with the plot, you're thinking this is good, but it's probably going to be like what we expect. Whatever's happened, now he's going to have to react. But as the movie starts going, some things aren't as they seem. He's trying to figure things out, but then things are kind of happening back reciprocally, and it kind of leads to a conclusion that's like, oh shit, like this is really something that I pleasantly was surprised with. Based on the synopsis, I was like, okay, even if I just get a revenge thriller, I'm gonna like it. But there was some good body horror in it that I wasn't expecting. Like I said, if you're into folk horror, you can throw Western in there, psychological horror. There's a lot of genres mixed in here. Um, and I just thought it was really well done. It's kind of a slow burn, slow pace, especially the first 30 minutes as they set up this. The main actor here, he gives one of those performances where he can really just convey things with facial expressions. There's like a lot of close-ups of the face in reaction to like what's just happened. It's kind of like a movie where things spiral and just one thing after the other. And it's partially a story about like consequences and like how you can make decisions where maybe you don't want to take responsibility, but things come full circle in the end and it leads to an interesting conclusion. I polar opposite of last time I was here. I highly recommend this one. I would say pick it up if you're able. I had never even heard of this movie. I think I already mentioned 2023 is when it came out, and so Film Movement is the partner distributor, and they get full redemption from a Mother Couch. That's that one. Yeah.
Same label,
one, but yeah, same label. I wasn't even intending to necessarily get something from them again. It's just when I saw it, I was like, damn, like
it seems like such an odd title for that label.
To be honest, I wasn't sure if it was a horror film when he said like film movie. I was like, what the fuck? Like
they put out a few, but that's the modern line. It's different than the one that I sip on.
Right.
Yeah, I feel like this one is so genre bending that like
does it have a Western feel to it at all?
It does in some ways. There's a lot to it as far as like the setup, like because like the where it's kind of like takes place is yes, it's like out on kind of like the plains of Spain, and so it definitely has that isolation feel, especially after some events that happen in the movie. Obviously, I'm trying to keep it vague because not only if you guys haven't seen it, maybe listeners haven't, so I don't want to spoil anything because I feel like this one should really be seen as blind as possible, not give anything away. So I was like, I'm just going to talk about all the genres it hits, but not get into like the details. I mean, like at about 30 minutes in, you kind of get the feeling like this is the type of movie it's going to be, but then other things start happening that mix in more than just like what the standard type of movie would do. Like you could say like a lesser movie would be just the standard, okay, we're going to get this from here on out the rest of the way. But this one's like, nope, we're going to throw in some of this, some of that. And I thought it was really good. Like, I was very impressed. And it's a Blu-ray and it looks beautiful. Sounded great. So yeah, any questions, guys? Because I don't want to get any spoilers.
No, I remember when you picked it, I'd already placed my order, but I was looking at the like synopsis and like some of the screen grabs and stuff, and I was like, man, this actually looks pretty cool. So I'm glad to hear that it was pretty good because I would have probably grabbed it had I not, like, because I usually try to get the host movies except for Tyler.
What's wrong with this one?
Because it's 5 hours. But actually, somebody gave me a little bit of feedback on when I said you should pick something else, and they're like, I actually like that Tyler picks fucking lame movies.
Yeah, there's a couple
something along those lines.
There's some good body horror in it too, and I feel like it's something you're not necessarily expecting. So like I said, yeah, it's kind of like one of those kitchen sink movies where it touches on a lot of different subgenres, and it pulls it off. Because like sometimes if movies don't do that right, it can almost feel like it changes it way off kilter. But I feel like because it's kind of a slow burn as the way things unfold, and you really kind of feel for the guy. I feel like it's effective in the way the viewer kind of will view the main character as you're kind of like, man, I feel bad, but it's some of this stuff kind of is your fault. So you kind of go back and forth. And at the end, you're just kind of left like, well, damn, okay, full circle shit.
Yeah, I think that it sounds like one I'll pick up on like the next sale that they have that it's available. Sounds like
Yeah,
something
it sounds pretty cool, man. It's definitely a movie that I'd be interested in picking up on a sale too. I don't really buy a lot of modern films that
I don't think I've bought
don't
any
know.
film movement ever.
I don't think I have
I
either.
got a couple.
Well, that means
But they're
I'm
older
not
films.
more than you
Maybe it's the
guys.
classics line. It's probably the classics
Yeah,
line.
it's
But
the
like
classics line.
for
I buy
modern
shitload
stuff,
of news.
it's like a lot of the partner labels through Vinegar Syndrome right now are releasing like a lot of modern stuff, and I'm just like, no, I'm just not gonna blind buy that shit.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I honestly don't buy a lot of modern either. It's just when I looked at the description and I think I watched the trailer, I just never wanted to move, like check anything else because I was like, this looks like the type of thing that I want to see.
Right.
So I just never ended up even looking up anything
it does.
else,
It
which
looks
was
and
not,
sounds
yeah,
cool.
it was not my intention to like buy the first thing I looked at. It's just like, damn, I don't want to pass this up.
Yeah. I mean, it did. The curiosity piqued me a little bit when I saw the cover. I was like, is that, but it was film moving. I was like, are they releasing horror films? I'm like, because they generally don't. So, but now, and even watching a little bit, because I clicked on the IMDb and you know how the trailer was playing, I was like, oh, I just watched for 2 seconds. That's why I asked if it had that kind of Western feel. I was like, fuck, right up my alley, because I love Westerns, right? So, and Western horror is like one of my favorite things. I love that combination.
It's
so
like Western folk horror. Yeah, it's
if it's Western,
good.
folk horror with body horror, like all these type of subgenres all mixed into kitchen sink, like honestly that shit sounds right up my alley. It's amazing, pretty cool. But I like how you kept it vague, because now I'm really intrigued, and it's definitely something I'll pick up down the road. Sounds kind of cool.
Yeah, if you guys end up seeing it, then we can like get into like a real conversation about it. But you know,
Right. Yeah, I get that. Those are the type of movies that are so hard to talk about. Like no one's seen it. Like, I mean, you don't want to ruin it. You know, it's right. I get it. All right. All right. So on to me. So we're gonna take it all the way back to the glorious year of 1987 with the sequel from Criminally Insane Part 2, also known as Crazy Fat Ethel Part 2. Also directed by Nick Millard. So the original film came out in 1975. Did we cover? We covered the first, someone did, right? Was it me?
I
Was it
no. Did
I don't
we
think
do
anyone
that?
did. But we all watched it for 75.
We
so
watched it for
kinda talked
75.
about it at
Yeah, I
some
don't think
point.
any of us actually picked that title.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we've recently talked 22 shots or whatever. We definitely talked about Criminally Insane. So the big noticeable difference between Criminally Insane from 75 and Part 2 in 87 is that Part 1 was shot on film, and then 87, of course, was the VHS era, the shot on video era. So this one has definitely a different look to it. The cool thing is it's still starring the star of the first one, who plays Ethel, Priscilla Alden, which is pretty cool. She's obviously a little bit older. This one kind of takes place in real time. The original film, which was released in 1975, I think it takes place in 1973. They say it's 13 years later, which would be 86. They probably filmed it in 86, at least in 87. So basically, this is in proximity. And it is a direct sequel to the original film, given the narrative. So basically, what we have here, we have Ethel, who has been obtained from the events of the first film. She is now in a mental institution again, because if you've seen the first one, she came out of a mental institution and did her deeds in the first film. So after the events of the first one, she is back into an institution. So we're 13 years later. She's been spending all this time in here. And so the institution that she's in has come to the conclusion that they're having money issues, basically. And they can't keep all the patients within their facilities. So they have to start letting some go into, halfway houses and stuff like that to free up some money, basically. Might be a commentary on Reaganomics. I'm not 100% sure if Nick Millard was that in depth with shit, but who fucking knows? I mean, maybe we're going to go there. I don't know.
That would be crazy if that movie had social commentary on it.
Right? Given the time, because that was a big thing, actually. I remember it being a big controversy, actually, about a lot of people being released from jail because of the whole, debacle with cash flow and, all that type of shit. But this is obviously an asylum where you're letting murderers out and stuff like that. Anyways, she gets released 13 years later because she's on good behavior for so long. She gets released into like a halfway house. And so she proceeds into this halfway house where, there's the head. What are the people that run the halfway houses? What are they called? Like the head master, the head mistress? Like, it's not a mistress, but
just like house mother or something.
House mother. It's like a dorm kind of thing, right? So anyways, she gets released into her custody kind of thing. And of course, there's some other crazies in there. We get introduced to this dude that's like all this bug dude. He's like all this weird fucking guy. He's being like just out to lunch. He's totally out to fucking lunch. He's crazy as shit.
Speaking of lunch, he eats a fucking bowl of soup with flies in it.
Yeah,
or whatever the fuck.
Which the dude that killed his previous wives or whatever feeds him. I think it was him or whatever. I don't know. But yeah, we get to learn that this other guy that's in the house is like this murderer. He killed his wife and stuff like that, which also was released in there. So apparently we got these these serial killers that are being released because they're on good behavior. It's really bizarre. But anyways, she ends up in this house, and it ultimately ends up being kind of the same thing as the first one. We've got the headmaster, whatever, and she doesn't really want her to be eating them out of house and home and kind of thing. And one thing leads to another, and Ethel goes back to her old ways, and she starts picking off everyone one by one. It's literally the same movie. So my thoughts on Criminally Insane 2. Now, this movie falls into the fucking exact realm of movies like Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 2,
Boogeyman 2,
Boogeyman 2, Death Nurse 2, even Evil Dead 2. And what does that mean?
Got a bunch of stock footage, right?
No, it's footage from the previous film. Dude, fuck, man, this movie pretty much opens up with clips from the first one, and it ends with clips from the first one. So this movie only runs 62 minutes. Put that in mind. Now, there's probably
it's so funny when they do that.
There's probably
it's just funny they made the same movie with the same beginning and ending.
It really is, man, and it's funny because like this movie seems like it has such a high body count, but half the kills are from the first movie. We get to see all the kills from the first movie. It's pretty funny, actually. So this one just kind of ups the kill count, but it's like cheating.
I just love how Priscilla Alden like takes it so seriously and tries like really hard.
Yeah, like
she really goes for it, and I just love that she does that, especially because like you're basically like a big girl whose like character is like eats too much and is big girl, you know what I mean? Yeah. Like that's brave in a way to do that. So I like her a lot. I think she's super funny. And like just even when she's like eating the pudding, it's not enough.
But it wasn't enough, man. That bowl of pudding was like 2 spoonfuls. Come on, bro. I'd be pissed off too if they gave me that bowl of pudding, man. Come on, give me some more. For sure.
You would think that there'd be like a little memo like on her release form that says, please keep her well fed for your own safety.
I just love the fact that as soon as she gets there, it's like, they're like, nope, you can't eat this food. And it just turns into part 1 all over again, man. I love that shit, man. It's like, so it all starts basically
now this movie's coming back
when the headmistress, like she fucking, or the head or whatever, she basically takes her pretzels away. She's like, can't you be eating these? And then that was my two-word review, man, was like the pretzel pursuit.
So give me turns around pretzels, granny.
She runs at her and fucking kills. It's basically like killing her granny from the first one, man. So it just kind of sets up a whole thing. But there's this like,
Norman Bates and Psycho too.
Right. And there's totally. And there's like this kind of like subplot where this one dude actually sees her kill this one person, and he starts to blackmail her, which kind of leads into like this probably the greatest scene in the entire film, really. When she tries to kill him with the tea. It's pretty funny, actually. But all in all, it's like this movie is just made up of like, I would say probably maybe 40 to 50% new footage. Like there's a lot of fucking footage from the first movie in this one. It's like, it's kind of, it reminds me completely what Millar did with Death Nurse 2. If you guys have seen that, it's pretty much Death Nurse 1 with like like 20% new footage. It's crazy. It's so cheap. It's so cheap. And ultimately the exact same kind of storyline. This one kind of dumbs down the kills a little bit. I feel like the first one definitely has a little bit more blood and gore kind of per se or whatever. But the new kills that we get in this film aren't really overly the greatest. Like the old lady, she gets nailed with like a blunt object. It's not really the greatest. There's like hanging and stuff like that. They're not really overly that bloody and gory, which kind of sucks actually, because when this movie was made in 1987, you think you would try to up what you did in the first film in 1975, which at that time was, for what it was for a low budget film and stuff, wasn't actually even that that bad kind of thing. But in the 80s, when they really kind of were upping their shit, you'd think they would try to do it, but yeah, no, didn't really do anything.
Like no money whatsoever. Honestly,
didn't really
probably shouldn't even have made the movie.
And that's what kind of leads me into this. Like, why did this movie even get made? Because it's essentially this exact same storyline,
it's like
half the storyline.
Like the only thing that I could think of is maybe like
it's a legacy sequel.
Like maybe fucking Criminally Insane 1, when it was released on VHS, was like really popular or something. Like because the 80s.
Yeah,
you're right. What if there was just like a tape release in like 82 or 3 that just like blew up?
Yeah, just like so it was like a highly rented thing.
As far as the research I've done on this, man, Criminally Insane was never that popular enough to warrant a sequel. Hence, probably why there's only like 50% footage in a 62-minute film. I mean, really, essentially, this is like a short movie. It's a short film. We've seen half the footage already. Even the original Criminally Insane, I think, was a little bit harder to see even back in those days. But like I said, though, like if you're going to make a sequel to the film in the 80s where, they were kind of amping up, the kills and the gore and stuff like that, like why wouldn't you try to do it a little bit more properly? I still think that, Millard was, I don't know if he was trying to capitalize on maybe we thought was a decent film or whatever, but I don't know. It seems like an odd sequel to me. It seems like an odd sequel. I've always thought that with Silent Night, Deadly Night, even though that one's become like such a huge cult favorite and stuff like that. This one's never going to reach that peak. Those type of films.
Mm-mm.
It doesn't have the legs for it, but it does have some things to offer though. Like honestly, man, it is pretty funny. It has one of the funniest endings I've ever seen. Like the chasing around the coffee table scene is got to be one of the funniest things I've ever seen in a movie. It's so stupid and ridiculous. I'm just like, oh my god,
slow motion.
It's like slow motion and ridiculous. It's absolutely so stupid.
The guy's trying so hard to like let himself be caught.
Right. One thing is like Millard actually is the doctor in this film too. Like in a lot of his later films, he tends to act in like all of his shit. So if you're seeing him, he's actually the director. Yeah, dude. I mean, okay. So going back to my favorite scene in the film. So there's a character that saw her kill somebody by hanging them and starts to blackmail on her. And his blackmail angle was, if you give me your desserts for like a month, I won't tell anybody what you did. So she gets this bright idea and she's like, you want some tea? And he's like, yeah, I want some tea. Right. So she makes some tea and she's pulling out like this strychnine or this fucking rat poison. And it's basically just in like one of those Nestle, those Nestle fucking chocolate mixes, whatever. They covered up the tin and it just says poison. But it's totally like a Nestle. It's like a Nestle
dog food. The dog food just says dog food.
Yeah, dude. I was laughing so hard. I'm like, that's totally Nestle Quick, man. I'm like, that's ridiculous. Oh, I was laughing. But anyways, they sit down and they have this conversation, and he knows what she's doing. He knows right away that she has poisoned the tea. So he's like, yeah. He's like, I really like my tea when it's hot. And she's like, oh yeah. And then they're having this conversation. He keeps talking about how the tea, he can only drink tea when it's hot. And then they talk so long. He's like, I can't drink this anymore. The tea is cold. And he puts it down, right? I'm just like, this is so awesome. It was like the most creative way and funny moment of padding the time in a movie that you've only made about 30 minutes of actual new footage, right? It was great. But the conversation was really good. And it's funny because he comes off being so smart in the scene only to like die 12 seconds later. Like, it was so fucking hilarious. I started laughing so hard. Like, he turns in the kitchen, she just turns around and fucking just stabs the shit out of him. I'm like, oh my god, dude, you played it up so well. Like, you're the mastermind. And he knew he only knew what she was doing because this is how he admits he killed his wife the same way. It's fucking amazing. It's so good, man. I mean, honestly, this is one of those movies where it really only, it's only for the people that like hardcore shot on video films. If you're a fan of the first one, I would definitely check this one out. You might get something out of it, but it's pretty average in terms of like shot on video films. Like I said, there's not a lot of new footage and stuff. The kills aren't overly the greatest. There's some pretty funny moments, but JP did bring up the fact that Ethel, she really does take it serious. One thing I really did learn from the commentary actually was apparently she was like an insanely picky eater, which is kind of ironic and funny. Like she wouldn't eat, like she was just very, very picky about what she ate and stuff like that. So pretty funny. But yeah, all in all, man, there's not really much more to say about Criminally Insane 2. I mean, it's like I said, if you've seen the first movie, you've seen this one with a little bit new footage. Is her getting out of the asylum and going to work. I mean, it has an ending where, you know, it's satisfying. You're just like, okay, where's the third one? So, all in all, pretty average. I give this one probably about a 5.5 out of 10. I mean, it's fun for what it is. You know, it's not the greatest in the world, but it is what it is. So yeah, so going on to or the special features on Criminally Insane Part 2. So there is a commentary, which I did listen to because it's an hour long, right? It's with Hysteria Continues. Are you guys familiar with the podcast?
It's a podcast. They've done a couple other ones.
Yeah, I love those guys.
So I am familiar with the name. I have never listened to their podcast, so I actually did look it up on YouTube. They actually do video podcasts now, but they posted like their audio like I do on my channel for 22 shots. And this one's all video. But so they're interesting. So there's like a British dude and then there's like a couple Americans.
They're like us, but not as cool.
Yeah, but not as cool for sure. So anyways, so basically essentially what the commentary is, it's a fan commentary. And it got me thinking too. I was like, motherfucker, like, why the fuck are we being called to do some fan commentaries, man? We're podcasts. This is the same shit. We got way more followers than they do. It's
really?
Crazy. Like their YouTube channel has 2,000 fucking subs.
You have what, 10, 11?
Like
12?
Almost 12. I'm like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
This is crazy. But I don't know what we have on the other markets.
Dave could probably get us to hook up.
So I just thought it was kind of interesting, but they fully admitted they're big slasher fans, and it's basically a fan commentary, and it's kind of funny when you listen to it because the British guy is like, he's super dry and kind of like his jokes are super dry. It's like very British humor and stuff, and I was kind of cracking up from it because he'd be very sarcastic with what he was saying. I was like, that's kind of funny. But the other guys would be taken it serious, and it was funny. Honestly, again, it was a fan commentary that wasn't full of like I wouldn't say like our energy. Like it was a lot more subdued, kind of straightforward. They talked about, you know, their love for slashers and stuff, and they did give it a little bit of input, and they did bring up some facts and stuff about Ethel and like her eating and stuff like that, and certain other things. But they did bring up one fact that I thought was really funny about the mother that's in the film that runs the house is actually Millard's mom in real life. And I thought that was kind of interesting. She's uncredited and stuff. The director's mom. And there was this weird debacle that happened a bunch of years ago on IMDb and stuff like that. So if you go onto her IMDb page, and it's probably changed now, but there was someone else that was in one of his later films. I think it was the Dracula in Vegas film. There was somebody that was in that film that actually went on to do some granny porn, but it was mistaken to be his actual mom. So it was listed on her IMDb as doing like porn. She wasn't the one that was doing the porn. I thought that was fucking hilarious. I was like, dude, that's so fucking funny. I was like, that's
hilarious.
I was like, that is funny as hell. And I was actually busting up at that. I was like, that's pretty good information, actually. But they did bring up one thing I did notice, and I haven't noted in here. And I'm like, I couldn't believe that they actually brought it up because I was like, that's so fucking funny. So there's a scene in the film where Nick Millard he plays a doctor, and he's talking to the head, which is his mom, essentially on the phone. And he's like, hey, so we've got this patient, Ethel, we're going to send her over to you. Can you take care of her? Blah, blah, blah. And I'm watching the scene going, you got to be fucking kidding me. She's talking on this phone and the cord's not attached to anything. And they brought it up in the commentary. And I was like, oh my God, that's so awesome. I totally noticed this. It's hilarious shit. Like, it's just low budget filmmaking, which sometimes that's the type of shit you probably shouldn't overlook. because it's pretty easy just to plug your phone in. But yeah, the commentary, it was, it is what it is. It wasn't like the most high energy thing, but it was still, it was okay for what it was. And then they have a full-length feature, 1987's film called Dr. Bloodbath, aka Butcher Knife, 57-minute film done by Millard, is basically about, and actually the guy that stars in it is the same dude in Criminally Insane 2 who plays the wife killer who's in the asylum kind of thing. So he plays the doctor in this film, and he's an abortion doctor, and that's what he does. He makes a living off giving abortions, and which I'm sick of myself watching this. I'm like, this is so fucking 80s. This is ridiculous. And essentially, he's one of those kind of mad doctors where he doesn't really agree with the women wanting abortions. And so he kind of snaps one day. He gets a list from his secretary of all the women that he's done abortions for. And guess what he does? He shows up at their house saying that he's got to do some follow-up tests because some of their shit came back positive. And he kills them off one by one.
Damn.
The whole movie's this. It's literally him showing up at all the patients that he did abortions for and just killing them off in different ways. And what's so funny about this film is like, it's so mean-spirited too, because like one of the first, every kill, the
best would be if he killed himself at the end because he gave the abortions.
No, it actually,
that'd be pretty funny.
There's a subplot in the film actually that kind of similar, but like it's so funny because he has like such hatred for these women that are committing or that wanted got the abortions, even though he's the one that actually did it for them.
Yeah, it's like fucking hypocrite.
So when he stabs them and like kills them, he overdoes it to the point where like he kills this girl in a bathtub and he stabs her probably, I'm not even joking, 25 times on screen. And every kill's like that. It's just like, it just never ends. It's like he's padding the time with just sheer violence. It's just like, boom, boom, boom. It's fucking ridiculous. So that keeps going on and on. So the subplot in the film is about his wife, who is obviously this rich bitch and doesn't really care about his doctor wife and stuff. And she doesn't care about the doctor wife. Anyway, she's cheating on him with this Polish artist who's totally broke. He's a piece of shit. And lo and behold, guess what happens? She gets pregnant. Right. And she doesn't know what to do. So she asks the Polish guy to marry her. She's going to leave her rich husband for this broke Polish artist. And guess what he says? No.
What does he say?
He goes, no. He fucking straight up says, nah, I don't want to get married. I don't want to do nothing. I want nothing to do. So she gets all pissed off.
Hell yeah, my dude.
She goes home.
Nah, dude.
And she just like can totally just spills her guts to the husband. She's like, yeah, I was cheating on you and with this and I'm pregnant and I need an abortion. He's like, okay. So he gives her the abortion. And like the way they show like filling up the turkey baster with like the fluid. And he just, it's constant. He's just doing this. He's just jamming it in her. Like every abortion. We see this like 20 times during the film. He's just jamming it in her. And this one is
this is a bonus film on there?
Yeah, well, it's a full-length feature that just, it would be like another full, like, it's the same length as this, 56 minutes.
This sounds like a little bit, this sounds like it should have been the fucking.
Yeah, this should have been the main feature.
So he's giving it to her and shit like that. And she gets the abortion. And then you can just imagine what happens after that because he doesn't like women getting abortions. So it's like this really odd movie. It's kind of like a wash, rinse and repeat type film, but it's very entertaining. I mean, just like Criminally Insane 2, it has like this Casio soundtrack that's so utterly bad and stupid that you just love it. But again, this has charm to it. It really does. It's fucking weird. And all the girls that he kills are like mostly like pretty hot. Like it's weird. One thing I did learn about Millard's films is that he shot like pretty much all his movies like in his own house, like in his actual house. He must be from San Francisco because all of his transition shots are like the trolleys in Frisco and stuff like that. They're all kind of in the same locations and stuff. So it's kind of cool that you get to do those kind of transitions and stuff. But I actually thoroughly enjoyed Dr. Bloodbath. It was kind of fun for what it was. It was mean-spirited and it doesn't really fly today, I guess, with the whole abortion. People would be totally offended by this, but I like when he's filling
some people would love it
when he's filling up the liquid full of with the turkey baster. It's like, oh my god, nothing better. It couldn't have been anything better but a coat hanger. I mean, like really, it's fucking classic shit, man. But it was fun. It was actually quite fun. So yeah, I would recommend that. I mean, it's worth the pickup just for that right there. But
they could do a double feature with the Suckling.
With the Suckling, yeah, for sure. That's a good one. And it doesn't stop there. So in 1987, we also get, I think it's 87. Yeah, so it is 1987. So he did 2 pilots in 87 and in 91 and 80, yeah, 87, 91. So he did another pilot, or he did 2 shot on video pilots. One was called Linebacker. So it's a 23-minute TV pilot shot on video called Linebacker. And I was like, what the fuck is Linebacker? First thing I'm thinking, it's got to be football related, right? So it kind of is. So it's basically a buddy cop film pilot for a TV show about these 2 guys. This one guy's like, he's got a job or whatever, and this other guy's got this business idea and he wants to become like a PI. So he goes and grabs his buddy and he's like, yo man, he's like, I got this idea to be a fucking, I want to start up a PI business. You want to go in with business with me? And he's like, yeah, I'm not happy with my job. And he's like, yeah, fuck yeah, let's do this PI shit. So the storyline in the pilot is, it starts out with this guy that gets killed in the opening scene he's a writer. And he's been writing articles about the gambling that's been happening in like Chinatown. And these dudes kill him. So the victim's brother comes to these guys once they started up their business. He's like, hey man, I'll pay you guys $100,000 to find these killers and, do something about it, kind of thing. So that's the storyline. It's like these 2 guys that were ex-football players. They were high school stars, like maybe college stars or whatever. And the community kind of knows these dudes and stuff like that, hence the Linebacker name. And now they're PIs and they're investigating these murder. And honestly, it was fucking entertaining as hell. It was entertaining as shit. It was totally not horror. It's totally action. And it was so poorly done at times. It was fucking hilarious. There's this one shootout scene where they're literally shooting guns and there's no fire coming out and shit. I'm laughing. I'm like, oh my God, there's no fire. And then there's the gun battle scene. There's totally fire coming out the guns. I'm like, oh yeah, this is ridiculous. But fun as hell, man. To be honest, like Millard was in that one again as like a police chief and stuff. Good stuff. I would actually have watched that TV show. It was so fucking awesome. It was actually pretty entertaining for what it was. I'm like, these 2 football players.
Can't believe this didn't get picked up.
Yeah, man. And like, it was shot on video, and it was just like, and it's funny too because it just looks so much better than his previous work because it had a little bit more of a budget, because he obviously got. I don't know why they would ever think that a shot on video TV pilot would go somewhere, but it did look better, and you could tell it had a little bit more budget. So, but it was
old Nickelodeon shows like Salute Your Shorts and like Hey Dude, those were shot on video.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. I think there was a lot of shows. I think even like there was TV shows back in the day, like The Littlest Hobo was shot on video, wasn't it? Like, remember that shit back in the day? Was that film? I can't remember. It might have been video.
No, I don't know that. What is that?
It's like a fucking dog that would like save the day all the time. It was about this dog that would just
that would save the day all the
time. The Littlest Hobo.
Yeah, it was literally about this German Shepherd that would like he was the hero of the show. It was crazy. It was called The Littlest Hobo. I think it was shot on video actually back in the 80s. But it was shocked me that it was actually not a horror film because I only know Millard for his horror films like Death Nurse and Dracula in Vegas and stuff like that. So it was kind of interesting to see him do something else, and it wasn't the worst thing I've ever seen. And so I was like, yeah, that's pretty fun actually. Yeah, it was a pilot from 1993 is what it was. So it looked a lot better on video. And then there was another pilot on here from 1996 called Submarine that he did, TV show pilot. And it was like a period piece. It takes place in the 40s during World War II. And Nick Millard himself plays like this army commander, whatever, who's got a past. Like he had something really go wrong with a submarine and stuff. A bunch of people got killed. Anyways, he's asked to basically command this new submarine that has new technology that they're going to take out these Japanese submarines and stuff and like, kind of save the day and shit like that. He's not really too sure if he wants to do it because like I said, he's got this past and he's kind of suffering from it and stuff like that. Anyways, the whole fucking the whole pilot is like them in the submarine, just one dude giving coordinates and he's like, shoot. He's like 824 613. He's like, shoot. And it's like 23 minutes of this. And I'm like,
say you suck my battleship.
Yeah. Pretty much, yeah. Like honestly, playing Battleship would have been way more interesting. This was it went from like a high in linebacker to like the lowest of lows here. Like I would, this was so boring and bad.
I'm glad they didn't pick this up.
And it was 26 minutes of pure blandness. I was like, oh my God, who would ever watch this? It was so bad. It was one of the worst things I've ever seen. And it was funny because it was like, it's the best thing it's the best looking thing he's done because Video by 96 looked even better than 93, better than 97 or 87. But it was the story. It was super bland. It was like bad. Oh God. Do not watch Submarine. It was fucking terrible. I do not recommend that at all. I usually don't tell people not to watch it, but no one's going to get any entertainment out of that. Trust me. And that's all for the features. Commentary, you get the bonus movie, you get the 2 pilots, which are kind of cool, but there was no interviews, obviously, because Nick Millard passed away, I think just a couple years ago, actually. I think he did. But all in all, pretty cool release from DeGeyser Video. I mean, it seems to be a trend on here of me doing DeGeyser reviews. So I highly recommend it, man. If you're a Shot on Video fan, Criminally Insane 2 is not the greatest thing in the world. The features are good. Dr. Bloodbath could have been the main feature here, but we've already got Criminally Insane, the first one. We just had a previous one along with, what was the other one? It was
Satan's Black Wedding.
Black Wedding.
And do you remember that old Criminally Insane and Satan's Black Wedding DVD?
I do. I still have it. The double feature. Yeah.
The fact that Criminally Insane 2 was a special feature on that disc.
Right.
It should have stayed a special feature, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And they should have just put it on last year's release.
Yeah, it totally could have been Dr. Bloodbath as the main feature here with Criminally Insane 2 as the feature for sure. But all in all, another great release from DeGeyser. If you're into this, man, I highly recommend it, man. So like I said, 5.5 out of 10 for Criminally Insane. Like I don't want to completely shit on it. It's still got a little bit of heart. I mean, they're trying to make a decent film, but Dr. Bloodbath, I like more. Probably give it 6.5 out of 10. And
I genuinely really like the first Criminally Insane.
It's fun.
This one is, it's like, I mean, it's all right for what it is, but it's kind of disappointing that it's like mostly
and pointless.
I was happy that the one dude got fucking all fucked up there who was eating the 3 musketeers in front of her. Like that dude was a dick, man. He's just eating that shit, like acting like a fucking asshole. And he's like, oh yeah, and I even got a Hershey bar for later. And you like, fuck you, you're such a dick.
See, now if Joey from Friday the 13th Part 5 was that guy, things would have worked out because he's trying to give out candy bars.
Yeah, wasn't that dude a fucking pedophile though too?
Yes, he was.
Yes.
Well, it's kind of funny actually. I think the actor that plays the dude in this film actually was like a porn star. He did porn.
I don't think that's the same as pedophilia, but
well, I'm just saying it was still he did sex things, I guess.
He did sex things.
Speaking of sex, this guy was a porn star.
No, it just reminded me from the commentary because they actually mentioned that. I was like, oh shit, crazy. But they didn't call it porn. They called it like adult. And I don't know. You know, they were being polite about it, which I just call it fucking for money.
We're not polite.
Yeah.
That's for money.
But
we're like the real world from the 90s.
It's just unforgivable. Oh, actually, that's fucking insane. I never even realized this, but this scene right here is the scene I was talking about where the phone's not connected to anything. I just realized it's actually on the back of the slim cover.
That's hilarious.
I never even noticed till now. I picked it up. Amazing stuff. But yeah, Criminally Insane 2. Check it out if you're a fan of the first one. Check out the features.
Speaking of sex,
honestly, the highlight of this is the fucking linebacker.
You ruined my segue.
Pilot. AP, are you up?
No, Tony's up.
Okay, you got a segue?
That was my segue. Speaking of sex.
Oh, yeah, we were just talking about porn and whatnot.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Is it a porn?
Well.
Hot Saucy Pizza Girls? Of course.
Dude, this is 100% a porno film.
I tell you one thing, man. I know porn. I don't know porn movies and stuff. I'm not good with that stuff.
Hot Saucy Pizza Girls. That's kind of it's a funny little classic.
It does sound like a porn.
Fucking.
It could also be a sex comedy from the 80s, like just like a straight up sex comedy. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, this is a sex comedy because
it's just it's real sex.
Like this movie is legitimately funny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, like me, I'm not like too big in like the whole porno game, so I'm like trying to get like more well versed in it. And honestly,
I don't think anybody's ever said that.
Damn it! I don't know my porn,
Yeah, I'm
so
trying
I
to
gotta
up my
get better with
porn
it.
game.
Gotta get better with it.
I am. I'm trying to learn here. Okay. So like Bob Chin, a guy that I'm not really familiar with, but he's like one of the more prolific like porno directors out there.
Yeah, even I've seen some of his movies.
Damn, what have you seen?
A couple that when Vinegar Syndrome only had like 3 or 4 porn 4Ks. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna collect these, just the 4Ks. So like I got a couple, and then I'm like I got like that like one more, and then I just kind of decided like yeah I'm not doing this. But I have I know he directed at least 2 of these. I have Sex World, Dracula
Actually,
Sucks, and what's the other one?
what the fuck? I
The one
own
that
both
came
of
in the
those.
2-pack. The one that came in the 2-pack. About the phone company. I forgot what it's called. But it was the 4K they put out where they did a 2-pack, and Bob Chin directed I think 2 of those. Maybe it was probably the double feature. He probably directed both of those.
That's insane because I actually own 2 of the movies that
I'll find out what
you
it's called.
mentioned. And I don't, I like because some of the early Vinegar Syndrome packages and deals and shit like that, like you just ended up with porn. You really did. But I literally have Sex World. I'd never watched it though, but I've heard that's actually like legitimately a good movie. So I have the old DVD. I have like the DVD version that came out.
Sweet
Yeah,
Young
it's just like
Foxes,
a porno
that's what
version
it
of
was
Future
called.
World or West World.
West, is it really? Oh fuck!
Yeah.
I need to watch. I
What,
love
Sex
West.
Sex World. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that makes complete sense, right? Yeah.
Is this a Bob? Yep. Sweet Young Foxes. This is the Bob Chin one.
Damn,
And what's this other one?
that's insane
The
that I
Young
have 2
Like
of
It
those
Hot.
titles.
The Young Like It Hot. That one was good. That was the one about like the
I've seen
sex
all
line.
those.
Young like it hot.
Yeah.
Such a
They
porn.
like
name.
work for a
That's
sex.
so-
They
so
work for a
stupid.
sex line company. Yeah, they work for a sex line company. It's actually kind of funny.
dude.
But he's decent with comedy. Like this right here, this is a Picorama triple feature that came out this month that has 3 of his comedies on here. And I'm not sure about Hot Legs or California Gigolo, but Pizza Girls.
I've actually never seen either of those. I may have seen California Gigolo before, but I don't think I
Yeah, I
have.
didn't realize it was a 3-pack. That's kind of hilarious.
So Pizza Girls is actually a re-release. They've actually put this out on a really old DVD back on the original VS line. And then they also put it out on that 5 films for 5 years, one of those like 4 sets that they put out like in 2018 or whatever. That was on it and that was it. So when this came out, of course I bought that because for me, not seeing much porn, this one's definitely my favorite that I've ever seen. Bob Chin, he actually acts in this one too.
Yeah.
Him and John Holmes, they play brothers, and it's really funny because John Holmes is just some like Ohio white boy, and Bob Chin is just like this short little Asian man, like Asian American man, who just like made all these like porno films. It's really cool. But in San Francisco, which you already mentioned that Moodz, they create this pizza place called Country Girl Pizza. And basically, the whole business of this is you get takeout pizza and you also get takeout sex with your order if you put in like the special like ingredients and whatever for your shit.
Your combo.
So the movie starts with this girl. Her name is Anchovy. Like her first name is Anne, and then her last name is Chovy, of course.
Yeah,
She's
that's
like
by Desiree Costu. I never can say her last name, but she's like pretty
Is
popular.
it Desiree
choice.
Cousteau?
Yeah, something like that. She's a very popular, like
So
kind of
stupid.
legendary porn actor. She most famously for probably Pretty Peaches.
And she is absolutely gorgeous. She might have like one of the bracks I've ever seen in my entire life.
Dude, that reminds
Yeah.
me of one porn star I used to watch a lot in the 90s was Animal. Man, I always loved her, man. She actually fucking
Animal.
her name was
Is it
Anna.
like Maul?
No, it was like ANA and then MAUL, like animal, like animal.
Like animal. I'm
Yeah,
gonna fucking maul you with my cock.
No, like an animal, but yeah, it's fucked up, man. Like I remember like I was like watching this fucking video one time. They're talking about porn stars, and her name got brought up. I'm like, what the fuck ever happened to Animal? Yeah, she fucking died in a car accident in like the early 2000s. I'm like, shit.
It seems like most
That
porn
sucks.
stars either die or just disappear and do something that's not porn related.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
And basically just like change their entire like lifestyle. But anyways, Anchovy's being interviewed by John Holmes at the very beginning of the movie, which ultimately leads to him immediately eating her out and fucking her because you got to know exactly the goods if you're going to hire her.
Yeah.
So the fact that I said she's beautiful, of course she's hired. And her and I think 3 other girls make up the pizza girls of this place. And we immediately have him giving them their special orders, and then they go out and do their own little thing. And we each follow them basically delivering the pizza and having sex with all these people. 3 of the girls have sex with these like 3 Southern dudes. And one of the other girls is basically stuck having sex with like this horny housewife that just keeps like bothering her and keeps asking for her. But like all the sex scenes in this movie are honestly like really funny because they're talking throughout the scenes. Like it's just such an easy movie to watch because they're just rattling off one-liners all over the place. Even when they're fucking, they're just making jokes all the time. Like the 5 guys that the girls are fucking actually make up
guys.
Yeah. They actually make up like a trio of guys that run a chicken joint. And they're part of something called like the Chicken Syndicate. And they're really mad because this pizza joint is off to such a successful start that it's like running into their like business and they're starting to lose money. So they're ordering these pizzas and fucking these girls to see exactly like what they got going on. And like these scenes are so fucking funny. Like one of the guys is like this really like real Southern dude. And when he's like fucking her, he's just like hooting and hollering, and he's like starts singing like these old like Southern hymns, like she'll be coming around the mountain, and instead of saying that, he'll be saying, "I'll be coming on her mountains when I come," like shit like that. He's just singing. But then like the woman that goes to like the horny housewife, all she does is open the door, eat her out for 10 seconds, and then leaves because that's all it takes for her to like get her orgasm.
Uh-huh.
But then like one time she goes in, she comes in with this like, it's the most like primitive looking dildo I've ever seen in my life.
Dude, some of those are. So that's the thing you'll find out in like 70s and 80s porn, especially 70s. Like the fucking like sex toys they have always look like it's made out of like wood or something.
It
That
honestly looked like a
painful.
torture device. Honestly, it looked like she was like torturing at first because she's like, "I'm tired of eating your damn pussy out." So she like pushes her against the wall, like with her back, like she's about to like frisk her or something. And then she like pulls out this like 12-inch long dildo. But this thing is like the most special dildo I've ever seen in my life because in the back of this dildo, there's like a fucking hand crank. She like basically takes this hand crank dildo, shoves it into her pussy, and she's like starting by fucking her with this like dildo at first, but then afterwards she like takes this hand crank and starts like cranking it, and it's like it's almost like a vibrator that's it's like a manual vibrator because you like you crank it and it starts like moving. I've never seen something so like primitive and like caveman in my life. But yeah, the lady loved it. But yeah, fucking hand crank dildo. That was the craziest shit I've ever seen in my life.
Did you make your wife watch this one?
She's actually seen it before.
Ah,
Probably like when I first bought it. And she likes it too. Like it honestly is just a funny movie because like even during the love scenes, like I said, they're just making jokes throughout.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I've
even
always
those
liked
are
that
just
one.
easy to watch.
yeah, that one. Like some people don't realize that there are actually like a lot of like porn comedies, like, and they're pretty good with the jokes sometimes.
Right, like this. Like I would honestly like raise this and like keep it like in high regards with some of my favorite comedies from like the late 70s for real. Like the 3
Moodz
chicken
is just
guys
like,
I
"What
think
the
are
fuck?"
hilarious.
This
Like,
Bob
there's like there's one scene where one of the pizza girls like has a threesome with 2 of the chicken guys, And then after the scene, they're like talking about it, and one guy's like, "Yeah, I'll fuck a girl in the ass. I don't even really care." And then the one guy who honestly looks exactly like Bradley Cooper, like a spitting image of Bradley Cooper, he's like, "Nah." He's like, "I prefer the pussy. That's all I'll have." And then this Southern guy, like literally out of nowhere, just it says, "Yeah, but you know what they always say? Who eats the whole will suck the pole." which which literally meant fucking nothing. And dude's like, why would you fucking say that? Like, it has nothing to do with anything. I mean, that was like the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life. It's like there's so many stupid things.
I think that's a joke though. That's actually really funny. Just kind of throw that out there, right? It's good.
There's a subplot in the movie too, where there's this like notorious like rapist that's going around San Francisco like attacking women, but he's like a chicken. But he's the chicken. Like, this is completely like comedic. They call him, what do they call him? The San Francisco Night Chicken is what he's called. So basically, like during these scenes,
the Night Stalker.
Oh yeah, exactly. Well, I don't know. Maybe
actually no,
maybe
that probably predates.
If it's 1978. I think the Night Stalker took his inspiration from the San Francisco Night Chicken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Night Stalker was way later than that.
But yeah, the Chicken Syndicate, they hire this guy to like basically attack these women and like basically force them to close their doors, and that's like their only resort. But like during these like attack scenes, these girls are just like skating down a dark alleyway, and all of a sudden you just hear like a bark, 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 like out of nowhere. And they just get pulled behind like a door, and you don't see anything. And it only lasts like 5 seconds. You just hear like noises, and you hear like chickens like screaming, and you see feathers like fly all over the place. And then the next scene, you'll see the girl like walking back into the pizza parlor with like a mouthful of feathers, and she'll just like blow them out of her mouth. She's like, "He got me again." Like that's about as like serious as like the rape is taken in this movie.
Got me again.
That damn Night Chicken. But yeah, like honestly, that's really the plot. It's just like these girls going around delivering pizzas, and honestly, the pizzas themselves look absolutely disgusting. So yeah, they're definitely not in it for the food. Yeah, of course, like with the porn and everything, the plots can be paper thin, but for a movie like this, it doesn't even matter. Especially like with the jokes being as funny as they are and just being honestly like a joke a minute. They're just rattling them off. In terms of the music, like the music's honestly really nice. It has a nice like soft, like kind of classic rock soundtrack with a really good theme song, really.
The music is really nice. I've never heard.
And that's one thing that's just
adjective when it comes to a porn. It was really nice.
Dude,
it's like
some good music in porn.
It's like a yacht rock soundtrack. It fucking kicks ass. I love it. But in terms of like how things are shot, like the love scenes, they're not like super like creatively shot, and they're not disgusting like that Blonde Goddess that I watched with Dan, where it was like extreme close-ups of like buttholes and shit. So this is pretty much like it's professionally looking. It's like standard. There's multiple angles of like reactions and everything. It's a really nice looking movie. There are some disgusting scenes.
Is it all standard sex? Like it's just kind of like
yeah, it's all standard. There's nothing. Like the craziest thing in the movie is like there's a couple threesomes and that's it.
Yeah.
But there's like no 69s or like anything ridiculous.
Right.
But there's one scene that like almost made me puke. And it's like later on in the movie, where the Bradley Cooper guy who is so anti butt sex finally has butt sex with one of the girls, and they're like kind of like zoomed in on this whole scene of him just like penetrating her asshole. And there ends up being like this nasty fucking like butt goo that comes out with like mixed with all the other juices and shit. I almost literally fucking threw up when I saw that.
That does happen sometimes in these 70s porns, bro.
Is it just like the lack of the pre-enemas, or is it just too much fucking lube in there? Is like what's going on with that?
No,
probably just
it
lube,
never looks good. It never
butt juice, sweat. every juice you can think of rolled
A
into
more
one.
primitive era.
Wow, crazy.
What about mashed potatoes?
Oh,
come on.
God. Come on, bro.
Bro,
Come
you
on.
just said mashed potatoes after talking about butt sex.
All right, so what do you rate that thing?
Dude, you know what's so
Special
funny? We
features or
will totally
anything
not
else?
get flagged on any of this as long as we don't say the R word. It's
I think we
amazing.
did.
Yeah,
I've
we
already
definitely said
said it
that.
like 5 times.
Yeah, we probably still won't get. It's yeah.
But yeah, it's funny as shit. I love this movie. Like even on Letterboxd, it has an average rating of 3.4 out of 5. Like that's how like highly regarded this movie is. But yeah, me personally, I'd give it like an 8 out of 10. It's my favorite porno, and that's probably about as like high scale as I can give something like of this caliber is an 8 out of 10.
Man, I think I got to start taking some chances on these things, man. I've just never thought of buying and watching porn. I don't know, it's weird, but these are porn movies. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like you could feel like a little bit of confidence buying it through like Vinegar Syndrome because you know it's going to be shot on film and it's going to have some like actual production value to it.
Right. Well, I mean, back in the day, they used to make, porn movies, right? They were legit. I'm just so used to watching.
And then then video ruined the whole damn market.
Yeah, just watching compilations and 30 seconds of a movie every day. Gets my drift. But so
But
I
yeah,
need
in terms of features, the only thing on this are the bonus trailers. And the trailer for this sold the movie really well. And unfortunately, also in the trailer, they have the fucking butt goo scene. So
really
maybe people love that nasty shit. Yeah. That's probably just like a fetish for people. So I'm like, fucking, you do you, baby.
I don't know, man. I got introduced to that German shit very early in my life. So take it how you will. So it doesn't really bother me one bit.
I'm just gonna imagine it was very early in your life.
Yeah, it polluted my mind.
But yeah, if anybody is even like interested in getting into like adult films and shit, I would honestly like start with Hot and Saucy Pizza Girls. It's probably the easiest to like handle.
Oh Christ. It's JP's
Oh,
turn.
is
He's
it?
on the fucking phone.
Easy to handle.
Oh no.
He's having a crisis.
We're gonna have to fucking if he's gonna make me edit this shit, I'm gonna be so pissed.
Boss mode.
Yeah, I didn't get to the other movies on this because I can only watch like one porno like every other month.
Yeah.
So I'll definitely get to this entire set before the end of the year. And even then, there's no way this is making my top 10 list.
What's the runtime on that? Like, is it just like a normal 90 minutes kind of
In
thing?
inches.
No, it's short. It's 71 minutes. It's short.
Yeah. See, a 71
And I would
minute
say it's
porno
probably like 30 minutes non-sex, 40 minutes sex.
Yeah. Okay, so it'd still probably take me about 2 or 3 weeks to get through.
Yes. Normally, I would say just skip the love scenes, but this is a movie where you actually have to watch that shit because it's fucking hilarious.
So they
Like
even
the
have
one
jokes
guy who's
during the
like-
scenes, right? That's fucking amazing. They're making jokes during the sex scenes, man. It's awesome.
Like one that I love is like this guy who's super southern. Like to get a blowjob, basically, you have to order a pizza with head cheese on it. And that's like code name for basically a blowjob. And this guy just like screamed, he's like, "This head cheese is something else!" As like the girl just like sucking him off. It's just like stuff like that.
Reminds me of that movie Loverboy, to order extra anchovies on your pizza for a gigolo. I don't know if anyone's seen that.
Anchovies. Oh,
Patrick
I have not
Dempsey.
seen that. When did that come out?
I can honestly say
somewhere in the probably mid to late 80s.
Okay.
Patrick Dempsey, Kirstie Alley.
Oh, I know. I've seen that.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
It's almost like a less, because it is goofy,
Mhm.
but it's almost like a less goofy version of Deuce Bigelow, where he accidentally fills in for like the regular gigolo pizza guy, and then he ends up continuing on to do it.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it in a long time, but it was one of those movies I was just randomly on all the time, and like I just found it funny, so I would just keep it on. Well, go on.
We all have
Patrick
those weird
Dempsey's
little movies that only we love.
You know, there's no rhyme or reason to like why it stuck because it's like it's not like, oh, this is I'm gonna follow this genre. It's just this is the one that happened to be on like all the time.
I think the one movie like that for me is Just One of the Guys.
Oh hell
It
yeah!
was like on cable all the time, and I watched the fuck out of that. And I feel like I'm the only person that I know that even like knows and like appreciates that movie.
That movie rules. And I
Probably one of the
watched
first pairs of boobs I've ever seen.
it's probably about a decade old now, but on YouTube you can watch like the I think it's 20th or 25th anniversary panel where the cast gets together and they screened the movie and then they had a Q&A after and it was pretty cool. Buddy ruled.
I love that fucking cast. Clayton Roner. I have such a fucking man crush on that guy. Billy
My turn?
Zabka. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I had to take a call, but the film that I picked for this review
Oh yeah, JP, you're up.
is a VSL release. I don't think I did a VSL this year yet. Did one last year, I believe. So got my VSL in. And that is Charley One Eye. Charlie, who's Charlie? Those of you who listen to 22 Shots might know that reference.
I was laughing at your burp.
I guess you don't.
It's actually kind of shocking who Charley
Who's
One Eye
Charley?
is in this movie.
It is, and that's one of the things I was wondering the whole time. I just assumed that it was Richard Roundtree at first because that he seemed like the lead character. Who's also at Crack House, which is a great movie from VSA. One of my favorites this year. Spoiler.
We need more VSAs like that, please.
Yeah, don't be giving those spoilers because that's next month.
Yep. So Charley One Eye basically follows it's a Western film. It's set in 1860s Mexico, I guess. And it follows one character played Richard Roundtree, who was a Union soldier, who essentially is on the run due to killing his superior officer and deserting, essentially. And he runs into this native, this OG American, who is actually half Native American, half white, who's sort of like ostracized from his group of people. And he's also like crippled. And they run into each other. And at first, the character of, do they actually name him? The black guy?
No.
Yeah, because it says
I don't think so.
Yeah, so
because aren't they like black guy and Indian?
Yeah,
like they don't have names because like
well, I think the one dude he calls the one dude Geronimo, the native.
Yeah,
he calls him Geronimo. Well, first he like calls him a bunch of other
stereotypical
names like Running Bear and shit.
Yeah.
So
they're literally called. They're credited as the black man and the Indian, and the bounty hunter is the bounty hunter. No one has names.
And so at first, the black man kind of takes hostage of the crippled Indian guy, but they sort of like become like respectful of each other and maybe like a little bit more as the film kind of goes on. They're sort of just on the run in the hot ass desert looking for food and water and shit. They find a church and they find a well and stuff, and then they find some chickens and stuff. And actually one of the chickens, the native becomes a little fond of. It's Charley One Eye, because the chicken has one eye, and he's homies with this chicken. He doesn't want to kill it and eat it and stuff because it's his boy. And they run into like some Mexican bandit type guys and deal with them. And then there's also this bounty hunter that's after the black guy because of he has a wanted poster out for him, and it's like $500 alive and like $10 dead. So the bounty hunter eventually catches up with him, and kind of like hell breaks loose a little bit. So yeah, that's basically the plot of the movie. This tagline is something else, man. Somebody told the black man he wasn't a slave anymore. Somebody told the red man this land was his. Somebody lied. What the fuck?
That's so fucking. I mean, when you watch the movie, it's like, what?
So yeah, there's like some funny moments. Like the whole like first half of the movie, maybe even the first hour of the movie is like 2/3 of the movie is kind of just like chill a little bit for the most part, besides the bandits that show up. Just them kind of wandering through, like talking about stuff. They try to make a bow at one point to hunt some like rabbits or something, and the native dude like fails pretty hard at making the bow, but he's all proud of it at first. And then the black guy just like, still weird calling him the black guy, but the black man.
The 70s, man, that's what they were named.
Yeah. He was like, he starts laughing at him and shit, and it's just like, but there is this cool moment where they're first like starting to make the bow, where like the black man asks him like, why don't you make a bow? And he says like, I don't have a knife. And like there's this moment of like thought process where he like tosses him one of the knives, and it's like sort of like a let your guard down moment, because it's like, am I trusting him with a knife? You know, is it going to be safe to do that? Blah, blah. So, and then it kind of like eases the guard between both of them a little bit from that point on. They start to get along a little bit more, even though like they're the black dude's like still kind of a dick a little bit, but like in the way.
Well, they start to get along after the black man starts taunting the Indian, and he breaks his fucking ankle and becomes the same as the Indian, and they have to rely on each other.
Yeah, that too.
It's actually the funniest part of the movie.
And you know, it's pretty chill movie, and then it kind of gets like a little intense once the bounty hunter shows up, and it's kind of, you know, it's very racial, obviously. Like the bounty hunter is just played by Nigel Davenport, who does a really good job as a fucking bastard.
Oh, this guy is white. This guy is Southern white America at its finest. Like this is Civil War times. This guy is like, he does not like the blacks.
Yeah, he does not like the black man at all. He's like kind of okay with the Indian dude, especially once he finds out that he's like part white.
Well, he's not at first. Yeah, he only likes him because he's like he sees his eyes, and he's like, oh, yeah, you're not fully Indian.
Yeah, he's like, I knew there was something good about you, or something like that.
Yeah,
like the white part was like the good part about it.
Racist shit. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's all like that, like I really like the portrayal of like the Indian character, because he seems like a little slow, like that he's like sort of doesn't really like have a ton of intelligence, but he kind of has like a sneaky bit of like smarts too, you know what I mean? And he's just like sort of like lost in the world, you know. I really like his character a lot. And
yeah, you don't really get to know why he's down in Mexico, because he's totally an American Indian, but he's down there for whatever, probably because
just because he's not good at being an Indian.
Yeah, probably.
Like he can't make a bow. Like he's half white. He fucking is crippled. Like they're just like, ah.
That's what I like about the dynamic, though. It's like we know why Richard Roundtree is down there as the black man. Like he's on the run because he killed a superior because he was fucking his wife. And but we don't know much about the Indian.
Yeah,
and it's an interesting dynamic because I love their I love when they start making fun of each other based on the races and shit. It's fucking hilarious, dude. Like those are some of the funniest parts in the movie, and it just makes kind of sense because they're trying to they know that they should be not cool, but at the same time they're the only people around, and they kind of have to be cool with each other to survive. Exactly, and they realize that, and they play that through jokes. And that's how
and also acquainted. Like just everybody was kind of like a bigot in their own way. Like even the black dude is kind of like a bigot, you know what I mean? So it's absolutely. Like just the time period.
It's definitely the time period.
but like once the bounty hunter shows up, like it actually gets like pretty intense. It's like kind of like fucked up a bit, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And obviously gets super racist and shit like that. But there's actually, dude, somebody gets shot in this movie and they fucking fly against the wall with blood splatter. And I'm just like, God damn. It was funny as shit, dude.
We need more people also, just flying from gunshots.
Dude, bro, it was like
it's always such a highlight.
Yeah. And it was like, it looked like a fucking Tarantino moment or something where it was just like super bloody and shit. And you're like, okay, I like this. Yeah, like without going into spoilers and stuff, I thought this was pretty good. I think that the dynamic between the two is really cool, and it's has like a satisfying like conclusion in a way like that makes you think a little bit and stuff. And there's obviously it's like talking about like racial issues and stuff like that, which is pretty cool too. Like I wouldn't say that I would say that it has good messaging in a way, you know what I mean? So yeah, it was pretty cool. It's considered like an anti-Western, directed by Don Shafee, who directed Jason and the Argonauts, which is really good. Have any of you guys seen this movie before?
I'd never seen it before. No. It was on my radar for years. I'd known about it. I just love my blaxploitation films.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Being curious to see it.
It's very small. Like there's not a lot of cast in it. It's mainly just those two for a long time, and then like I said, there's a couple bandits, and then you have the bounty hunter, and then there's like a bunch of people at the end. But
yeah,
it's like
there's a couple Mexicans that show up and they get dead, and then there's this. Well, I mean, there's a bunch of characters in one scene where it's really, really brutal.
Yeah,
like really fucking racist and brutal. It's crazy. But yeah, you're right. The cast is small.
Yeah, it's like primarily like one location movie as well. It's mainly at the church. There's some desert and stuff outside of that,
which is kind of a cool location because once they find that church and stuff, it's actually quite cool. And actually, my favorite scene in the entire film is where the Indian kind of was playing possum the entire time, and they have this this awesome scene where he kind of bets them. They're doing some shooting games and stuff, and he's like, because he kind of showed him off
Jesus
couldn't fucking shoot before, but all of a sudden he's like shooting the nose off and he's shooting the fucking he's shooting the hands. Like it's crazy. That's
awesome. What I meant, where he's like kind of like seems slow, but he also is like more aware than people think as well.
Right.
And like he kind of had like that cunning moment where he like sort of like hustled him a bit, you know what I mean? Where he was actually a really good shooter and stuff. I dug that. But yeah, overall I found it pretty enjoyable. It's not like the most crazy movie I've ever seen, but I really enjoyed my time with it. And it, I got really invested in these characters and wanted to see where it was going to go. So overall, I think it's a pretty solid movie. I gave it a 7.5 out of 10. For special features and stuff like that, there is a commentary with historian Toby Rowan. There's a making of featurette with the first AD, and first assistant editor and boom operator and continuity supervisor. That's 34 minutes. There's a one eye on the, I think that's a racist word. 25 minutes. There you have Richard Roundtree's final film, which is 10 minutes. Forced to be Reckoned With, which is 16 minutes. Black exploitation film historian Josiah Howard on Richard Roundtree's career. That's pretty cool. It's only 16 minutes though, but yeah, I didn't check out much of the special features, but just kind of ran out of time this week. But yeah, pretty cool movie. I was happy to pick it up. I think that it's I like westerns. I like blaxploitation stuff. Thought it was pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's a good movie. My biggest complaint with the film is pretty much kind of falls into the first hour of the movie. I wish they had played up the intensity of the bounty hunter a little bit more. It's kind of a weird, like the pacing's weird in the film because we get introduced to these characters and then for like the longest time, we don't even know that the black guy, Richard Roundtree, is being chased by a bounty hunter, and then we get a glimpse. There's all of a sudden this dude that's on this horse, and we're like, okay, this guy's coming from where? What's he doing? And then it does this a couple times in the first hour. There's like real no intensity. It's basically the first hour of the film is like Richard Roundtree and Roy Thins just kind of getting acquainted and becoming
it's kind of a comedy.
It isn't, but it is. I think it's unintentionally funny though too. I mean, obviously there's funny stuff in there too, when they're making fun of each other for the races and stuff like that. But it's not supposed to be. I think it's supposed to be a little bit lighthearted, giving that, Richard Roundtree. I think it's kind of one of those like, you almost know that this is probably not going to end good because we have a bounty hunter on their ass and they're showing glimpses. But I wish it was paced out a little bit better, a little bit more intensity with that. I think it could have been a little bit better, but. Yeah, the end of this movie is fucking brutal, man. Like, it's so brutal what happens to one of the characters, and then what happens with the other character to what he does. And it made me think about this for like a couple days after, and I was like, dude, like he just went and carried back this whole load of chickens only to do this. And I was like, oh my God, like he just kind of fucking snaps, right? And like the whole thing was just like, whoa. It's crazy, but I can see how when you're making an anti-Western, this is kind of what you do. But I do think the buildup with the bounty hunter could have been done a little bit more intense. It would have been nice, but the fucking scene where somebody's getting whipped, I was like, fuck.
Somebody's getting whipped.
Dude, I was like, fuck.
There's 3 characters in the movie. One of them's black.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
kind of give it away there. Yeah, there's a white guy, so there's a black guy, there's an Indian, and there's a white guy who got whipped.
And it takes place during the Civil War.
It's taking place in the Civil War.
Somebody's getting whipped in this movie.
I gave it away without saying it right there. I was like, fuck. That scene's brutal.
That movie, that scene is like sickening.
I think the worst scene in the film actually is my 2-word review was called I said stone sour. You know what I'm referring to when I say stone sour. Fucking was like just pure unadulterated hate and just viciousness by people. I was like, what the fuck? Like I see why they did it, because you expected not to really go in that situation, but damn, bro. Like, and I felt like when the Indian comes back, you're like, fuck, man. Like there's so much emotion in the last like 15 minutes of this movie. You're just like, what the hell, man?
Yeah. The final part of this movie like made me go up like a whole point. Like,
it's pretty brutal, man. And then like, I see what he does because he's just angry, right? He's just angry.
Yeah. Another thing that was,
I hated what happened to Charley One Eye.
Yeah. Oh, I know, man. And it was even sad when he's like, why would you do this? Like, it's like the way he said it is like painful, bro.
It just kind of showed how fucking relentless that fucking white man is, and like they don't give a fuck.
Yeah. That's what really fucked him over. Really.
Yeah.
The bounty hunter.
Yep.
But I think that also there's a really funny moment where the Indian character gets a basket stuck on his foot and it's stuck there for such a long time.
Yeah.
It just stuck on his foot for so long. Like to where you actually forget about it for a little while, and then the bounty hunter shows up and he's trying to like get it off still.
Right.
But yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Good stuff. All right. All right, so that's going to conclude the solo reviews. Let's get into the featured review here. Yeah. Without further ado, man, from 1998, we have Dirty Work, directed by the one and only Bob Saget. Fucking awesome. Starring Norm Macdonald. We got Jack Warden in here. We got Artie Lang. Oh my God, we have a laundry list here, man. We got Ron Rickles. We got Ron Rickles, or Don Rickles. We got Christopher McDonald. We got Chevy Chase. We got fucking
Sandman.
John Goodman.
We got John
Goodman.
Oh yeah, John Goodman's in it for a second. Yeah.
John Goodman. There's a bunch of like small little cameos and shit, but just
Adam Sandler.
Adam Sandler.
Sandman.
Probably playing that devil scene or whatever. Right.
David Koechner.
We got
David Koechner.
Oh, yeah,
Taylor
great.
Howard. She was the girl for. Was she not the one from 2.5 Men? Or not 2.5 Men? Two guys and
Two guys and a piece of shot.
Yeah, that's the one.
I know her
I know
mostly
her as
from Me, Myself, and Irene.
Chris Farley's brother.
What? Am I the only one that knows her as Mr. Monk's assistant?
Yeah, Chris Farley's brother is this. He's
Yes,
in the.
I had such a
movie theater
childhood
employee.
crush on that woman because she was Mr. Monk's assistant.
I don't think I've ever seen her with long hair. Like, I'm personally not a big fan of like boy haircuts. Yeah, so like I would always like to see her with like longer hair. I don't know if I've
It
ever
works
seen
with
her like
some
that.
people.
Yeah, even when
Yeah, I
she
don't
was
think I've
older,
seen her with
she-
hair.
even when she was older, like on Monk, she wore it like that.
Yeah, Chris Farley's brother's in the film too. In the
he's
in the cinema
the
scene.
theater.
In the cinema scene, yeah.
Yeah, I checked those. Him. So
Oh, he's like identical. He's like a splitting image. Just, but yeah. Anyways,
I didn't realize that there's a third Farley.
Is there really?
Is there? Damn.
Yeah. I'm gonna figure out who the third Farley is. But you guys have seen him too.
Is he
You
like
can talk
way?
amongst
Is he like way
yourselves.
younger?
He's around
I
the
just
same
looked at
age,
him.
but he's in a lot of the same movies.
Huh.
John Farley. Let me look him up.
Oh, I forgot about.
I'm gonna find a picture.
I forgot about Gary Coleman's in the film.
Oh yeah,
Oh, yeah,
Gary
Gary
Coleman's in it.
George Chevalo. George Chevalo plays the ring announcer in that scene with Gary Coleman. That's pretty fucking awesome. George Chevalo, of course, is the legendary boxer. I think he was Canadian, right? Yeah, he was Canadian.
This guy. I don't know if you can see like
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
you can
he's
see
in
that.
like Little Nicky and Don't Mess with the
Yep.
Zohan and all those movies. John Farley is the third Farley.
Is that the
brother.
guy with the boobs on his head in Little Nicky? Like the devil guy?
I don't remember.
Is it? Oops.
I haven't
What's
seen
his
Little
character
Nicky in
name?
Years.
I don't know.
I'm trying to think what his
It's-
character name is.
I have no idea. I just noticed the guy at the end with the tits on his head the whole movie.
I mean, you're probably right. He's a human dartboard, so you're
Oh, okay.
probably
So he's in
wrong.
it for like, he's in it for like a
Yeah.
second.
So we talked about this. So you guys had never. Who had seen this movie before?
I think everybody
I-
but me.
Just you. You were the only one. Okay. So when this movie, like, when we were like, I was thinking about it, I was like, man, the hype is for the composite cut, and I was like, I've seen that fucking other version. I'm like, no. So the theatrical version was the only one that had been released. So this dirtier cut is kind of an assembled cut of some of the cut footage that they cut from the original cut, apparently, to obtain the PG-13 rating, which I find is so crazy. Like, it was still 1998. Like, you're going for a PG-13 rating, just blows my fucking mind. But
Right, because like to me, honestly, like this dirtier cut still probably could have passed as a PG-13.
I know.
Today
Yeah,
for
exactly.
yeah.
sure.
Exactly.
Yeah. I bet you if it's what year was American Pie?
99.
I believe.
99
I
the
bet you
year
if this
after.
came out, yeah. I bet you if this came out like 2 years later, it would have just been the dirty cut.
Yeah.
Yep.
And like going back to what we talked about in the beginning of the show, like, you know, giving people their flowers and shit like that. It's kind of a shame, like, you know, the vision that Bob Saget has was, you know, to put all these dirty jokes in there and stuff like that, but they obviously had to cut it to get the PG-13. It's kind of a shame that this cut comes out after Bob Saget and Norm Macdonald have passed away. They
Yeah,
never
because
really got
Bob
to see-
Saget was trying to get it done
Yeah.
before he died.
Yep.
You know?
And it's kind of a shame that they never got to, you know, to see this cut. And again, you know, it's like, fuck, man, you know, they're gone and they can't see this shit. And, you know, just, I hate that shit.
And Artie Lang, he's far gone enough.
He probably,
So he probably doesn't even know it even exists to begin
I'm
with.
just going to say, he probably
Yeah.
doesn't even know, he's never going to even see this probably. Yeah.
Probably
Fucking
doesn't
dirty,
remember dirty work.
dirty work from 1998. Synopsis. According to IMDb, a loser finds success in the revenge for hire business. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty much what it is. So, I mean, it's literally a movie about getting revenge and it's revenge. It's fucking awesome, man. It's great.
Yeah. Starts
such a
out when
great
he's
idea.
like a little
Yeah.
kid, then he goes into his like younger teens, and then later teens.
I have to say though, man, I still think one of my favorite jokes in the movie is honestly one of the first jokes in the film, where the kid puts the crazy glue on his ass and he's like, "Hey, we got a crazy guard grabbing little kids' asses." I think that is the funniest shit in the world. And the kid's like running away and the guy's hand's still stuck to his ass. I'm like, I was fucking bawling, man. I forgot how funny that was.
It's just funny that he's saying, "Hey, crossing guard grabbing an 8-year-old's ass. Crossing guard grabbing an 8-year-old's ass." It's like, what?
That kid honestly did such a good job, like portraying like a kid version of Norm Macdonald.
Yeah. So good. Really good. So good. So good. So, you know what I love about Dirty Work, though? I just got to say, man, like, Norm Macdonald isn't even acting. He's literally just playing himself. Yeah. That's what I love about it. Really it's his character, or it's him from SNL. Like, to the point where he has his little tape recorder, note to self. I love it.
You're right. It's so funny. Like listening to like him in interviews and shit, it's literally the same thing. It's like, it's so crazy.
Yeah.
So let me ask you guys, because like I've never seen this before, but like, so a lot of people were a little confused about the Dirty Work version at first because it's only a minute longer. You know what I mean? So I think people were like, okay, what is it, just like a minute of missing footage or something? But it's actually like more than that, right? It's like alternate dialogues and takes or whatever. So what you guys being familiar with the other version, like, do you think this version is better?
I mean, I haven't seen it enough times to know the difference.
I'll be honest. I'm watching the film. I can definitely pick out some, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I definitely saw some things that were different from the theatrical for sure. It's definitely a lot of like the picture, like the dick things with the donuts and stuff like that. I don't remember that being like a lot of that stuff is definitely not in there. So I think that makes rape. Rape. A lot of the language and stuff like that, those are definitely the alternate takes in the film. So that kind of makes up the runtime. I'm not sure what they cut out, because when you cut out things, it's kind of hard to remember, but there's definitely things that were not in the theatrical, like all kind of those dirty jokes.
What's crazy is that like a lot of it's not even cut out, but it's like the same scenes with just different dialogue.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That I noticed that too. Like definitely the rape things, and like there was a few things I was like, that was definitely not in the original cut.
It's also super interesting how they made the cut, right? Because they had to, there was no, like, they didn't know what it was. Like there would be no way to like, because it doesn't exist. They had to remake it. Yeah. And so they had somebody recorded a full screening of the movie, and they used that footage to see what it would be, to put it back together, which is just like incredible that they did it that way.
Oh, like the original cut that they had. Yeah.
Right. So like the dirty cut,
thank God somebody like fucking like filmed anymore. That shit with that camcorder.
That's crazy. Actually,
like, I forget who actually did it.
So where was it? So obviously it was assembled at one point. So where was that assembly? Like just gone?
It's gone. Yeah.
So they just recut the whole thing.
Yeah. So that was the original cut. They cut out all the shit.
Right.
And then that's what's left was that new cut, the PG-13 cut.
Well, at least they still had the cut footage though, man.
Some of the audio you can tell too.
Yeah, like, some of the audio a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Audio is the
somebody just went to a screening and filmed it like with a camera, one of the like pre-screenings. Like
praise the fucking bootleggers.
Yeah, it was a test screening.
Yeah, well, it was somebody involved in the film,
right?
So they did it to sort of get the reactions or whatever. And yeah, it was a test screening, and that they watched that back. That's how they put together this cut, which I thought is just that's the stuff that Vinegar Syndrome does that is just so beyond what other people do.
And that's what I'm saying about like the vision of Bob Saget. Like this came to fruition after they passed away. It's just so fucking sad that he never got to see. It would have been so cool to get features of Bob Saget after the fact, talking about like this cut, and like, could you imagine those features? I mean, I'm not saying he would have done it for Vinegar Syndrome, but who knows?
Nah, he definitely would have done it. He would have
probably.
Yeah, I mean, he would do a commentary. That would have been easy.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he would have. Maybe, hopefully, he would have. One thing I did notice about this film, though, like, I mean, like I said, I didn't watch a theatrical versus version again. I mean, they probably were there. Man, there was a fuck ton of gay jokes in this movie. Like a ton of gay jokes. So honestly, every joke was hitting though, man. I was fucking laughing so hard. I'm like, this is fucking awesome. And it made me laugh too because I had just seen Parker post and he's like, dude, this is my new favorite comedy. And I'm like, okay, fuck, I can't just not love this. It's fucking amazing. It was so good, man. But like honestly, I forgot like how many gay jokes there was, but they're like done well. You know what I mean? They're done well. Like they're good shit.
Yeah, I honestly, bro, I'd never seen this before. I'm like kind of weird with comedies. Like a lot of the 90s ones kind of work for me in general, but like I wasn't sure how I'd feel about it. And I'm gonna be honest, like I wasn't like the little kid thing made me laugh, but like there was a little bit of time that went through and I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna find this all that funny, but it totally had me laughing later on. Like I was actually laughing out loud, which that's what I expect in comedies, but I'm kind of like a weirdo where I laugh better when I'm in a group than when I'm by myself.
I feel like this is one of the movies that you, like if you watch with a bunch of homies, man, like you will not stop. You won't stop.
Yeah.
It's dude,
For
it's
sure.
like
It's so
Norm
funny.
Macdonald has like such the coolest like reactions and just like the way he says things, like his cadence,
His delivery
and
is
stuff.
impeccable.
Yeah, it's just so good, and you just want to like you literally watching it like waiting to see what he says next
Exactly.
because it's hilarious.
It's Weekend Update, but in movie form. It's amazing.
Yeah,
It
and I'm
literally
not overly familiar with him either. I actually didn't really even know much other than he was in some like a side cameo in Adam Sandler movies until he died. And then everybody was talking about him. I'm like, who the fuck is everybody talking about? Like,
you missed all the good shit with like the Weekend Update and like the whole like him getting fired off there for just being Norm Macdonald.
Yeah, you said you're not even. You said you'd never even really watch SNL, right?
No, never really watched SNL.
So like how he does like the way he delivers like what he's doing in this movie is exactly how he was.
I know that now because when he died, I started watching a bunch of his interviews and like comedy clips and like went down a rabbit hole with him.
Yeah.
Because like I was just trying to see who people were talking about, and then I actually liked his stuff, so I kept watching it. Like some of his interviews were really great. Like like just the way he is.
Even some of his stand-ups and shit like that, like some of the specials he did were really, really good, man. But he was always one of my favorites on SNL. Like he managed to get himself fired, and didn't he get hired back again or something like that? I can't remember.
Was it like an OJ joke that got him fired?
Yeah. But like he came back. I don't know. Like it's so good, man. Because he would go off the table. He was one of those guys that literally was like just doing shit off the table, right? Like, so it's pretty good stuff, man.
And there's a lot of really funny stuff in here. The stuff with the dad Pops, like some of that stuff is hilarious.
I love the dead hookers in the trunk bit. It's like,
oh yeah,
when Artie Lang is like, he's like, dude, you're just gonna fucking do that. He's like, no, dude, it's like we're gonna use this as a commercial for our business. And I'm like, dude, that's fucking brilliant, man. And it works out great. It's such a funny bit, man. It's so great.
I've never seen so many dead hookers in a trunk.
I feel like too, it's like for people who haven't seen it, you really have to sell it correctly because maybe by the title people think it's like an over-the-top raunch, but it's more like wise-ass sarcasm. Like I love the scene.
Yeah, it's not like sleazy at all. You know what I mean? Sleazy. It's kind of tame.
Like there's a couple bits that are raunchy, but other than that, it's more just wise asses being sarcastic. Like I love the part where Norm Macdonald makes the call to the cops to get the boys. Hi, real cops.
Real cops.
but that's Norm Macdonald, right? That's his comedy.
I like when like Artie smashes the phone and he picks up this like shattered phone and he's like, what? No, I hear you fine. It must be your phone.
Yeah, it's your end.
That's a brilliant joke with the frat guys, though, man. To get back at them, it's so good, man.
Yeah, the revenge.
It's such a good way to start.
Just so creative.
Honestly, the writing for the revenge is actually pretty good. I mean, it's ridiculous that they condemn like a whole building and like cover it up and shit. Like it's ridiculous, but it's so. But even when they're doing that shit, it's funny inside there too. It's like so stupid what they're doing, but I think the writing is great, man. So
he just has great reactions to like everything going on around him. It's just so hilarious. You just want to like see what he's gonna say. with characters that are in the same scene and what's going around. Like when he gets thrown out of the bar window, he's like, "Note to self: learn how to fight." Like,
Yeah.
And he gets thrown out of
I
shit
just
the whole
love
movie.
that.
It's
Yeah,
just,
that running
and
joke.
the thing I love about his like throws and stuff in the movie is they actually look fucking painful. Like
Yeah.
he's hitting the like fucking ground and shit, and
I
like
love that there's so many dumpster gags. There's
Yeah.
like fucking like 15.
it's like the same dumpster for
Yeah, whoever
30
his
years.
stuntman or his stunt double was, like, kudos, because
No.
There's a stunt kid. He got thrown in the dumpster as a kid. I want to know who the fuck got tossed like that. Is there an actual stunt kid, or is that like
I
a
think it was
grown
a dummy.
man?
I
Like
think
as
it
a
was a
sm-
dummy.
It's got to be a
That's-
dummy.
Yeah, it was a. That's why it was funny because it was like
Is
clearly
it?
a
I
dummy.
gotta look back at
Yeah,
that.
it's like clearly a dummy. That's what makes it funny though because it looks so ridiculous.
I
I
love
don't know
how
how
they
the hell I missed that.
I love how they take the Saigon horror joke like right from the beginning right to the end. Like
Yeah.
it starts with that joke and it pretty much ends with that joke. And I'm like, Jesus
The
Christ.
fact that he marries her just makes absolutely
And
no
they
sense.
instantly start fighting.
Comes out of
Chris
nowhere.
Farley steals every time he's on screen. It's fucking hilarious. Like when he's fucking freaking out in the car with her.
When
That guy
he's,
was
when he's
legitimately a
over
gem.
top the skunk's cage and he's like just his legs are all spread. He's like bent down. He's just so animated of a person. He's just
Dude, that scene is
so fucking funny. That's
that
like-
scene is
I
literally
was rolling.
that scene is the scene where he did with the river or the van down by the river. That's what it reminded me of, man. When he's down there and he's fucking, he's got the fucking legs that, like, oh my god,
Yeah,
that was literally the same skit. That's what he was doing.
I just love how he's so animated. Like just his like he just like puts effort into his acting. It's just like funny as shit.
Yeah,
I love
that
was
reminded me of
an
that skit.
uncredited role.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know who's actually really funny in this movie that probably won't get a lot of credit because he's kind of outshone by, Norm Macdonald and of course Chris Farley is Shooter McGavin, Chris McDonald, man.
dude, that's my
Yeah,
favorite.
no, he's
I
really
love that guy.
good.
He's
fucking
really funny, and
hilarious.
I love the fact that they cast him as the douchebag again because it's like a
he just
play
plays
on
it
Happy
so
Gilmore.
I've never
well,
seen
though.
him not play
They
the
totally did it
douchebag.
purposely because he was so good as Shooter. They had to put him as the fucking villain. It was perfect.
I've
It was
I've
great.
legitimately seen almost 20 movies with him, and I don't think I've ever seen him be a good guy.
Well, because
Yeah, he's always a piece
because
of
he's
shit.
become the douchebag. Like
Yeah, he's
he has
good.
to keep playing that role, right?
He's
Like,
even
he
kind of
plays
a
it so well.
douchebag in the black room when he's like 25 years old.
He has a look. He has a
Yeah.
look in the.
Oh yeah, I
delivery for it.
forgot about that.
Right.
Yeah, he's got a fro. It's hilarious.
He just
Yeah,
has that,
he's a douche in Grease too. He's a douche in The Faculty as Elijah Wood's dad. Like
Oh, yeah,
literally
dude, I
everything.
totally forgot
Was he the
about
douche in Wedding Singer? Julia Gulia's like fiance or husband?
No,
No, that wasn't
no, that's
him.
not him. No, that's not him.
Yeah, that's not him.
But like I think he has that face that you just want to punch, right?
Yeah.
So
he's
you,
like
you
so
just turn him
smart.
into a
Muddle up.
douchebag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
Super
plays
smug.
such a good fucking asshole, fucking rich snobby asshole.
Yep.
I don't know,
He did
man.
a Disney.
I love the Gary
He did a
Coleman shit.
Disney Channel movie, and he's even a douchebag in that.
What was that?
Lemonade Mouth.
I don't think I've
What?
ever seen that one. Lemonade Mouth?
Yeah.
That must be like
He was
post
like-
like 2004.
Yeah, I remember like me and my girlfriend have watched like literally like over 100 of these. We have like 10 left, but they're like some of the worst, like miserable ones. We're just like out of the will to like power movies anymore.
I can't remember if it's in
You gotta
the.
finish it
like-
now.
It's got to be in the
but
original
it's
version.
so bad because like they're just like at some point they all just become musicals. And there's like sequels to like the worst ones that are like meant for people 20 years younger than me, and it's so bad, dude. We just lost the will to like power
Yeah.
movies. Like I can't watch Sharpay Goes to New York or whatever.
I
it
can't
was
believe you
called.
stop with 10 left, you coward.
We'll
Yeah, you
eventually
coward
do
bitch.
it. There was one that came out last year that was like a real movie that we watched. That one wasn't that bad, but there's some really bad ones left.
They need to come out with a Brink Legacy sequel. I'll watch that.
Yeah, bro. Brink is one of the all-time best.
You know,
Oh, yeah.
That was right near the top of the list. I think that was like number
Yeah.
3.
you know who's really fucking funny in this movie, man, is Jack Warden. There's a great fucking
Yeah.
scene in the film where he says, you know, back in my day, we didn't have fucking birth control methods like pulling out. And I like literally lost my fucking shit laughing at that. I'm like, and I couldn't remember if that was in the original version or not, but I was like, dude, that is fucking hilarious, man. But almost every time he talks in the film, it's like hilariously great, dirty dude. And great.
Yeah, he's the best in this.
I just find it so like, generally I'd find it really stupid that like the narrative turns into like, you know, how they're actually brothers. But I love it. I love the scene where Norm Macdonald's like, remember that time when we like cut our hands and shit like that, and we're like, makes fun. He was like, we didn't really have to do it because we were already fucking brothers.
Yeah. Remember the time so that I looked up your sister's skirt or whatever?
Oh, dude,
it's like,
yeah. Remember that time in 12th grade when you when you had sex with her? And he's like, yeah, we need to stop reminiscing.
The delivery of it is so funny. I was waiting all movie for that line. That's my favorite joke. The delivery is just beautiful. He's just so exciting. He's like,
you know, I love that 12th
grade when you had sex with her.
Dude, so good, man, so good.
And that's the same. Sister was like sending the $2,000 for their startup.
It's the greatest. We need to stop reminiscing, and it's just cuts to the next scene. But actually, again, like speaking of people playing themselves, like in a in the comedic world, is Chevy Chase, man, as the doctor, dude. Like this guy's a degenerate fucking gambler who is like gonna die from these bookies and shit like that. And these guys are so naive; they're like willing to give him $50,000. He's not doing no surgery and shit.
He plays that role so perfect. It's like understated but deliberate.
Yeah.
Where you could tell he's like a scumbag the way he's like asking and he's flipping it like, oh yeah, we can do this and it's going to be $50,000, and he like slowly lets it be known what it's actually for. It's so good.
I just love it that these guys in these films were playing the epitome of the height of their comedic elements. You know what I mean? Like you got Chris Farley, Norm Macdonald, Chevy Chase, all playing the best of what they do, right? Mm-hmm. I feel like all their roles were exactly what they do the best in their comedic roles, right? And they just it all worked out great. The only thing about this movie that I really wish had have happened was, you know, Bob Saget taking that like Hitchcock approach and making a cameo and making a really funny scene, because Bob Saget was fucking funny as hell, man.
Did you guys know that in 2021, Bob Saget said that they had the money and a script for a sequel, and they were about to do it, and then Norm passed away?
Fucking then he died right after that too. It's crazy. It's like it almost killed him. It's almost like it killed him.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy though.
I wonder if that script ever leaked, because I'd be interested to see like what they had planned.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have loved to seen that shit too, man. I wonder if they would have got Artie Lang back for it. If he was able to do the fucking movie. Like,
I'd love to see how they would like explain like his appearance in the sequel.
It is kind of crazy how many of the fucking, you know, main features in this film are dead. Like Saga's dead, fucking Norm Macdonald, Chris Farley. Like, what the fuck, man? Jesus.
All the old dudes.
Artie Lang's pretty much dead.
I did want to note one thing for anyone that's seen Van Wilder before. You know that famous Van Wilder scene where the frat boys are eating
dude, that is one of the most disgusting scenes of all time.
I swear they stole it from this scene or from this movie.
Dude, it reminded me of that's like one of the first things I thought of.
See, that wasn't in the original cut of this movie. So when I saw it in Van Wilder, you didn't think twice about it. Yeah. Watching this movie now, I went, motherfucker, but I guess they wouldn't have known. But like I guess it's coincidental, but it's like,
I mean, it's not crazy to think though that like somebody who like worked on this movie like worked on that movie.
Yeah,
and ended up
possibly, but it's like, literally the exact same fucking thing. But I laughed my ass off. Them with their hard-ons with their fucking, oh my god, dude, I was pissing myself, man. I was like, that's awesome.
We did this.
It's just the best thing to do to somebody. Like, it's just funny as fuck.
I think one of the best fucking musical moments in the film though is like when they're wrecking that apartment building and the AC/DC "Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap" comes on, and I'm like, that it's like such a perfect song to what they're doing. I was like, that's so perfect, man.
It's a great soundtrack too, like just in general, like a lot of good like 90s alternative and pop hits too.
Yeah, I mean, you got some shit that's all over the place. So you got like a little bit early Green Day, but you got some like contemporary songs from '98 that came out that year and shit. And like, I think was it Chumbawamba? Like, there's a few shitty.
Yeah, Third Eye Blind.
Yeah, Third Eye
all
Blind.
The fucking like crazy hits.
Yeah, so they went out and like, I mean, that costs money, you know, to license that shit. Like, it's crazy. So they knew what they're doing, but dude, I think I can't remember. So Tony, you could probably remember the jail scene. The whole when he's talking about like I'm worried about getting anal raped in jail and shit, and then he gets anal raped.
It's just funny because like, "What are you talking about, dude?" And he's like the anal rape.
Yeah,
I like when he heard of that. He's like, "How have you not?"
I can't remember for sure. I'm pretty sure the anal rape is there, but just not like so like deliberately like said.
I couldn't remember.
I feel like I don't know.
The delivery's so good though. Like he comes back and he's doing up his pants. And he's like, "Ah, that's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous." And he's
like, "That is the worst thing. That's the worst thing in the world." Besides the painful thing, that's the worst. He's like, then that's the second. With this stupid little smirk.
It's the part I fucking love, man.
It just never mentioned again.
I love the part where they go into the fucking house and they're like, "Okay, we're gonna fucking put all these fucking stinky ass fish everywhere." And they start putting them everywhere.
Standing there with the fishes fucking killed me, dude.
Dude, I was
because it just goes on and on. It's just like
a full like minute long.
Dude, it's so funny the part where so after the shit kind of breaks through and like everyone dies and stuff, it cuts back to Artie Lang and he starts he keeps putting the fish in there.
Fuck, he resumes the mission.
Yeah. I don't even like, do it anymore.
There's a line like during the whole
mission. Resumes the mission. That's a great way. Yeah. Fuck, I started pissing myself. I had to pause the movie. I was dying. I was like, "Oh my god, it's so fucking funny." It's subtle shit like that makes me die.
There's a line you hear somebody scream that he's like, "Oh, now he took my chainsaw" or something like that.
Yeah.
Like they got fucking chainsaws and shit out there.
They're like passing the chainsaw around.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like
killing me with my chainsaw.
I feel like that scene was actually just a joke to Scarface. It was like a parody on Scarface.
Yeah.
The chainsaw scene.
That gag.
That's how I always took it.
It feels like something they might have originally wrote, and it's like shorter, and then they just keep adding to it, and then because they think it's hilarious, and then they end up just keeping it in the movie because it's cracking them up.
Yeah, dude, that was a great like silent like fucking standstill scene, dude. I just like, and I knew it was gonna go on long just by the way it started, but it's just like. It kept going, and I was just like, "This is fucking."
It's funny. A long non-cut, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Did you guys watch it with like subtitles turned on?
No,
of course, I always do. What do you mean, no?
Because I had my shit cranked up, I could hear it fine.
So. Oh my god, this guy with
Vinegar Syndrome does a really good job of like making subtitles funny and like kind of like tongue in cheek. Like when there's like random noises happening, they always have like a funny like little like caption of like what it is. Like honestly, for like comedies and shit, like the captions really do help and kind of make it funnier.
Yeah,
TerraVision does the same thing. Like their captions are fucking hilarious.
Yeah, like there was I was watching like Shrek and it was like it said something like
Hitler
Naziing around or something like that.
No, Hitler Naziing or whatever it was.
Hitler Naziing or something. And I thought it was the funniest shit ever because I was like, what this sneaky little fuckers that just like that's the guy that has like the most boring job ever, just trying to add some spice to it, dude.
I never actually thought about subtitles actually adding context to comedy and stuff like that. It's pretty funny. I never thought of that before, but
it's kind of meta.
I mean, to be honest, like I didn't really.
It helped with the scene with the fish because a lot of the little captions and they had with the chainsaws and all the whirring and noises were really funny.
Yeah,
really. See, I never thought that's funny, but. I mean, I laughed through this whole fuck. I was pissing myself yesterday watching this. I'm like, fuck, how have I not watched this in years? But
yeah, I was like, how have I never even heard anybody talk about this or see this? Because like I think this shit is like super dope and like what like it should have like more like maybe don't know, but I feel like it should be like more praised. I don't know if people really talk about this one all that much. But
no, they don't. Like it truly is like a cult movie.
Yeah,
it fits right in with the movies that came out at the time that were really awesome, like some of the Adam Sandler stuff and shit like that.
I mean, it was popular.
I think it's just as good.
It was popular when it came out for me and like some of my friends and stuff like that because we were big SNL fans, right? So we watched all that type of shit. So I guess when you see it from that perspective, you don't realize how much it's being missed from other people. I don't know. I didn't realize that people didn't know that it wasn't good. I don't know. I just never really thought about it, but yeah, I mean, around this time, I mean, fuck, dude, like if you grew up if you're watching SNL in the early 90s, like this shit was, you had to see it. You had to see it, man, because I mean, those were the best years of SNL, and then this came out
like the era just after a lot of those guys left SNL, and they were all making movies, and they were all showing up in each other's movies.
And I've always really liked that they do that. It's like we're homies. Like if I'm making a movie, you're gonna get a little paycheck here. Come do this.
Yeah, and they won't even take a credit for it.
Even if like Adam Sandler shows up in like this weird kind of devil role, but it's the fact, it's the point, right? Adam Sandler put Chris Farley in everything, and everyone always put everybody. The only person was kind of missing from this was David Spade, really, from that whole kind of crew.
Yeah,
that always worked together. Yeah. He didn't do anything in this film. I just thought of that right now.
Yeah,
interesting.
Maybe he was busy.
Yeah, he could have been probably. But yeah, I like the whole end for Chevy Chase, like in the credits and shit. I'm just like,
yeah.
He laughed, dude. It's so good.
Yeah, this was a lot of fun. Like it was kind of cool to do a comedy. Like Vinegar Syndrome hasn't really released a lot of straight up comedies either. And I think that this one kind of has like that cult fan base too. Like I think this was a good release by them.
Yeah, and it sold well too. So hopefully we get more like solid comedies.
Yeah,
I love that the cover of this is that scene
so
where
disgusting.
That's my shirt. That's my shirt.
He's like, all right, takes it off, and he's like,
it looks so bad, but that's what makes it.
It looks terrible,
so
but like
funny.
Just the fact, like it's. I think part of what makes it so funny is that the guy's just like, oh, all right, and just like like is willing to take it off and just give it back to him on the spot.
I love the fact that like one of his jerseys that it's wearing by like, or the kid is like too big and shit, is like a Montreal Canadiens jersey.
Yeah, he's like, that's my Canadiens jersey.
It's like that's so random.
That jersey was so fucking huge.
Yeah.
I know. It looked like
it was too big for Norm Macdonald.
The arms were just like so much longer than everything else.
So stupid. Oh god. Dirty Work
I had a lot of fun with this.
You know what, like the one thing I love about this movie though, man, was the fact that it runs like just over 80 minutes. Like what is it, 82, 83 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's in and out.
I feel like this movie never has a lot of downtime. Like I felt like I wasn't watching it.
Like joke every minute.
It's like every minute, dude. Like it really does hit. And there's so many comedies where they're always top and bottom heavy, where there's always a middle, and that's what this movie does well too, because there's kind of like this low key kind of love story that doesn't blossom into something corny and shitty that takes away from the comedy and the dirty elements of the film.
It doesn't take that much time out of the movie
at all. It doesn't affect it at all. It plays into it, but it doesn't take any forefront, and it works really good within the characters, and it actually makes it kind of funnier because what happens with the shit. But I think this movie is actually amazing. Like rewatching this, I was like, fuck me, man. Awesome.
I did throw on the 2-hour work print when I was working just to kind of see. From memory, I was kind of like, since I was working, I was kind of like watching it when I could. I think it wasn't a lot of like extra gags, just like a lot of the stuff was like extended, like just random scenes. They would just have more dialogue. Probably like they hadn't had time to go through and like edit like down a lot of stuff. So you would just get like more dialogue. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That's cool though. I like that
it's a cool feature to have just because like you get to see like kind of the process, especially
like
for
the creative
writing,
process of how it starts to how it ends.
Especially with comedy, because it's like in their heads they're like, how do we make it more funny? Okay, cut this stuff out and get to the point of jokes. Like, so it was interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, 2 hours of that. Yeah, for sure. I was gonna pop it in. I just didn't really have the time. So
this show snuck up on me. I barely squeezed it in what I had. Like I've
just been not have the time to watch movies lately.
I looked at my counts on Letterboxd the other day, which I finally updated, and I'm at like all-time lows for the summer. But I just been doing so much stuff, and I actually like took a break from movie watching for the summer. But
I wouldn't even have watched that many movies last week, but I got that new projection thing that I hooked up at the cabin, and I was watching movies every night. I was like, "That's fucking awesome."
Yeah, it kind of made me want to get one too, because I've always talked about doing that.
Oh my god, dude!
Get a projector that's 3D compatible.
That would be dope as well.
Because if you get that and you have a PS3 or PS4, boom, you got 3D right there.
Crazy. Yeah, I got to say though, man, like watching it, I was blown away at the fucking quality. Like it was like watching my TV. I was like, what the fuck? This is crazy. Once it got dark, I mean. The problem is with where I live right now is that it doesn't really get like dark until like 11 at night. So I get one movie kind of thing. Like I have a window.
So fucking crazy.
I have a window between 11 o'clock until 3. I got 4 hours and the sun's up right now. Like right now. Like I got 4 hours.
So insane.
I got 4 hours. It's crazy.
Yeah, and that's even weirder because like you'll be daylight like 3 hours. I'm like 3 hours ahead of you, so it's like
I remember I would send pictures, and I'm like, dude, Mike would be like, "What time did you just take that picture?" I'm like, "Yeah," and he's like, "Dude, it's pitch black here, and it's pure light here."
Yeah,
it's fucked up. I know it. Like high point in the summer is pretty frustrating, but like once it gets a little bit later in the summer, it's all downhill from now because we just had the longest day of the year on the 21st or whatever. So as it goes a little bit later, I'll be able to get 2 movies in. It'll be kind of cool.
Nice.
So very cool though, man. I'm really happy with that was a Father's Day gift for my wife, so it was really awesome. But anyways, Dirty Work 1998. Fuck, might as well have been. What do you guys rate this one? JP, what do you give this one?
Shit, man, I didn't even think about this. I'll probably go 9. I really liked it.
Yeah, Mikey, what do you give it?
I'll probably. I don't see any flaws in it, and I've enjoyed it since like saw it when I was like 18 and brand new, and it really hasn't lost anything over the years. And now with the dirtier cut, like it added in some gags, so like I'm probably gonna say 10 because like I see 0 flaws in it.
Okay, Tyler, what do you got?
8.
Okay.
Sounds about right. Tony, what do you got?
10.
I'm out. I'm also at 10.
I was thinking Hall too.
If we did Hall of Fame on here, it would be Hall of Famer.
It's a perfect Hall of Famer.
Yeah. It's
honestly one of the most standard Hall of Famer.
I honestly think this is one of the most underrated comedies of all time.
Oh, for
sure. That
the
is
reason why
our first Hall of Famer on here, right? Like
one of the reasons why those is like kind of like
the sadness probably
JP mentioned about being kind of weird or picky about comedies, and I'm kind of like that too. Like there's a lot of comedies
I am too, actually.
Popular where like I think they're like okay for like a one-time watch, but like they don't hold up, or I just don't think they're as funny as other people do. But when I find a comedy that I can watch it multiple times, laugh just as hard every time through the years, and it holds up, like I really attach to those as like highly rated. So to me, Dirty Work is one of those.
Yeah, there's a few comedies out there that like genuinely make me laugh. A lot of comedies sometimes like that, even ones that I like, make me chuckle, and I just kind of like the movie, like or the story or like the setting or whatever. But like there's certain ones that actually make me like bust out laughing. And when a movie could do that, it's impressive because like other people laugh at stuff that I don't laugh at. Like so for me, it's like
I laugh at everything.
Yeah, like see, but
I'm like that too though. Like, but
that's what the like, group setting is for. Like the shit that you missed, but somebody else will catch.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And I think that like whenever I can laugh, like I think of like movies like Cheech and Chong, right? Like I watch Cheech and Chong to this day, and I still fucking die laughing at scenes. Um, love that movie. But yeah, I thought this was one of the funnier things I've seen in a long time.
That's good. I'm actually impressed with that. Actually, I didn't know how you were gonna think about this one, but
I didn't either because like I said, I'm weird with comedies. Like some stuff just is not.
well,
my
also
game.
not like you not being very versed on like Norm Macdonald, and he
That
can
too,
be kind of
right,
somebody
yeah.
that's like, I think he was hit and miss with people when he was on SNL because they didn't really understand his comedic approach. His delivery was a lot different for a lot of people. It wasn't like it was just different. It's hard to explain.
I think he's still just an acquired taste to people. It's either you love him or you don't.
I think he was so ahead of his
more
time.
like the way it's said and like how like the timings and stuff like that, where it's not like super clever like punchliney punny type stuff. Like it's more just like a reactionary joke.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's funny
Which
too
is
because
a different style. Like,
oh, 100%. He's more of like, yeah, it's like a situational like reaction type, even facial, not even so much facial, but I don't even
it's
know,
like
man.
tone and
It is
cadence
facial because he's got that little
facial.
smarmy little
Maybe it is, yeah.
when he talks.
It's interesting too because like the
Yeah,
Don
because you
Rickles
know
scene,
he's like ribbing you when he's like talking.
right?
Yeah.
It's interesting because the Don Rickles scene in the film where he plays the cinema manager, and like he's really really good with like he's known for insulting people, right? Really really good at insulting and one liners and shit like that, punchline kind of dude. It's his perform like his jokes. I don't know if they were written for him or if it was just like I thought that it wasn't his best stuff he's ever done because I've seen Rickles before and I'm like dying, dude. Like I'm like that guy's fucking amazing. So, but not my favorite part of the film. But
so yeah, I guess that is Dirty Work. First time us doing a comedy, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, usually our main reviews, especially if Tyler picks them, they suck.
Wow, aggressive.
So yeah, it's pretty aggressive. But yeah,
your one.
This was like definitely the consensus pick, right? Was there like another movie that somebody else was like trying to push in?
No.
I feel like if we do a Cinemagraph film for the fucking main feature, it always sucks. So
most of the time, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think that we.
Really... No, I'm just blaming Tyler because it seems like up his alley. He probably picked those.
They've all been one VSL. They've all been unanimous. They've all been.
Oh no, I'm just fucking around. Yeah. I'm just saying. Yeah. I'm just saying if we are doing a Cinemagraph title, it's probably not that great. So.
Yeah.
But
well, there was a couple good ones that we could have done last season, but
I think the only one we do is Touch, right? And that one was.
Yeah, we did Touch.
I don't even know like how we even decided that should have
because
been
I honestly had a bad feeling about that movie, but it was Paul Schrader, so I think we kind of just wanted to try out something like that, and then we just took that at face value. But
I mean,
it's probably us trying to do something different too.
Yeah, all the stars were aligning with that one, like the director, the cast, everything. Like it should have been a hit.
Right.
It's not really our fault, but
yeah, wasn't that also 98?
Yeah, it was 98 actually.
Yeah, this is way better than that. But yeah.
So what's your guys' release of the month?
Oh,
Dirty Work. Yeah,
Dirty Work.
Gotta be Dirty Work.
Yeah, Dirty Work for sure.
That's like a Hall of Fame release right there. Like that's something that's like that's an embarrassment of riches release right there.
Yeah.
Like how could we be so spoiled with such a great
release? Of like the movie, like the comedies like this of the 90s that like I grew up watching.
Criminally Insane too. No, I'm just
in terms of quality, like for me, it's like literally like this tier of like Billy Madison and Happy Gilmore, and I put like Dirty Work there, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree.
That's got to be that's the first time, and we've done 18 shows now that it was unanimous release of the month.
I think so. Yeah.
No, it definitely is. 100% it is.
Yeah.
So Dirty Work is, man, we should start a Hall of Fame, man. It's kind of
crazy. It works because Dirty Work, it's kind of like a legacy title and a new version all in one.
Yeah.
You know, they could do that with a lot of comedies, like just recut the same movie except like insert like different jokes. Because you watch like 40-Year-Old Virgin and like the credits, they have like Paul Rudd and Seth Rogen just doing like take after take after take.
Anchorman cut a whole separate movie.
Anchorman
outtakes,
right? I want to see like different cuts of all this shit just for fun.
Maybe this will start a new trend. Maybe this will start a new trend. Like put in the good jokes.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll try to like do more like movies that had like something like this where it was like it was like kind of neutered a bit as a comedy, because that happened a lot too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, fuck test screenings.
I know, right?
Shit ruins movies.
I never understood those, man, because you always have these like clowns that are in there. Like, I mean, comedies, like come on, man, you gotta cater to the right crowd. And those test screening dudes are probably corporate bullshit. They ain't feeling that shit, man. Come
on. So I guess that's Dirty Work.
Yep.
That is Dirty Work. And we already did the release of the week. So what's coming next month? What are we doing?
So next month will be our special halfway show. So basically, we picked one featured review that we're going to talk about. That movie is not Enter the Void. It was going to be Enter the Void.
No,
and then we had a split, and so we put it to a vote.
So happy it's Final Cut.
Yeah, because you guys were like, if we do a vote, Enter the Void's definitely going to win.
Yeah, but I thought
I like Enter the Void. I just don't want to fucking review it. That's my
exactly
thing.
That's exactly what I said. I said I like it too, but reviewing that film,
what
the fuck are we gonna say?
I would have liked to review it. I like the movie, but like I honestly did not want to buy it. I only like bought it,
and plus,
because like I thought it was the winner.
I've never seen Final Cut before, and it sounds kind of cool. So I was like, okay.
Yeah, it's all blind to us, so it's just gonna be a fun little thing.
Yeah. I mean, it's cool. I'm fine with doing that as well. We don't know what it really is, so that's always fun.
So accompanied by top 5 first half 2025 Vinegar Syndrome releases / partner labels.
Yep.
And then top 5 recommendations, I guess.
Well, it's kind of like a segment, I guess, for each of us where we talk about 5 movies. Because I don't do it in like a top 5 format. Mine is just
not top 5, just movies. 5 random releases. It could be Vinegar Syndrome. It could be anything that's ever been on the website, I guess. Kind of thing.
Like what I did last year is I literally just took all the titles that I hadn't watched yet and just hit a randomizer and picked 5 that were just random to me. I think there was like a BSA. There was a couple regular releases. So that's probably what I'll do again, because I really enjoyed that format last year for myself. Just because
I'm going to do it too.
It's fun.
I actually was prepping.
And you know what? I'm going to rank them, because why the fuck not? You should rank them too.
Sure.
Rank the 5 random movies you watched.
Yeah.
See, it would be nice if we all agree. Like if we do that, like, fuck, I don't know, man. I was prepping for the show last month. I rewatched a bunch of shit that I'd watched a few years ago, from like some really obscure horror films and all that type of shit, and just kind of get myself reacquainted. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick out 5 films I feel like that are not talked about from Vinegar Syndrome / partner labels, whatever, and talk about those ones I just never hear people talk about. And there's a lot. There is a fucking lot. I was going through the collection of like, fuck, I've never even heard anyone talk about this. Probably no.
Yeah, that's fine.
It,
like
so
your segment could be like underrated Vinegar Syndrome titles or whatever.
I like the random one. I'm gonna do that.
I'm not gonna call it underrated. I'm gonna call it overlooked a little bit.
I'm gonna take my 5 like unwatched just my unwatched like partner labels that I don't have, and I'm just gonna randomize them. Pick random 5, and I'll watch those 5
and rank them.
Yeah, I'll rank them.
Moodz is like Moodz feels like
fucking shit.
I'm not putting on my shit and doing 5 random. No, fuck that. I already been prepping for this for like 2 months. I literally watched.
I was gonna watch.
If you guys watch my letter, I've been watching so many Vinegar Syndrome titles from past, like rewatching shit. I'm like, fuck, man, that's pretty cool, man. So, they got some cool titles.
You can do whatever you want. It's just fun.
Have to be the odd duck out, right? Of course. You guys are dicks.
Well, I was the odd duck out last year because I was the only one that did it that way.
Yeah, I did the overlooked stuff last year.
So did Tyler.
Yeah,
I
was the only one that did that weird shit.
We were supposed to recommend titles that were still there, and I
oh yeah, like you did the unique thing where you picked a bunch of out of print movies that were hundreds of dollars.
Probably all 5 of them. They picked this.
Champagne and Bullets.
He got like Evils of the Night.
That was no. That was Champagne and Bullets was out of print, but it was the one that I fucked up with because it wasn't even on the website anymore. It was
like a partner label or something.
Yeah, that I didn't realize was not there anymore. But anyway,
Culture Shock, maybe.
Oh, it was it was the one that had knife. What's the fucking
Alternate Innocence?
Alternate Innocence. Yeah, it was.
What was it? Was Jack Be Nimble? Was that what it was?
Yep. It was Jack Be Nimble. Yep.
Yeah. So that's the format for next month. Pretty like easy, like smooth, like easy going one. And then obviously whatever titles are announced in a couple days from us recording this for the July titles, we know there's an Argento one. We'll decide what we're doing with that. Wonder if the Argento could theoretically be the featured review depending on what title it is.
It probably won't be. I honestly don't want to. We've done every literally done every Argento film. If it's
Inferno, you think we wouldn't do that?
I mean, I guess we could review the 4K.
I guess it kind of depends what else comes out too. You know, because if it's like Invaders from Mars or something.
Is there any other hints?
That's what I think. That's what I think it's gonna be.
People are speculating Invaders from Mars.
That was the
Invaders from Mars would be fucking dope.
Yeah, but it's fucking been released by Shout Scream Factory.
We're
talking
Reptilicus. We're talking the remake or the original?
I was talking about the 85 one.
Yeah, I'm talking about that one.
Oh shit! Wow,
because it seems like now they're in their Scream Factory like back title upgrade bag.
Yeah, I don't want the remake. I don't want the remake.
Jessica to death.
I don't want the remake.
Where we're at right now.
Even though I do like
so
it.
it probably will be Invaders from Mars.
Well, you guys, this worked out well, and we did like Texas Chainsaw 2 and From Beyond, so let's just do it again.
And fucking
the Dark Half that just happened.
Yeah, so they just did that. That's like now you're reaching.
Oh, and Let's Scare Jessica to Death.
Now it is Vinegar Syndrome picking up all the Scream Factory.
And Reptilicus from last year. That was their.
That's another one.
Monster thing. That was this. What was that paired with again? Tentacles? Yeah. So maybe it's going to be Tentacles.
Could be Tentacles.
God, I hope it's not Tentacles because I have the 88 Tentacles version too. So I don't need another fucking blue. That'll be my 4th copy because I have a fucking DVD too.
What if the next month is just all upgrades for Moodz?
That would be so funny.
Hope. Stop saying that. I'm getting so annoyed with that.
So yeah, I'm excited to see what the titles are because it feels like it's been some time since because we partnered month and shit like that. So ready for.
But I am looking forward to our picks for top 5. I'm very curious to see what I can already see what one of them is going to be probably on everyone's list. We kind of just spoiled that.
Yeah, I can see what number 1 is.
Yeah, I can't imagine what's being top because honestly, the first half of this year has been a little bit underwhelming for myself.
Well,
but
yeah, there's some good titles, but not like a lot of big stuff.
Yeah, there's like not stuff that like screams out to me.
Me too. I was looking through the titles, and can we get everything updated, guys? I don't know if
it's updated.
Okay, cool. I haven't looked so.
Remember I was bitching because the website was down. I was trying to update it, and I was like,
it's come out in May. All up to date, and you were blaming me for JP not updating.
Is all the partner label stuff is done too? Because that's the stuff I can't remember. I can't remember. No, I don't think it's.
If anything, I'm only like on this month behind.
Okay. All right. Just because I forget, like I can't fucking remember. So, but yeah. Looking forward to that. And anyways, I guess that's going to conclude episode 6, guys. Mikey, thanks for joining us once again. Welcome back anytime. No, we are not doing the Nightmare on Elm Street franchise anytime soon on this podcast. So
I'm never going to stop asking.
Man, if Vinegar Syndrome ever released that box set, holy shit.
Dude, it would be the longest Vinegar Syndrome episode Sin Bin episode ever.
Would you
I don't even know what we would do.
You do all in one shot.
Could you imagine if Vinegar Syndrome?
We all take turns doing one.
Fuck, that would be crazy. That'd be.
I just got to see 4 of them bitches in the drive-in. It was pretty nice.
Fuck, that's awesome.
That's awesome.
So jealous.
Yeah.
All right,
Anyway,
Mike, you want to promote some of your shit? Your 94 podcast you're on?
No, I'm not that many anymore. Fresh Cuts. We just did 28 years later. I have a unfortunate idea that we're doing Megan 2.0 next.
honestly, you'll probably have fun talking about that one though.
Probably, yeah.
Hold on to your vaginas.
Yeah, oh God. Yeah, every time the trailer.
It's actually in the trailer.
Oh, that's an actual line from the movie.
Yeah.
I've heard that
It
line
is.
so many times.
I haven't watched the
All
trailer or
movies I
anything.
go
I'm
see.
excited.
God.
There's another part 2 in the trailer too, where some like the 40-year-old like guy that likes like little girl stuff like pops into like a reporter and goes like, "You go, I love Megan." He's like wearing like some wig. It's fucking ridiculous.
Oh yeah.
It's like in the trailer. You gotta watch the trailer. Like it is unhinged.
It
Like,
is unhinged. I was like, what
the first
fuck is
time
going
I
on
saw it
here?
was before anyone was talking about it. Like I was watching a random trial. Like
It feels like the
trailer.
kind of sequel that happens like the 5th or 6th movie.
That's
in
what
the
I was saying. I was like,
franchise,
they moved up to like
They like
number
a jump the
seven.
shark
Exactly what
thing
I
right
said.
away.
That's exactly what
Yeah.
I said. I said they jumped the shark.
It's oh my god! I would have if it didn't show the actress like from Get Out from the first movie. I would have thought that was just like a fake AI trailer.
like Scary Movie 6 or something.
Yeah.
Do you think they're hamming it up like that on purpose?
They have to.
Like
Oh,
all
yeah,
tongue in
they-
cheek?
Did they make the
Yeah.
effects look shitty
Yeah,
too?
they
Because Megan
100
looked
No, it
terrible.
doesn't look shit. It doesn't look that shitty, honestly.
I thought it looked pretty shitty.
Oh, dude, the trailer, I thought it looked horrible. I was
Like,
like,
Megan
I was
looks
like, that has to be a
bad.
joke, right? That has to be a joke. It looks so bad.
I kind of like love it though. They're like, "Ooh, okay, well, we got to keep making these Marvel movies somehow. What if we made one with Megan in it?"
Oh my god, it's
Yeah.
fucking Terminator. It's Terminator 2 is what it
That's
is.
the first thing I thought. I was like, "Holy shit!" They went to. They
But
made-
I think it's also unapologetically Terminator 2. Like, I think
Yeah,
they
it knows what
expect
it's
people
doing.
to
That's
know
why.
that.
They're going like.
But this
over-the-top
generation
brain
wouldn't know
rot.
anything about Terminator 2. Like
Yeah,
Gen
but, like-
Z, why would they know that? Like it's
Yeah,
it's
but
not-
they don't.
that
they
movie's
don't
not
care if
directed
they know.
towards
I'm
our
not saying
crowd.
that they're referencing
Like-
it. I'm just saying that they're not trying to hide the fact that they're like making a Terminator.
But you think if
2
they were
ripoff.
like the movie's marketed towards like the younger generation, obviously a little bit more. They don't know about Terminator 2 for the most
No,
part.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
it
think,
doesn't-
I don't
it
think,
doesn't
he, I don't
matter.
think he means
Referencing
referencing.
Terminator
I think he
2.
just
It
means,
works
like,
though.
stealing
It's a
the
device
concept.
that works.
It's just a device
Yeah.
that works. They
like
don't-
I
they
think
don't
they're
care
just
about
like, yeah, we know we're ripping off Terminator 2. Like, I don't think they're like, I think they're fully aware of what they're doing.
Yeah, of course,
Yeah.
of course. I'm just saying that generation doesn't know give a fuck about
It
it.
still looks like not something I'm gonna like though.
I think I'm gonna go watch it because it looks so. I think this movie might be the best movie of the year, to be honest.
Isn't it like 2 hours long too?
Is it?
It
I
looks
swear
so
to
bad
God.
to me.
I hope you're just
Did
fucking
you
lying
say
about
best
that.
movie
It
of
is
the
2
year?
hours.
It's
1 hour
not
59 minutes.
No way.
Oh my
Ugh.
god!
So they pulled a fucking-
I love it.
A Smile
I love
2 with
it.
the 2 hour bullshit. Fuck off.
Ugh, Smile 2. It's like we got Smile 1 all over again.
Dude. I am
I can
going
rant
to go
about
see
that
this.
movie all the time.
Oh, you guys are a piece of garbage, man.
Dude,
It's
Smiles,
just a
those
fun
movies
movie to
suck.
clown on.
They actually do suck, but
Man, this movie's really 2 hours long.
You guys are in the
Jesus
minority.
Christ.
who cares? I think the majority is fucking retarded then with that. But
We're in the minority about 28 years later too. That movie's like getting like universal praise.
I cannot understand
Is it?
the fucking
I've
moment
mostly
of that
seen
shit.
negative stuff.
It's got
I've
like
seen
a
lots of-
3.8 on Letterboxd
I
and
think
like a
critically, it was
Dude, people-
90%
Yeah,
of
the
Rotten
critic
Tomatoes.
reviews that were coming out were good, but as soon as fans started seeing it, I mostly saw hate.
Oh my god, it's bad.
Really?
It is bad.
Yeah. For me, like I
Like
mean,
Jeremy
I'm not
said
saying
Jeremy
much at all.
messaged me
it.
today. Jeremy messaged me today and he's like, dude, he's like, thank you for having the right fucking review. And we started talking about it. I was like, my God, man. Like everything from the opening scene right to the last scene was bad. Like everything. I'll rant about it on 22 Shots, but I have a laundry list. I was appalled by this movie. It was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
JP, please be the voice of reason after you see it.
And I'm not one of those people who can be like, oh, the last scene in the film ruined the whole thing. No, I was so pissed off before that bullshit clown shit happened at the end that it didn't even surprise me how bad and stupid that was.
I mean, I don't disagree about that part.
Dude, the opening scene in the film sucks. Like, it's shot so poorly, it's shitty. The editing sucked. I was like, this is not a Danny Boyle film. It's crazy.
One thing that annoyed me about the beginning is that like I could like see like some of the kids like almost like laughing. Like they're like almost like about to corpse like in front of the camera.
Dude,
they weren't like
saying.
taking it seriously.
That girl that was sitting right to the left was laughing. She was laughing.
Yeah.
I know. I saw that too, dude, in the theater. I know exactly what you're saying.
I'm like, are people not like catching this stupid shit? Like the world's like ending and this girl's just fucking laughing her ass off just because she doesn't know any better.
But we probably shouldn't. JP hasn't even seen it yet, so
yeah. All right.
But that's like the first 2 minutes.
It is literally the first shot of the film. So, anyways, guys, that's gonna conclude episode 6 here on the Sin Bin podcast. Once again, Mikey, thanks for joining us. Hopefully you can come back sometime and review something even better than this one. That one sounded really good. Right, guys, we'll be back next month. What we already explained. I'm really looking forward to next month. Honestly, it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
So hopefully the main review. Oh no, we already know what the main review is.
Yep.
But hopefully it's gonna be good though.
Yeah, hopefully it's gonna be good.
All right, guys, we're out of here.
All right, deuces.
Deuces.